The Black Madonna by A. W. Wyville. From Weird Tales, May 1928. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A short spider story. The Black Madonna by A. W. Wyville. Houses with shuttered windows. Houses with hangdog air running to ruin. Houses about which strange tales are told. Tales of strange happenings. Such will always fire the imagination. Of such a house I tell. It was situated on the outskirts of a small village, a village famed in the Revolutionary War. I lingered and gathered its history bit by bit, a story that will draw smiles from the unbelieving, yet caused thoughtful men to pause, as I paused, pondering over the strange ways in which fate sometimes even scores. The house had been vacant several years, shunned by villagers. They did not claim that it was haunted. Its gruesome story forbade tenants. The last occupants had been two brothers, one a tall, hawk-nosed, surly character, and the younger a pleasant chap with dark brown eyes, a small mustache, slight of build. Chemists they were, brilliant chemists we heard. They hired no one, doing their own cooking and general work. Partitions had been torn out and an expensive laboratory installed. Bottles upon bottles, retorts and electric furnaces of the most elaborate description. Word went around that they were working on a great chemical problem, the solution of which would revolutionize a major industry. Although the elder brother was seldom seen on the village streets, the younger would often pass through on his way to the city, driving an expensive car. Sometimes he would stop and talk. He talked on many subjects, but never his work. All such questions he skillfully parried. While his main interests were centered on his work, he also spent some time on a hobby, zoology. He would often be seen in the fields on a summer day, equipped with a long-handled net. A strange combination of interests. Lights glowed in their house until far into the night. A tall figure could be seen moving behind the shades. Not long after the brothers had moved in, there came to the village one night the sound of a muffled explosion. Lurid flames shot from the house of mystery. The village fire department soon had the flames under control, however. To do so, they had been obliged to enter the laboratory from whence the explosion took place. What they saw was the talk of the town, although the occupants had got them out as soon as they could, seeming to fear that they would see too much. Some people wondered if perhaps they were not counterfeiters. The brothers repaired the damage, and the talk died down. The next happening of interest came from a different quarter. It came in a bunch of bananas. A local grocer found it. A hairy spider with bright red spots on its back. It was then in the middle of winter, and the repulsive thing was in a torpid state from the cold. Instead of killing it, the grocer, perhaps with an eye for advertising, placed it in a small wire cage with a lighted electric lamp for warmth. He did not misjudge its potential attraction qualities. Revived by the warmth, it was soon crawling around its cage, seeking an opening. The whole town had seen it and speculated about it when it was drawn to the attention of the young chemist, he being interested in bugs and such, as they put it. One look at the spider and the young man drew in his breath sharply. "A Black Madonna!" he whispered. Of course, that meant nothing to the villagers. He explained. It seemed that the Black Madonna is the most poisonous spider known to science. Death almost inevitably follows its bite. This information put the grocer into a cold sweat, for he remembered how free he had been in handling it. He was for immediately destroying it. The young chemist offered to buy it, alive. The grocer dubiously assented. After all, it was a clear profit. We never saw it again. Spring came in cold. Severe snowstorms followed one on another's heels. The two brothers were more or less isolated. Late wayfarers reported that the lights burned as brightly as ever in the house. From this point, my story will have to be partly guesswork and deductions from what came to light later. Upon arriving at the house with his prisoner, the young man took it to his room to examine at his leisure, kept it warm and fed it gnats. It seemed to thrive. However, he did not let it interfere with his research work. The two brothers were working independently toward the same goal. The elder worked at night, while his brother utilized the daylight hours. Each kept his progress to himself. An odd arrangement. The younger man won. When his brother rose from his bed one afternoon, having worried through the night, he found the other with shining eyes. Yes, it had been an accident. Just stumbled on it. Meant international fame. Just stumbled on it. Just an accident. The words repeated themselves in the elder brother's brain. He almost hated his kinsman. All his work for nothing. More than life itself, he craved the fame that would come with success. His brother heeded it not. Honor was reaching for him, and he was blind to the other's expression. An expression not good to look upon. He locked his notes in the cabinet and went to his room. Here he made a discovery that sobered him for a minute. The Black Madonna had escaped. Carefully and thoughtfully he searched the room. The spider was nowhere to be found. The window was partly open, and he decided that it must have departed through the opening. Well, it would soon perish in the cold. Long into the evening his brother stayed in the laboratory. After the first questioning, he did not seem curious regarding the achievement. The other wondered. Oh well, he would feel better and congratulate him tomorrow. He was sometimes like that. Sometimes a poor sport. The elder slowly went over his notes. Sometimes he stared out the window and fought a hideous temptation. His brother came in and worked at his desk. The other's eyes rested upon his back. It would be so easy to hide and explain it. No, he must not think such things. His hands clenched until the knuckles showed white. Some time later, the younger arose, said good night, and went to his room. Could he do it? A madness came upon him. He bided his time. Several hours later, the door to his brother's room opened, and a tall, dark figure entered. A knife makes no sound, and it was soon over. The dirt basement provided a good burial ground. He washed his hands, a maniacal gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Better go up to the room again and make sure that there were no blood spots. People who make sudden trips to the city and disappear do not leave blood spots on their beds. Oh, he would be clever. The room was soon put in order. As he was leaving, he felt a sudden chill. His brother's old sweater was hanging on the bedpost. Callously, he put it on. Mustn't catch cold. Now for those notes. Carefully, methodically, he transcribed them into his own handwriting. His scientific training triumphed over his madness for the time being. He was again the chemist. As he worked, life stirred. Life in the pocket of the old sweater. A hairy leg reached for the edge of the pocket. Perhaps it was the heat of the man's body. Slowly, the revolting creature worked its way up the sweater. The man rode on. Inch by inch, the hairy legs reached toward the collar, unnoticed. Then, for some reason, the spider turned. On the underside of his arm it worked, swaying with the motion of the writing. It continued testing its way. On the edge of the cuff it paused, then lowered itself onto the moving hand. The man dropped the pencil with an oath. The next second, a long shiver ran over him. The blood drained from his face. The pupils of his eyes became pinpricks. Days later, the villagers found him, dead, staring, 2 tiny red spots on his hand, the evidence of his attempted theft in front of him. The end of The Black Madonna by A.W. Wyville.
The Closing Hand by Farnsworth Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The Closing Hand by Farnsworth Wright. Solitary and forbidding, the house stared spectre-like through scraggly trees that seemed to shrink from its touch. The green moss of decay lay on its dank roofs, and the windows, set in deep cavities, peered blindly at the world as if through eyeless sockets. So forbidding was its aspect that boys, on approaching its cheerless gables, stopped their whistling and passed on the opposite side of the street. Across the fields, a few huddled cottages gazed through the falling rain, as if wondering what family could be so bold as to take up its abode within the gloomy walls of that old mansion whose carpetless floors for 2 years had not felt the tread of human feet. In an attic room of the house, 2 sisters lay in bed, but not asleep. The younger sister cringed under the dread inspired by the bleak place. The elder laughed at her childish fears, but the younger felt the spell of the old building and was afraid. "I suppose there is really nothing to frighten me in this dreary old house," she admitted without conviction in her voice. "But the very feel of the place is horrible. Mother shouldn't have left us alone in this gruesome place." "Stupid," her sister scolded. "With all the silverware downstairs, somebody has to be here for fear of burglars." "Oh, don't talk about burglars," pleaded the younger girl. "I'm afraid. I keep imagining I hear ghostly footsteps." Her sister laughed. "Go to sleep, goosey," she said. "Haunted houses are nothing but superstition. They exist only in imagination." "Why has nobody lived here for 2 years then?" "They tell me that for 5 years every family moved out after being here just a short time. The whole atmosphere of the house is ghastly, and I can't forget how the older Burkham girl was found stabbed to death in her bed, and nobody ever knew how it happened. Why, she may have been murdered in this very room. Go to sleep and don't scare yourself with such silly talk. Mother will be with us tomorrow night, and Dad will be back next day. Now, go to sleep." The elder sister soon dropped into slumber, but the younger lay open-eyed, staring into the black room and shuddering at every stifled scream of the wind or distant growl of thunder. She began a count, hoping to hypnotize herself into drowsiness, but at every slight noise she started and lost her count. Suddenly she turned and shook her sister by the shoulder. "Edith! Somebody is prowling around downstairs," she whispered. "Listen." "Oh, what shall we do?" The elder sister struck a match and lit the candle. Then she slipped on her dressing gown and drew on her slippers. "You're not going down there. Edith, tell me you're not going downstairs. It might be that murdered Burkham girl. Edith, don't." Edith shot a glance of withering scorn at her sister, who lay on the bed with blanched face and wide, terrified eyes. "There's something moving around downstairs, and I'm going to find out what it is," she said. Taking the candle, she left the room. Her younger sister lay in the darkness, listening to the pattering of rain on the roof and straining her ears to catch the slightest sound. The noise downstairs ceased, but the wind rose and the rain beat upon the roof in sudden, furious blasts that made her heart jump wildly. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, and Edith had not returned. A door slammed, and the younger sister thought she heard something moving again, but the wind began to sob and drowned out all other noises. Between gusts she heard the portentous sound, and each time it seemed nearer. Then she started as she realized that something was coming up the stairs. Once she thought she heard a cry, to which the wind joined its plaintive voice in a weird duet. Nearer and nearer the strange noise came. It mounted the stairs step by step, heard only when the wind and rain softened their voices. It passed the first landing and moved slowly up the second flight, while the girl fearfully awaited its coming. The wind howled until the house quaked. It shrilled past the eaves and fled across the fields like a hunted ghost. And now the girl's pounding pulses drowned out the screaming of the wind, for the presence had invaded her bedroom. She cowered under the covers, a cold perspiration chilling her body until her teeth chattered. Her imagination conjured up frightful things, a disembodied spirit come to destroy her, a corpse from the grave, gibbering in terror because it could not tear the cerements of its face. The murdered Berkheim girl, with a knife still sheathed in her heart, or some escaped beast licking its lips in greedy anticipation of the feast her tremulous body would provide. Or was it a murderer who, having killed a sister, was now bent on completing his bloody work? A flash of lightning split the sky, and the thunder bellowed its terrifying warning. The girl threw back the bedclothes and shrank to the wall, her eyes starting from their sockets, fearful lest another flash reveal some sight too ghastly to contemplate. Slowly the being dragged itself across the floor, lifted itself onto the bed, and uttered a choking sound of agony. The girl sat petrified. Then timorously she extended a shaky hand, but quickly withdrew it in dread of some hideous contact. Again she thrust her trembling hand into the gloom, farther, farther, until it touched something shaggy and wet. A clammy hand closed over hers, and she started to her feet with a horrified scream. The icy hand tightened with a sickening tremor and dragged her down. Then her tortured senses gave way, and she fell back unconscious upon the bed. When she awoke, it was day. Beside her on the bed lay the bleeding body of her sister Edith, stabbed in the breast by the burglar she had tried to frighten away. The younger girl was clutching the clotted wisps of hair that had fallen across the breast of her sister, whose cold hand had closed over hers in the last convulsive shudder of death. The End of The Closing Hand by Farnsworth Wright.
Dig Me No Grave by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. Dig Me No Grave by Robert E. Howard. The thunder of my old-fashioned door knocker, reverberating eerily through the house, roused me from a restless and nightmare-haunted sleep. I looked out the window. In the last light of the sinking moon, the white face of my friend John Conrad looked up at me. "May I come up, Gerwan?" His voice was shaky and strained. "Certainly." I sprang out of bed and pulled on a bathrobe as I heard him enter the front door and ascend the stairs. A moment later he stood before me, and in the light which I had turned on I saw his hands tremble and noticed the unnatural pallor of his face. "Old John Grimlin died an hour ago," he said abruptly. Indeed, I had not known that he was ill. It was a sudden, virulent attack of peculiar nature, a sort of seizure somewhat akin to epilepsy. He has been subject to such spells of late years, you know. I nodded. I knew something of the old hermit-like man who had lived in his great dark house on the hill. Indeed, I had once witnessed one of his strange seizures, and I had been appalled at the writhings, howlings, and yammerings of the wretch, who had grovelled on the earth like a wounded snake, gibbering terrible curses and black blasphemies until his voice broke in a wordless screaming which spattered his lips with foam. Seeing this, I understood why people in old times looked on such victims as men possessed by demons. Some hereditary taint, Conrad was saying. Old John doubtless fell heir to some ingrown weakness brought on by some loathsome disease, which was his heritage from perhaps a remote ancestor. Such things occasionally happen. Or else, well, you know old John himself pried about in the mysterious parts of the earth, and wandered all over the East in his younger days. It is quite possible that he was infected with some obscure malady in his wanderings. There are still many unclassified diseases in Africa and the Orient. "But," said I, "you have not told me the reason for this sudden visit at this unearthly hour, for I notice that it is past midnight." My friend seemed rather confused. "Well, the fact is that John Grimlin died alone, except for myself. He refused to receive any medical aid of any sort, and in the last few moments when it was evident that he was dying, and I was prepared to go for some sort of help in spite of him, he set up such a howling and screaming that I could not refuse his passionate pleas, which were that he should not be left to die alone. I have seen men die," added Conrad, wiping the perspiration from his pale brow, "but the death of John Grimlin was the most fearful I have ever seen." "He suffered a great deal?" "He appeared to be in much physical agony, but this was mostly submerged by some monstrous mental or psychic suffering. The fear in his distended eyes and his screams transcended any conceivable earthly terror. I tell you, Kirwan, Grimlin's fright was greater and deeper than the ordinary fear of the beyond shown by a man of ordinarily evil life." I shifted restlessly. The dark implications of this statement sent a chill of nameless apprehension trickling down my spine. "I know the country people always claimed that in his youth he sold his soul to the devil, and that his sudden epileptic attacks were merely a visible sign of the fiend's power over him. But such talk is foolish, of course, and belongs in the Dark Ages. We all know that John Grimlin's life was a peculiarly evil and vicious one, even toward his last days. With good reason he was universally detested and feared, for I never heard of his doing a single good act. You were his only friend." "And that was a strange friendship," said Conrad. "I was attracted to him by his unusual powers, for despite his bestial nature, John Grimlin was a highly educated man, a deeply cultured man. He had dipped deep into occult studies, and I first met him in this manner, for, as you know, I have always been strongly interested in these lines of research myself. But in this, as in all other things, Grimlin was evil and perverse. He had ignored the white side of the occult and delved into the darker, grimmer phases of it, into devil worship and voodoo and Shintoism. His knowledge of these foul arts and sciences was immense and unholy, and to hear him tell of his researches and experiments was to know such horror and repulsion as a venomous reptile might inspire, for there had been no depths to which he had not sunk, and some things he only hinted at, even to me. I tell you, Kirwan, it is easy to laugh at tales of the black world of the unknown when one is in pleasant company under the bright sunlight. But had you sat at ungodly hours in the silent, bizarre library of John Grimlin and looked on the ancient, musty volumes and listened to his grisly talk as I did, your tongue would have cloven your palate with sheer horror as mine did, and the supernatural would have seemed very real and near to you, as it seemed to me. "But in God's name, man," I cried, for the tension was growing unbearable, "come to the point and tell me what you want of me." "I want you to come with me to John Grimlin's house and help carry out his outlandish instructions in regard to his body." I had no liking for the adventure, but I dressed hurriedly, an occasional shudder of premonition shaking me. Once fully clad, I followed Conrad out of the house and up the silent road which led to the house of John Grimlin. The road wound uphill, and all the way, looking upward and forward, I could see that great grim house perched like a bird of evil on the crest of the hill, bulking black and stark against the stars. In the west pulsed a single dull red smear where the young moon had just sunk from view behind the low black hills. The whole night seemed full of brooding evil, and the persistent swishing of a bat's wings somewhere overhead caused my taut nerves to jerk and thrum. To drown the quick pounding of my own heart, I said, "Do you share the belief so many hold that John Grimlin was mad?" We strode on several paces before Conrad answered, seemingly with a strange reluctance. "But for one incident, I would say no man was ever saner. But one night in his study, he seemed suddenly to break all bonds of reason. He had discoursed for hours on his favorite subject, black magic, when suddenly he cried, as his face lit with a weird, unholy glow, 'Why should I sit here babbling such child's prattle to you? These voodoo rituals, these Shinto sacrifices, feathered snakes, goats without horns, black leopard cults, bah! Filth and dust that the wind blows away. Dregs of the real unknown, the deep mysteries. Mere echoes from the abyss. I could tell you things that would shatter your paltry brain. I could breathe into your ear names that would wither you like a burnt weed. What do you know of Yog-Sothoth, of Cthulhu, and the sunken cities? None of these names is even included in your mythologies. Not even in your dreams have you glimpsed the black cyclopean walls of Koth, or shriveled before the noxious winds that blow from Yuggoth. But I will not blast you lifeless with my black wisdom. I cannot expect your infantile brain to bear what mine holds. Were you as old as I, had you seen, as I have seen, kingdoms crumble and generations pass away, had you gathered as ripe grain the dark secrets of the centuries? He was raving away, his wildly lit face scarcely human in appearance, and suddenly, noting my evident bewilderment, he burst into a horrible cackling laugh. "Gad!" he cried, in a voice and accent strange to me. "Methinks I've frightened ye, and certes, it is not to be marvelled at. Sith ye be but a naked savage in the arts of life after all. Ye think I be old, eh? Why, ye gaping lout, you'd drop dead were I to divulge the generations of men I've known." But at this point such horror overcame me that I fled from him as from an adder, and his high-pitched diabolical laughter followed me out of the shadowy house. Some days later I received a letter apologizing for his manner and ascribing it candidly, too candidly, to drugs. I did not believe it, but I renewed our relations after some hesitation. "It sounds like utter madness," I muttered. "Yes," admitted Conrad hesitantly. "But, Kirwan, have you ever seen anyone who knew John Grimlin in his youth?" I shook my head. "I have been at pains to inquire about him discreetly," said Conrad. "He has lived here, with the exception of mysterious absences, often for months at a time, for 20 years. The older villagers remember distinctly when he first came and took over that old house on the hill. And they all say that in the intervening years he seems not to have aged perceptibly. When he came here, he looked just as he does now, or did, up to the moment of his death, of the appearance of a man about 50. I met old von Bonk in Vienna, who said he knew Grimlin when a very young man, studying in Berlin 50 years ago, and he expressed astonishment that the old man was still living, for he said at that time Grimlin seemed to be about 50 years of age." I gave an incredulous exclamation, seeing the implication toward which the conversation was trending. "Nonsense! Professor von Bonk is past 80 himself, and liable to the errors of extreme age. He confused this man with another." Yet as I spoke, my flesh crawled unpleasantly, and the hairs on my neck prickled. "Well," shrugged Conrad, "here we are at the house." The huge pile reared up menacingly before us, and as we reached the front door a vagrant wind moaned through the nearby trees, and I started foolishly as I again heard the ghostly beat of the bat's wings. Conrad turned a large key in the antique lock, and as we entered, a cold draught swept across us like a breath from the grave, moldy and cold. I shuddered. We groped our way through a black hallway and into a study, and here Conrad lighted a candle, for no gas lights or electric lights were to be found in the house. I looked about me, dreading what the light might disclose, but the room, heavily tapestried and bizarrely furnished, was empty save for us two. Where is it?" I asked in a husky whisper from a throat gone dry. "Upstairs," answered Conrad in a low voice, showing that the silence and mystery of the house had laid a spell on him also. "Upstairs in the library where he died." I glanced up involuntarily. Somewhere above our head, the lone master of this grim house was stretched out in his last sleep, silent, his white face set in a grinning mask of death. Panic swept over me, and I fought for control. After all, it was merely the corpse of a wicked old man who was past harming anyone. This argument rang hollowly in my brain, like the words of a frightened child who was trying to reassure himself. I turned to Conrad. He had taken a time-yellowed envelope from an inside pocket. "This," he said, removing from the envelope several pages of closely written, time-yellowed parchment, "is in effect the last word of John Grimlin, though God alone knows how many years ago it was written. He gave it to me 10 years ago, immediately after his return from Mongolia. It was shortly after this that he had had his first seizure. This envelope he gave me, sealed, and he made me swear that I would hide it carefully, and that I would not open it until he was dead, when I was to read the contents and follow their directions exactly. More, he made me swear that no matter what he said or did after giving me the envelope, I would go ahead as first directed. For, he said with a fearful smile, the flesh is weak, but I am a man of my word, and though I might, in a moment of weakness, wish to retract, it is far, far too late now. You may never understand the matter, but you are to do as I have said." "Well?" "Well," again Conrad wiped his brow. "Tonight, as he lay writhing in his death agonies, his wordless howls were mingled with frantic admonitions to me. Bring him the envelope and destroy it before his eyes." As he yammered this, he forced himself up on his elbows, and with eyes starting and hair standing straight up on his head, he screamed at me in a manner to chill the blood. And he was shrieking for me to destroy the envelope, not to open it. And once he howled in his delirium for me to hew his body into pieces and scatter the bits to the four winds of heaven. An uncontrollable exclamation of horror escaped my dry lips. "At last," went on Conrad, "I gave in. Remembering his commands 10 years ago, I at first stood firm. But at last, as his screeches grew unbearably desperate, I turned to go for the envelope, even though that meant leaving him alone. But as I turned with one last fearful convulsion in which blood-flecked foam flew from his writhing lips, the life went from his twisted body in a single great wrench." He fumbled at the parchment. "I am going to carry out my promise. The directions herein seem fantastic and may be the whims of a disordered mind, but I gave my word. They are, briefly, that I place his corpse on the great black ebony table in his library, with 7 black candles burning about him. The doors and windows are to be firmly closed and fastened. Then, in the darkness which precedes dawn, I am to read the formula, charm, or spell which is contained in a smaller, sealed envelope inside the first, and which I have not yet opened." "But is that all?" I cried. "No provisions as to the disposition of his fortune, his estate, or his corpse?" "Nothing. In his will, which I have seen elsewhere, he leaves estate and fortune to a certain Oriental gentleman, named in the document as Malik Tus." "What?" I cried, shaken to my soul. "Conrad, this is madness heaped on madness. Malik Tus. Good God, no mortal man was ever so named. That is the title of the foul god, worshipped by the mysterious Yazidis, they of Mount Alamount the accursed, whose 8 brazen towers rise in the mysterious wastes of deep Asia. His idolatrous symbol is the brazen peacock, and the Mohammedans, who hate his demon-worshipping devotees, say he is the essence of the evil of all the universes, the prince of darkness, Ahriman, the old serpent, the veritable Satan. And you say Grimlin names this mythical demon in his will?" "It is the truth." Conrad's throat was dry. "And look, he has scribbled a strange line at the corner of this parchment. 'Dig me no grave, I shall not need one.'" Again a chill wandered down my spine. "In God's name," I cried in a kind of frenzy, "let us get this incredible business over with." "I think a drink might help," answered Conrad, moistening his lips. "It seems to me I've seen Grimlin go into this cabinet for wine." He bent to the door of an ornately carved mahogany cabinet, and after some difficulty opened it. "No wine here," he said disappointedly. And if ever I felt the need of stimulants, what's this? He drew out a roll of parchment, dusty yellowed and half covered with spider webs. Everything in that grim house seemed, to my nervously excited senses, fraught with mysterious meaning and import, and I leaned over his shoulder as he unrolled it. It's a record of peerage, he said, such a chronicle of births, deaths, and so forth, as the old families used to keep in the 16th century and earlier. What's the name? I asked. He scowled over the dim scrawls, striving to master the faded archaic script. Grym, I've got it. Grimlin, of course. It's the record of old John's family, the Grimlins of Toad's Heath Manor, Suffolk. What an outlandish name for an estate. Look at the last entry. Together we read, John Grimlin, born March 10th, 1630. And then we both cried out. Under this entry was freshly written, in a strange scrawling hand, died March 10th, 1930. Below this, there was a seal of black wax, stamped with a strange design, something like a peacock with a spreading tail. Conrad stared at me speechless. All the color ebbed from his face. I shook myself with the rage engendered by fear. It's the hoax of a madman, I shouted. The stage has been set with such great care that the actors have overstepped themselves, whoever they are. They have heaped up so many incredible effects as to nullify them. It's all a very stupid, very dull drama of illusion. And even as I spoke, icy sweat stood out on my body, and I shook as with ague. With a wordless motion, Conrad turned toward the stairs, taking up a large candle from a mahogany table. It was understood, I suppose, he whispered, that I should go through with this ghastly matter alone, but I had not the moral courage, and now I'm glad I had not. A still horror brooded over the silent house as we went up the stairs. A faint breeze stole in from somewhere and set the heavy velvet hangings rustling, and I visualized stealthy taloned fingers drawing aside the tapestries to fix red gloating eyes upon us. Once I thought I heard the indistinct clumping of monstrous feet somewhere above us, but it must have been the heavy pounding of my own heart. The stairs debauched into a wide dark corridor in which our feeble candle cast a faint gleam, which but illuminated our pale faces and made the shadows seem darker by comparison. We stopped at a heavy door, and I heard Conrad's breath draw in sharply, as a man's will when he braces himself physically or mentally. I involuntarily clenched my fists until the nails bit into the palms. Then Conrad thrust the door open. A sharp cry escaped his lips. The candle dropped from his nerveless fingers and went out. The library of John Grimlin was ablaze with light, though the whole house had been in darkness when we entered it. This light came from 7 black candles placed at regular intervals about the great ebony table. On this table, between the candles, I had braced myself against the sight. Now, in the face of the mysterious illumination and the sight of the thing on the table, my resolution nearly gave way. John Grimlin had been unlovely in life. In death, he was hideous. Yes, he was hideous, even though his face was mercifully covered with the same curious silken robe which, worked in fantastic bird-like designs, covered his whole body except the crooked claw-like hands and the bare withered feet. A strangling sound came from Conrad. "My God," he whispered, "what is this? I laid his body out on the table and placed the candles about it, but I did not light them, nor did I place that robe over the body, and there were bedroom slippers on his feet when I left." He halted suddenly. We were not alone in the death room. At first we had not seen him, as he sat in the great armchair in a farther nook of a corner, so still that he seemed a part of the shadows cast by the heavy tapestries. As my eyes fell upon him, a violent shuddering shook me, and a feeling akin to nausea racked the pit of my stomach. My first impression was of vivid, oblique yellow eyes which gazed unwinkingly at us. Then the man rose and made a deep salaam, and we saw that he was an Oriental. Now, when I strived to etch him, clearly in my mind, I can resurrect no plain image of him. I only remember those piercing eyes and the yellow, fantastic robe he wore. We returned his salute mechanically, and he spoke in a low, refined voice. "Gentlemen, I crave your pardon. I have made so free as to light the candles. Shall we not proceed with the business pertaining to our mutual friend?" He made a slight gesture toward the silent bulk on the table. Conrad nodded, evidently unable to speak. The thought flashed through our minds at the same time that this man had also been given a sealed envelope. But how had he come to the Grimlin house so quickly? John Grimlin had been dead scarcely 2 hours, and to the best of our knowledge, no one knew of his demise but ourselves. And how had he got into the locked and bolted house? The whole affair was grotesque and unreal in the extreme. We did not even introduce ourselves or ask the stranger his name. He took charge in a matter-of-fact way, and so under the spell of horror and illusion were we that we moved dazedly, involuntarily obeying his suggestions given us in a low, respectful tone. I found myself standing on the left side of the table, looking across its grisly burden at Conrad. The Oriental stood with arms folded and head bowed at the head of the table, nor did it then strike me as being strange that he should stand there, instead of Conrad, who was to read what Grimlin had written. I found my gaze drawn to the figure worked on the breast of the stranger's robe in black silk, a curious figure, somewhat resembling a peacock and somewhat resembling a bat or a flying dragon. I noted with a start that the same design was worked on the robe covering the corpse. The doors had been locked, the windows fastened down. Conrad, with a shaky hand, opened the inner envelope and flooded open the parchment sheets contained therein. These sheets seemed much older than those containing the instructions to Conrad in the larger envelope. Conrad began to read in a monotonous drone which had the effect of hypnosis on the hearer. So at times the candles grew dim in my gaze, and the room and its occupants swam strange and monstrous, veiled and distorted like an hallucination. Most of what he read was gibberish. It meant nothing, yet the sound of it and the archaic style of it filled me with an intolerable horror. To the contract elsewhere recorded, I, John Grimlin, hereby swear by the name of the nameless one to keep good faith. Wherefore do I now write in blood these words spoken to me in this grim and silent chamber in the dead city of Kolth, whereto no mortal man hath attained but me. These same words now writ down by me to be read over my body at the appointed time to fulfill my part of ye bargain which I entered into of mine own free will and knowledge, being of right mind and 50 years of age this year of 1680 A.D. Here beginneth the incantation. Before man was, ye elder ones were, and even yet their Lord dwelleth among ye shadows, to which if a man set his foot, he may not turn upon his track. The words merged into a barbaric gibberish as Conrad stumbled through an unfamiliar language, a language faintly suggesting the Phoenician, but shuddery with the touch of a hideous antiquity beyond any remembered earthly tongue. One of the candles flickered and went out. I made a move to relight it, but a motion from the silent Oriental stayed me. His eyes burned into mine, then shifted back to the still form on the table. The manuscript had shifted back into its archaic English. "And ye mortal which gaineth to ye black citadels of Kolth, and speaks with ye dark lord, whose face is hidden, for a price may he gain his heart's desire, riches and knowledge beyond counting, and life beyond mortal span, even 250 years. Again Conrad's voice trailed off into unfamiliar gutturals. Another candle went out. "Let not ye mortal flinch, as ye time draweth nigh for payment, and ye fires of hell lay hold upon ye vitals as the sign of reckoning. For ye prince of darkness taketh his due in ye end, and he is not to be cozened. What ye have promised, that shall ye deliver. Oganatha Nashuba!" At the first sound of those barbaric accents, a cold hand of terror locked about my throat. My frantic eyes shot to the candles, and I was not surprised to see another flicker out. Yet there was no hint of any draught to stir the heavy black hangings. Conrad's voice wavered. He drew his hand across his throat, gagging momentarily. The eyes of the Oriental never altered. Among ye sons of men glide strange shadows forever. Men see ye tracks of ye talons, but not ye feet that make them. Over ye souls of men spread great black wings. There is but one black master, though men call him Satanas and Beelzebub and Apollyon and Ahriman and Malaktos. Mists of horror engulfed me. I was dimly aware of Conrad's voice droning on and on, both in English and in that other fearsome tongue, whose horrific import I scarcely dared to guess. And with stark terror clutching at my heart, I saw the candles go out one by one, and with each flicker, as the gathering gloom darkened about us, my horror mounted. I could not speak. I could not move. My distended eyes were fixed with agonized intensity on the remaining candle. The silent Oriental at the head of that ghastly table was included in my fear. He had not moved nor spoken, but under his drooping lids his eyes burned with devilish triumph. I knew that beneath his inscrutable exterior he was gloating fiendishly. But why? Why? But I knew that the moment the extinguishing of the last candle plunged the room into utter darkness, some nameless abominable thing would take place. Conrad was approaching the end. His voice rose to the climax and gathering crescendo. Approacheth now, ye moment of payment. Ye ravens are flying, ye bats wing against the sky. There are skulls in ye stars, ye soul and ye body are promised and shall be delivered up, not to ye dust again, nor ye elements from which spring life. The candle flickered slightly. I tried to scream, but my mouth gaped to a soundless yammering. I tried to flee, but I stood frozen, unable even to close my eyes. Ye abyss yawns, and ye debt is to pay. Ye light fails, ye shadows gather. There is no God but evil, no light but darkness, no hope but doom. A hollow groan resounded through the room. It seemed to come from the robe-covered thing on the table. That robe twitched fitfully. Ah, wings in ye black dark! I started violently. A faint swish sounded in the gathering shadows. The stir of the dark hangings? It sounded like the rustle of gigantic wings. Oh, red eyes and shadows! What is promised, what is writ in blood is fulfilled. Ye light is gulfed in blackness. Yah, Koth! The last candle went out suddenly, and a ghastly, unhuman cry that came not from my lips or from Conrad's burst unbearably forth. Horror swept over me like a black icy wave. In the blind dark, I heard myself screaming terribly. Then, with a swirl and a great rush of wind, something swept the room, flinging the hangings aloft and dashing chairs and tables crashing to the floor. For an instant, an intolerable odor burned our nostrils. A low, hideous tittering mocked us in the blackness. Then silence fell like a shroud. Somehow Conrad found a candle and lighted it. The faint glow showed us the room in fearful disarray, showed us each other's ghastly faces, and showed us the black ebony table. Empty! The doors and windows were locked as they had been, but the Oriental was gone, and so was the corpse of John Grimlin. Shrieking like damned men, we broke down the door and fled frenziedly down the well-like staircase where the darkness seemed to clutch at us with clammy black fingers. As we tumbled down into the lower hallway, a lurid glow cut the darkness, and the scent of burning wood filled our nostrils. The outer doorway held momentarily against our frantic assault, then gave way as we hurtled into the outer starlight. Behind us, the flames leapt up with a crackling roar as we fled down the hill. Conrad, glancing over his shoulder, halted suddenly, wheeled and flopped his arms like a madman and screamed. Soul and body he sold to Malaktos, who is Satan, 250 years ago. This was the night of payment, and, my God, look, the fiend has claimed his own. I looked, frozen with horror. Flames had enveloped the whole house with appalling swiftness, and now the great mass was etched against the shadowed sky, a crimson inferno. And above the Holocaust hovered a gigantic black shadow like a monstrous bat, and from its dark clutch dangled a small white thing, like the body of a man dangling limply. Then, even as we cried out in horror, it was gone, and our dazed gaze met only the shuddering walls and blazing roof, which crumpled into the flames with an earth-shaking roar. End of Dig Me No Grave.
The Empty House by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ty Fraser. The Empty House by Algernon Blackwood. Certain houses, like certain persons, manage somehow to proclaim at once their character for evil. In the case of the latter, no particular feature need betray them. They may boast an open countenance and an ingenious smile, and yet a little of their company leaves the unalterable conviction that there is something radically amiss with their being, that they are evil. Willy-nilly they seem to communicate an atmosphere of secret and wicked thoughts, which makes those in their immediate neighborhood shrink from them as from a thing diseased. And perhaps with houses the same principle is operative, and it is the aroma of evil deeds committed under a particular roof, long after the actual doers have passed away, that makes the goose-flesh come and the hair rise. Something of the original passion of the evil-doer and of the horror felt by his victim enters the heart of the innocent watcher, and he becomes suddenly conscious of tingling nerves, creeping skin, and a chilling of the blood. He is terror-stricken without apparent cause. There was manifestly nothing in the external appearance of this particular house to bear out the tales of the horror that was said to reign within. It was neither lonely nor unkempt. It stood crowded into a corner of the square, and looked exactly like the houses on either side of it. It had the same number of windows as its neighbors, the same balcony overlooking the gardens, the same white steps leading up to the heavy black front door, and in the rear there was the same narrow strip of green, with neat box borders running up to the wall that divided it from the backs of the adjoining houses. Apparently, too, the number of chimney pots on the roof was the same, the breadth and angle of the eaves, and even the height of the dirty area railings. And yet, this house in the square, that seemed precisely similar to its 50 ugly neighbors, was, as a matter of fact, entirely different. Horribly different. Wherein lay this marked, invisible difference is impossible to say. It cannot be ascribed wholly to the imagination, because persons who had spent some time in the house, knowing nothing of the facts, had declared positively that certain rooms were so disagreeable they would rather die than enter them again, and that the atmosphere of the whole house produced in them symptoms of a genuine terror, while the series of innocent tenants who had tried to live in it had been forced to decamp at the shortest possible notice, was indeed little less than a scandal in the town. When Shorthouse arrived to pay a weekend visit to his Aunt Julia, in her little house on the seafront at the other end of the town, he found her charged to the brim with mystery and excitement. He had only received her telegram that morning, and he had come anticipating boredom, but the moment he touched her hand and kissed her apple-skin-wrinkled cheek, he caught the first wave of her electrical condition. The impression deepened when he learned that there were to be no other visitors, and that he had been telegraphed for with a very special object. Something was in the wind, and the something would doubtless bear fruit, for this elderly spinster aunt, with a mania for psychical research, had brains as well as willpower, and by hook or by crook she usually managed to accomplish her ends. The revelation was made soon after tea, when she sidled close up to him as they paced slowly along the seafront in the dusk. "I've got the keys," she announced, in a delighted yet half-awesome voice. "Got them till Monday." The keys of the bathing machine, or?" he asked innocently, looking from the sea to the town. Nothing brought her so quickly to the point as feigning stupidity. "Neither," she whispered. "I've got the keys to the haunted house in the square, and I'm going there tonight." Shorthouse was conscious of the slightest possible tremor down his back. He dropped his teasing tone. Something in her voice and manner thrilled him. She was in earnest. "But you can't go alone," he began. "That's why I wired for you," she said with decision. He turned to look at her. The ugly, lined, enigmatical face was alive with excitement. There was a glow of genuine enthusiasm round it like a halo. The eyes shone. He caught another wave of her excitement, and a second tremor, more marked than the first, accompanied it. "Thanks, Aunt Julia," he said politely. "Thanks awfully. I should not dare to go quite alone," she went on, raising her voice. "But with you, I should enjoy it immensely. You're afraid of nothing, I know." "Thanks so much," he said again. "Is there anything likely to happen?" "A great deal has happened," she whispered, "though it's been mostly cleverly hushed up. 3 tenants have come and gone in the last few months, and the house is said to be empty for good now." In spite of himself, Shorthouse became interested. His aunt was so very much in earnest. "The house is very old indeed," she went on, "and the story, an unpleasant one, dates a long way back. It has to do with a murder committed by a jealous stableman who had some affair with a servant in the house. One night he managed to secrete himself in the cellar, and when everyone was asleep, he crept upstairs to the servants' quarters, chased the girl down to the next landing, and before anyone could come to the rescue, threw her bodily over the banisters into the hall below." "And the stableman?" "Was caught, I believe, and hanged for murder. But it all happened a century ago, and I've not been able to get more details of the story." Shorthouse now felt his interest thoroughly aroused. But, though he was not particularly nervous for himself, he hesitated a little on his aunt's account. "On one condition," he said at length. "Nothing will prevent my going," she said firmly. "But I may as well hear your condition." "That you guarantee your power of self-control if anything really horrible happens. I mean, that you are sure you won't get too frightened." "Jim," she said scornfully, "I'm not young, I know, nor are my nerves, but with you I should be afraid of nothing in the world." This, of course, settled it, for Shorthouse had no pretensions to being other than a very ordinary young man, and an appeal to his vanity was irresistible. He agreed to go. Instinctively, by a sort of subconscious preparation, he kept himself and his forces well in hand the whole evening, compelling an accumulative reserve of control by that nameless inward process of gradually putting all the emotions away and turning the key upon them. a process difficult to describe, but wonderfully effective, as all men who have lived through severe trials of the inner man well understand. Later, it stood him in good stead. But it was not until 10:30, when they stood in the hall, well in the glare of friendly lamps and still surrounded by comforting human influences, that he had to make the first call upon the store of collected strength. For once the door was closed, and he saw the deserted, silent street stretching away white in the moonlight before them, it came to him clearly that the real test that night would be in dealing with two fears instead of one. He would have to carry his aunt's fear as well as his own. And as he glanced down at her sphinx-like countenance and realized that it might assume no pleasant aspect in a rush of real terror, he felt satisfied with only one thing in the whole adventure, that he had confidence in his own will and power to stand against any shock that might come. Slowly they walked along the empty streets of the town. A bright autumn moon silvered the roofs, casting deep shadows. There was no breath of wind, and the trees in the formal gardens by the seafront watched them silently as they passed along. To his aunt's occasional remarks, Shorthouse made no reply, realizing that she was simply surrounding herself with mental buffers, saying ordinary things to prevent herself thinking of extraordinary things. Few windows showed lights, and from scarcely a single chimney came smoke or sparks. Shorthouse had already begun to notice everything, even the smallest details. Presently they stopped at a street corner and looked up at the name on the side of the house, full in the moonlight, and with one accord, but without remark, turned into the square and crossed over to the side of it that lay in shadow. "The number of the house is 13, whispered a voice at his side, and neither of them made the obvious reference, but passed across the broad sheet of moonlight and began to march up the pavement in silence. It was about halfway up the square that Shorthouse felt an arm slipped quietly but significantly into his own, and knew then that their adventure had begun in earnest, and that his companion was already yielding imperceptibly to the influences against them. She needed support. A few minutes later, they stopped before a tall, narrow house that rose before them into the night, ugly in shape and painted a dingy white. Shutterless windows without blinds stared down upon them, shining here and there in the moonlight. There were weather streaks in the wall and cracks in the paint, and the balcony bulged out from the first floor a little unnaturally. But beyond this generally forlorn appearance of an unoccupied house, there was nothing at first sight to single out this particular mansion for the evil character it had most certainly acquired. Taking a look over their shoulders to make sure they had not been followed, they went boldly up the steps and stood against the huge black door that fronted them forbiddingly. But the first wave of nervousness was now upon them, and Shorthouse fumbled a long time with the key before he could fit it into the lock at all. For a moment, if truth were told, they both hoped it would not open, for they were a prey to various unpleasant emotions as they stood there on the threshold of their ghostly adventure. Shorthouse, shuffling with the key and hampered by the steady weight on his arm, certainly felt the solemnity of the moment. It was as if the whole world, for all experience seemed at that instant concentrated in his own consciousness, were listening to the grating noise of that key. A stray puff of wind wandering down the empty street woke a momentary rustling in the trees behind them. But otherwise, this rattling of the key was the only sound audible. And at last it turned in the lock, and the heavy door swung open and revealed a yawning gulf of darkness beyond. With a last glance at the moonlight square, they passed quickly in, and the door slammed behind them with a roar that echoed prodigiously through empty halls and passages. But instantly, with the echoes, another sound made itself heard, and Aunt Julia leaned suddenly so heavily upon him that he had to take a step backwards to save himself from falling. A man had coughed close beside them, so close that it seemed they must have been actually by his side in the darkness. With the possibility of practical jokes in his mind, Shorthouse at once swung his heavy stick in the direction of the sound, but it met nothing more solid than air. He heard his aunt give a little gasp beside him. "There's someone here," she whispered. "I heard him." "Be quiet," he said sternly. "It was nothing but the noise of the front door." "Oh, get a light, quick," she added, as her nephew, fumbling with a box of matches, opened it upside down and let them all fall with a rattle onto the stone floor. The sound, however, was not repeated, and there was no evidence of retreating footsteps. In another minute they had a candle burning, using an empty end of a cigar case as a holder, and when the first flare had died down, he held the impromptu lamp aloft and surveyed the scene. And it was dreary enough in all conscience, for there is nothing more desolate in all the abodes of men than an unfurnished house dimly lit, silent and forsaken, and yet tenanted by rumour with the memories of evil and violent histories. They were standing in a wide hallway. On their left was the open door of a spacious dining room, and in front the hall ran, ever narrowing, into a long dark passage that led apparently to the top of the kitchen stairs. The broad uncarpeted staircase rose in a sweep before them, everywhere draped in shadows, except for a single spot about halfway up where the moonlight came in through the window and fell in a bright patch on the boards. This shaft of light shed a faint radiance above and below it, lending to the objects within its reach a misty outline that was infinitely more suggestive and ghostly than complete darkness. Filtered moonlight always seems to paint faces on the surrounding gloom, and as Shorthouse peered up into the well of darkness and thought of the countless empty rooms and passages in the upper part of the old house, he caught himself longing again for the safety of the moonlit square, or the cosy, bright drawing-room they had left an hour before. Then, realizing that these thoughts were dangerous, he thrust them away again and summoned all his energy for concentration on the present. "Aunt Julia," he said aloud, severely, "we must now go through the house from top to bottom and make a thorough search." The echoes of his voice died away slowly all over the building, and in the intense silence that followed, he turned to look at her. In the candlelight he saw that her face was already ghastly pale, but she dropped his arm for a moment and said in a whisper, stepping close in front of him, "I agree. We must be sure there's no one hiding. That's the first thing." She spoke with evident effort, and he looked at her with admiration. "You feel quite sure of yourself? It's not too late." "I think so," she whispered, her eyes shifting nervously towards the shadows behind. "Quite sure. Only one thing." "What's that?" "You must never leave me alone for an instant." "As long as you understand that any sound or appearance must be investigated at once, for to hesitate means to admit fear. That is fatal." "Agreed," she said a little shakily, after a moment's hesitation. "I'll try." Arm in arm, Shorthouse holding the dripping candle in the stick, while his aunt carried the cloak over her shoulders, figures of utter comedy to all but themselves, they began a systemic search. Stealthily, walking on tiptoe, and shading the candle lest it should betray their presence through the shutterless windows, they went first into the big dining room. there was not a stick of furniture to be seen. Bare walls, ugly mantelpieces, and empty grates stared at them. Everything, they felt, resented their intrusion, watching them, as it were, with veiled eyes. Whispers followed them, shadows flitted noiselessly to right and left. Something seemed ever at their back, watching, waiting an opportunity to do them injury. There was the inevitable sense that operations which went on when the room was empty had been temporarily suspended till they were well out of the way again. The whole dark interior of the old building seemed to become a malignant presence that rose up, warning them to desist and mind their own business. Every moment the strain on the nerves increased. Out of the gloomy dining room, they passed through large folding doors into a sort of library or smoking room, wrapped equally in silence, darkness, and dust, and from this they regained the hall near the top of the back stairs. Here a pitch-black tunnel opened before them into the lower regions, and, it must be confessed, they hesitated, but only for a minute. With the worst of the night still to come, it was essential to turn from nothing. Aunt Julia stumbled at the top step of the dark descent, ill-lit by the flickering candle, and even Shorthouse felt at least half the decision go out of his legs. "Come on," he said peremptorily, as his voice ran on and lost itself in the dark, empty spaces below. "I'm coming," she faltered, catching his arm with unnecessary violence. They went, a little unsteadily, down the stone steps, a cold, damp air meeting them in the face, close and malodorous. The kitchen, into which the stairs led along a narrow passage, was large, with a lofty ceiling. Several doors opened out of it, some into cupboards, with empty jars still standing on the shelves, and others into horrible little ghostly back offices, each colder and less inviting than the last. Black beetles scurried over the floor, and once, when they knocked against a deal table standing in the corner, something about the size of a cat jumped down with a rush and fled, scampering across the stone floor into the darkness. Everywhere there was a sense of recent occupation, an impression of sadness and gloom. Leaving the main kitchen, they next went towards the scullery. The door was standing ajar, and as they pushed it open to its full extent, Aunt Julia uttered a piercing scream, which she instantly tried to stifle by placing her hand over her mouth. For a second, Shorthouse stood stock still, catching his breath. He felt as if his spine had suddenly become hollow, and someone had filled it with particles of ice. Facing them, directly in their way between the doorposts, stood the figure of a woman. She had dishevelled hair and wildly staring eyes, and her face was terrified and white as death. She stood there motionless for the space of a single second. Then the candle flickered, and she was gone. Gone utterly, and the door framed nothing but empty darkness. "Only the beastly jumping candlelight," he said quickly, in a voice that sounded like someone else's, and was only half under control. "Come on, Aunt. There's nothing there." He dragged her forward. With a clattering of feet and a great appearance of boldness, they went on. But over his body the skin moved, as if crawling ants covered it, and he knew by the weight on his arm that he was supplying the force of locomotion for two. The scullery was cold, bare, and empty, more like a large prison cell than anything else. They went round it, tried the door into the yard and the windows, but found them all fastened securely. His aunt moved beside him like a person in a dream. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she seemed merely to follow the pressure of his arm. Her courage filled him with amazement. At the same time, he noticed that a certain odd change had come over her face, a change which somehow evaded his power of analysis. "There's nothing here, Auntie," he repeated aloud, quickly. "Let's go upstairs and see the rest of the house. Then we'll choose a room to wait up in." She followed him obediently, keeping close to his side, and they locked the kitchen door behind them. It was a relief to get up again. In the hall there was more light than before, for the moon had travelled a little further down the stairs. Cautiously they began to go up into the dark vault of the upper house, the boards creaking under their weight. On the first floor they found the large double drawing rooms, a search of which revealed nothing. Here also was no sign of furniture or recent occupancy, nothing but dust and neglect and shadows. They opened the big folding doors between front and back drawing rooms, and then came out again to the landing and went on upstairs. They had not gone up more than a dozen steps when they both simultaneously stopped to listen, looking into each other's eyes with a new apprehension across the flickering candle flame. From the room they had left hardly 10 seconds before came the sound of doors quietly closing. It was beyond all question. They heard the booming noise that accompanies the shutting of heavy doors, followed by the sharp catching of the latch. "We must go back and see," said Shorthouse briefly in a low tone, and turning to go downstairs again. Somehow she managed to drag after him, her feet catching in her dress, her face livid. When they entered the front drawing room, it was plain that the folding doors had been closed half a minute before. Without hesitation, Shorthouse opened them. He almost expected to see someone facing him in the back room, but only darkness and cold air met him. They went through both rooms, finding nothing unusual. They tried in every way to make the doors close of themselves, but there was not wind enough even to set the candle flame flickering. The doors would not move without strong pressure. All was silent as the grave. Undeniably, the rooms were utterly empty and the house utterly still. "It's beginning," whispered a voice at his elbow, which he hardly recognized as his aunt's. He nodded acquiescence, taking out his watch to note the time. It was 15 minutes before midnight. He made the entry of exactly what had occurred in his notebook, setting the candle in its case upon the floor in order to do so. It took a moment or two to balance it safely against the wall. Aunt Julia always declared that at this moment she was not actually watching him, but had turned her head towards the inner room, where she fancied she heard something moving. But at any rate, both positively agreed that there came a sound of rushing feet, heavy and very swift, and the next instant the candle was out. But to Shorthouse himself had come more than this, and he had always thanked his fortunate stars that it came to him alone and not to his aunt too. For as he rose from the stooping position of balancing the candle, and before it was actually extinguished, a face thrust itself forward so close to his own that he could almost have touched it with his lips. It was a face working with passion, a man's face, dark, with thick features, and angry, savage eyes. It belonged to a common man, and it was evil in its ordinary normal expression, no doubt, but as he saw it, alive with intense, aggressive emotion, it was a malignant and terrible human countenance. There was no movement of the air, nothing but the sound of rushing feet, stockinged or muffled feet, the apparition of the face, and the almost simultaneous extinguishing of the candle. In spite of himself, Shorthouse uttered a little cry, nearly losing his balance as his aunt clung to him with her whole weight in one moment of real, uncontrollable terror. She made no sound, but simply seized him bodily. Fortunately, however, she had seen nothing, but had only heard the rushing feet, for her control returned almost at once, and he was able to disentangle himself and strike a match. The shadows ran away on all sides before the glare, and his aunt stooped down and groped for the cigar case with the precious candle. Then they discovered that the candle had not been blown out at all. It had been crushed out. The wick was pressed down into the wax, which was flattened as if by some smooth, heavy instrument. How his companion so quickly overcame her terror, Shorthouse never properly understood. But his admiration for her self-control increased tenfold, and at the same time served to feed his own dying flame, for which he was undeniably grateful. Equally inexplicable to him was the evidence of physical force they had just witnessed. He at once suppressed the memory of stories he had heard of physical mediums and their dangerous phenomena, for if these were true, and either his aunt or himself was unwittingly a physical medium, it meant that they were simply aiding to focus the forces of a haunted house already charged to the brim. It was like walking with unprotected lamps among uncovered stores of gunpowder. So, with as little reflection as possible, he simply relit the candle and went up to the next floor. The arm in his trembled, it is true, and his own tread was often uncertain, but they went on with thoroughness, and after a search revealing nothing, they climbed the last flight of stairs to the top floor of all. Here they found a perfect nest of small servants' rooms, with broken pieces of furniture, dirty caned-bottomed chairs, chests of drawers, cracked mirrors, and decrepit bedsteads. The rooms had low, sloping ceilings, already hung here and there with cobwebs, small windows, and badly plastered walls, a depressing and dismal region which they were glad to leave behind. It was on the stroke of midnight when they entered a small room on the third floor, close to the top of the stairs, and arranged to make themselves comfortable for the remainder of their adventure. It was absolutely bare, and was said to be the room, then used as a clothes closet, into which the infuriated groom had chased his victim and finally caught her. Outside, across the narrow landing, began the stairs leading up to the floor above, and the servants' quarters, where they had just searched. In spite of the chilliness of the night, there was something in the air of this room that cried for an open window. But there was more than this. Shorthouse could only describe it by saying that he felt less master of himself here than in any other part of the house. There was something that acted directly on the nerves, tiring the resolution, enfeebling the will. He was conscious of this result before he had been in the room 5 minutes, and it was in the short time they stayed there that he suffered the wholesale depletion of his vital forces, which was, for himself, the chief horror of the whole experience. They put the candle on the floor of the cupboard, leaving the door a few inches ajar, so that there was no glare to confuse the eyes, and no shadow to shift about on walls and ceiling. Then they spread the cloak on the floor and sat down to wait, with their backs against the wall. Shorthouse was within 2 feet of the door onto the landing. His position commanded a good view of the main staircase leading down into the darkness, and also of the beginning of the servants' stairs going to the floor above. The heavy stick lay beside him, within easy reach. The moon was now high above the house. Through the open window they could see the comforting stars, like friendly eyes watching in the sky. One by one the clocks of the town struck midnight, and when the sounds died away, the deep silence of a windless night fell again over everything. Only the boom of the sea, far away and lugubrious, filled the air with hollow murmurs. Inside the house, the silence became awful. Awful, he thought, because any minute now it might be broken by sounds pretending terror. The strain of waiting told more and more severely on the nerves. They talked in whispers when they talked at all, for their voices aloud sounded queer and unnatural. A chilliness, not altogether due to the night air, invaded the room and made them cold. The influences against them, whatever these might be, were slowly robbing them of self-confidence and the power of decisive action. Their forces were on the wane, and the possibility of real fear took on a new and terrible meaning. He began to tremble for the elderly woman by his side, whose pluck could hardly save her beyond a certain extent. He heard the blood singing in his veins. It sometimes seemed so loud that he fancied it prevented his hearing properly certain other sounds that were beginning very faintly to make themselves audible in the depths of the house. Every time he fastened his attention on these sounds, they instantly ceased. They certainly came no nearer. Yet he could not rid himself of the idea that movement was going on somewhere in the lower regions of the house. The drawing-room floor, where the doors had been so strangely closed, seemed too near. The sounds were further off than that. He thought of the great kitchen, with the scurrying black beetles, and of the dismal little scullery. But somehow or other, they did not seem to come from there either. Surely they were not from outside the house. Then suddenly the truth flashed into his mind, and for the space of a minute he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing and turned to ice. The sounds were not downstairs at all. They were upstairs. Upstairs, somewhere among those horrid, gloomy little servants' rooms, with their bits of broken furniture, low ceilings and cramped windows. Upstairs, where the victim had first been disturbed and stalked to her death. And the moment he discovered where the sounds were, he began to hear them more clearly. It was the sound of feet moving stealthily along the passage overhead, in and out among the rooms and past the furniture. He turned quickly to steal a glance at the motionless figure seated beside him, to note whether she had shared his discovery. The faint candlelight coming through the crack in the cupboard door threw her strongly marked face into vivid relief against the white of the wall. But it was something else that made him catch his breath and stare again. An extraordinary something had come into her face and seemed to spread over her features like a mask. It smoothed out the deep lines and drew the skin everywhere a little tighter, so that the wrinkles disappeared. It brought into the face, with the sole exception of the old eyes, an appearance of youth and almost of childhood. He stared in speechless amazement. Amazement that was dangerously near to horror. It was his aunt's face indeed, but it was her face of 40 years ago. The vacant, innocent face of a girl. He had heard stories of that strange effect of terror, which could wipe a human countenance clean of other emotions, obliterating all previous expressions, but he had never realized that it could be literally true, or could mean anything so simply horrible as what he now saw. For the dreadful signature of overmastering fear was written plainly in that utter vacancy of the girlish face beside him. And when, feeling his intense gaze, she turned to look at him, he instinctively closed his eyes tightly to shut out the sight. Yet, when he turned a minute later, his feelings well in hand, he saw to his intense relief another expression. His aunt was smiling, and though the face was deathly white, The awful veil had lifted, and the normal look was returning. "Anything wrong?" was all he could think of to say at the moment. And the answer was eloquent, coming from such a woman. "I feel cold and a little frightened," she whispered. He offered to close the window, but she seized hold of him and begged him not to leave her side even for an instant. "It's upstairs, I know," she whispered, with an odd half-laugh, "but I can't possibly go up." But Shorthouse thought otherwise, knowing that in action lay their best hope of self-control. He took the brandy flask and poured out a glass of neat spirit, stiff enough to help anybody over anything. She swallowed it with a little shiver. His only idea now was to get out of the house before her collapse became inevitable. But this could not safely be done by turning tail and running from the enemy. Inaction was no longer possible. Every minute he was growing less master of himself, and desperate aggressive measures were imperative without further delay. Moreover, the action must be taken towards the enemy, not away from it. The climax, if necessary and unavoidable, would have to be faced boldly. He could do it now, but in 10 minutes he might not have the force left to act for himself, much less for both. Upstairs, the sounds were meanwhile becoming louder and closer, accompanied by occasional creaking of the boards. Someone was moving stealthily about, stumbling now and then awkwardly against the furniture. Waiting a few moments to allow the tremendous dose of spirits to produce its effect, and knowing this would last but a short time under the circumstances, Shorthouse then quietly got to his feet, saying in a determined voice, "Now, Aunt Julia, we'll go upstairs and find out what all this noise is about. You must come too. It's what we agreed." He picked up his stick and went to the cupboard for the candle. A limp form rose shakily beside him, breathing hard, and he heard a voice say, very faintly, something about being ready to come. The woman's courage amazed him. It was so much greater than his own, and, as they advanced, holding aloft the dripping candle, some subtle force exhaled from this trembling, white-faced old woman at his side that was the true source of his inspiration. It held something really great that shamed him, and gave him the support without which he would have proved far less equal to the occasion. They crossed the dark landing, avoiding with their eyes the deep black space over the banisters. Then they began to mount the narrow staircase to meet the sounds, which, minute by minute, grew louder and nearer. About halfway up the stairs, Aunt Julia stumbled, and Shorthouse turned to catch her by the arm. And just at that moment there came a terrific crash in the servants' corridor overhead. It was instantly followed by a shrill, agonized scream that was a cry of terror and a cry for help melted into one. Before they could move aside or go down a single step, someone came rushing along the passage overhead, blundering horribly, racing madly, at full speed, 3 steps at a time, down the very staircase where they stood. The steps were light and uncertain, but close behind them sounded the heavier tread of another person, and the staircase seemed to shake. Shorthouse and his companion just had time to flatten themselves against the wall when the jumble of flying steps was upon them, and 2 persons, with the slightest possible interval between them, dashed past at full speed. It was a perfect whirlwind of sound breaking in upon the midnight silence of the empty building. The 2 runners, pursuer and pursued, had passed clean through them where they stood, and already with a thud the boards below had received first one, then the other. Yet they had seen absolutely nothing. Not a hand or arm or face or even a shred of flying clothing. There came a second's pause. Then the first one, the lighter of the two, obviously the pursued one, ran with uncertain footsteps into the little room which Shorthouse and his aunt had just left. The heavier one followed. There was a sound of scuffling, gasping, and smothered screaming, and then out onto the landing came the step of a single person treading weightily. A dead silence followed for the space of half a minute, and then was heard a rushing sound through the air. It was followed by a dull, crashing thud in the depths of the house below, on the stone floor of the hall. Utter silence reigned after. Nothing moved. The flame of the candle was steady. It had been steady the whole time, and the air had been undisturbed by any movement whatsoever. Palsied with terror, Aunt Julia, without waiting for her companion, began fumbling her way downstairs. She was crying gently to herself, and when Shorthouse put his arm round her and half carried her, he felt that she was trembling like a leaf. He went into the little room and picked up the cloak from the floor, and, arm in arm, walking very slowly, without speaking a word or looking once behind them, they marched down the 3 flights into the hall. In the hall they saw nothing, but the whole way down the stairs they were conscious that someone followed them, step by step. When they went faster, it was left behind, and when they went more slowly, it caught them up. But never once did they look behind to see, and at each turning of the staircase they lowered their eyes for fear of the following horror they might see upon the stairs above. With trembling hands, Shorthouse opened the front door, and they walked out into the moonlight and drew a deep breath of the cool night air blowing in from the sea. End of The Empty House.
The Grave by Orville R. Emerson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The Grave by Orville R. Emerson. The end of the story was first brought to my attention when Fromwiller returned from his trip to Mount Carmel with a very strange tale indeed, and one extremely hard to believe. But I believed it enough to go back to the mount with From to see if we could discover anything more. And after digging for a while at the place where From's story began, we made our way into an old dugout that had been caved in, or at least where all the entrances had been filled with dirt, and there we found written on German correspondence paper a terrible story. We found the story on Christmas Day 1918 while making the trip in the Colonel's machine from Watteau in Flanders, where our regiment was stationed. Of course, you have heard of Mount Carmel in Flanders. More than once it figured in newspaper reports as it changed hands during some of the fiercest fighting of the war. And when the Germans were finally driven from this point of vantage in October 1918, a retreat was started which did not end until it became a race to see who could get into Germany first. The advance was so fast that the victorious British and French forces had no time to bury their dead, and terrible as it may seem to those who have not seen it, in December of that year one could see the rotting corpses of the unburied dead scattered here and there over the top of Mount Carmel. It was a place of ghostly sights and sickening odors, and it was there that we found this tale. With the chaplain's help, we translated the story which follows. For 2 weeks I have been buried alive. For 2 weeks I have not seen daylight nor heard the sound of another person's voice. Unless I can find something to do besides this everlasting digging, I shall go mad. So I shall write. As long as my candles last, I will pass part of the time each day in setting down on paper my experiences. Not that I need to do this in order to remember them. God knows that when I get out, the first thing I shall do will be to try to forget them. But if I should not get out, I am an Oberleutnant in the Imperial German Army. 2 weeks ago my regiment was holding Mount Carmel in Flanders. We were surrounded on three sides and subjected to a terrific artillery fire, but on account of the commanding position, we were ordered to hold the mount to the last man. Our engineers, however, had made things very comfortable. Numerous deep dugouts had been constructed, and in them we were comparatively safe from shell fire. Many of these had been connected by passageways so that there was a regular little underground city, and the majority of the garrison never left the protection of the dugouts. But even under these circumstances, our casualties were heavy. Lookouts had to be maintained above ground, and once in a while a direct hit by one of the huge railway guns would even destroy some of the dugouts. A little over 2 weeks ago, I can't be sure because I have lost track of the exact number of days, the usual shelling was increased 100-fold. With about 20 others, I was sleeping in one of the shallower dugouts. The tremendous increase in shelling awakened me with a start, and my first impulse was to go at once into a deeper dugout which was connected to the one I was in by an underground passageway. It was a smaller dugout built a few feet lower than the one I was in. It had been used as a sort of a storeroom, and no one was supposed to sleep there. But it seemed safer to me, and alone I crept into it. 1,000 times since I have wished I had taken another man with me, but my chances for doing it were soon gone. I had hardly entered the smaller dugout when there was a tremendous explosion behind me. The ground shook as if a mine had exploded below us. Whether that was indeed the case, or whether some extra-large caliber explosive shell had struck the dugout behind me, I never knew. After the shock of the explosion had passed, I went back to the passageway. When about halfway along it, I found the timbers above had fallen, allowing the earth to settle, and my way was effectually blocked. So I returned to the dugout and waited alone through several hours of terrific shelling. The only other entrance to the dugout I was in was the main entrance from the trench above, and all those who had been above ground had gone into dugouts long before this. So I could not expect anyone to enter while the shelling continued, and when it ceased there would surely be an attack. As I did not want to be killed by a grenade thrown down the entrance, I remained awake in order to rush out at the first signs of cessation of the bombardment and join what comrades there might be left on the hill. After about 6 hours of the heavy bombardment, all sound above ground seemed to ease. 5 minutes went by, then 10. Surely the attack was coming. I rushed to the stairway leading out to the air. I took a couple of strides up the stairs. There was a blinding flash and a deafening explosion. I felt myself falling. Then darkness swallowed everything. How long I lay unconscious in the dugout I never knew, but after what seemed like a long time I practically grew conscious of a dull ache in my left arm. I could not move it. I opened my eyes and found only darkness. I felt pain and a stiffness all over my body. Slowly I rose, struck a match, found a candle and lit it, and looked at my watch. It had stopped. I did not know how long I had remained there unconscious. All noise of bombardment had ceased. I stood and listened for some time, but could hear no sound of any kind. My gaze fell on the stairway entrance. I started in alarm. The end of the dugout where the entrance was half filled with dirt. I went out and looked closer. The entrance was completely filled with dirt at the bottom, and no light of any kind could be seen from above. I went to the passageway to the other dugout, although I remembered it had caved in. I examined the fallen timbers closely. Between two of them I could feel a slight movement of air. Here was an opening to the outside world. I tried to move the timbers as well as I could with one arm, only to precipitate a small avalanche of dirt which filled the crack. Quickly I dug at the dirt until again I could feel the movement of air. This might be the only place where I could obtain fresh air. I was convinced that it would take some little work to open up either of the passageways, and I began to feel hungry. Luckily there was a good supply of canned foods and hard bread, for the officers had kept their rations stored in this dugout. I also found a keg of water and about a dozen bottles of wine, which I discovered to be very good. After I had relieved my appetite and finished one of the bottles of wine, I felt sleepy, and although my left arm pained me considerably, I soon dropped off to sleep. The time I have allowed myself for writing is up, so I will stop for today. After I have performed my daily task of digging tomorrow, I shall again write. Already my mind feels easier. Surely help will come soon. At any rate, within 2 more weeks I shall have liberated myself. Already I am halfway up the stairs. and my ration will last that long. I've divided them so they will. Yesterday I did not feel like writing after I finished my digging. My arm pained me considerably. I guess I used it too much. But today I was more careful with it, and it feels better. And I'm worried again. Twice today big piles of earth caved in where the timbers above were loose, and each time as much dirt fell into the passageway as I can remove in a day. 2 days more before I can count on getting out by myself. The rations will have to be stretched out some more. The daily amount is already pretty small, but I shall go on with my account. From the time I became conscious, I started my watch, and since then I have kept track of the days. On the second day, I took stock of the food, water, wood, matches, candles, etc., and found a plentiful supply for 2 weeks at least. At that time, I did not look forward to a stay of more than a few days in my prison. Either the enemy or ourselves will occupy the hill, I told myself, because it is such an important position, and whoever now holds the hill will be compelled to dig in deeply in order to hold it. So, to my mind, it was only a matter of a few days until either the entrance of the passageway would be cleared, and my only doubts were as to whether it would be friend or enemy that would discover me. My arm felt better, although I could not use it much, and so I spent the day in reading an old newspaper which I found among the food supplies, and in waiting for help to come. What a fool I was! If I had only worked from the start, I would be just that many days nearer deliverance. On the third day I was annoyed by water which began dripping from the roof and seeping in at the sides of the dugout. I cursed that muddy water then, as I have often cursed such dugout nuisances before, but it may be that I shall yet bless that water and it shall save my life. But it certainly made things uncomfortable. So I spent the day in moving my bunk, food and water supplies, candles, etc. up into the passageway. For a space of about 10 feet it was unobstructed, and being slightly higher than the dugout was drier and more comfortable. Besides, the air was much better here, as I had found that practically all my supply of fresh air came in through the crack between the timbers, and I thought maybe the rats wouldn't bother me so much at night. Again I spent the balance of the day simply in waiting for help. It was not until well into the 4th day that I really began to feel uneasy. It suddenly became impressed on my consciousness that I had not heard the sound of a gun or felt the earth shake from the force of a concussion since the fatal shell that had filled the entrance. What was the meaning of the silence? Why did I hear no sounds of fighting? It was as still as a grave. What a horrible death to die, buried alive. A panic of fear swept over me, but my will and reason reasserted itself. In time I should be able to dig myself out by my own efforts. It should take time, but it could be done. So, although I could not use my left arm as yet, I spent the rest of that day and all of the 2 following days in digging dirt from the entrance and carrying it back into the far corner of the dugout. On the 7th day after regaining consciousness, I was tired and stiff from my unwanted exertions of the 3 previous days. I could see by this time that it was a matter of weeks, 2 or 3 at least, before I could hope to liberate myself. I might be rescued by an earlier date, but without outside aid, it would take probably 3 more weeks of labor before I could dig my way out. Already dirt had caved in from the top where the timbers had sprung apart, and I could repair the damage of the roof of the stairway only by a crude way with one arm. But my left arm was much better. With a day's rest I would be able to use it pretty well. Besides, I must conserve my energy. So I spent the 7th day in rest and prayer for my speedy release from a living grave. I also reapportioned my food on the basis of 3 more weeks. It made the daily portions pretty small, especially as the digging was strenuous work. There was a large supply of candles, so that I had plenty of light for any work, but the supply of water bothered me. Almost half of the small keg was gone in the first week. I decided to drink only once a day. The following 6 days were all days of feverish labor, light eating, and even lighter drinking. But despite all my efforts, only a quarter of the keg was left at the end of 2 weeks. And the horror of the situation grew on me. My imagination would not be quiet. I would picture to myself the agonies to come when I would have even less food and water than at present. My mind would run on and on to death by starvation, to the finding of my emaciated body by those who would eventually open up the dugout, even to their attempts to reconstruct the story of my end. And adding to my physical discomfort were the swarming vermin infesting the dugout and my person. A month had gone by since I had had a bath, and I could not now spare a drop of water even to wash my face. The rats had become so bold that I had to leave a candle burning all night in order to protect myself in my sleep. Partly to relieve my mind, I started to write this tale of my experiences. It did act as a relief at first, but now, as I read it over, the growing terror of this awful place grips me. I would cease writing, but some impulse urges me to write each day. 3 weeks have passed since I was buried in this living tomb. Today I drank the last drop of water in the keg. There is a pool of stagnant water on the dugout floor, dirty, slimy, and alive with vermin, always standing there, fed by drippings from the roof. As yet, I cannot bring myself to touch it. Today I divided up my food supply for another week. God knows the portions were already small enough. But there have been so many cave-ins recently that I can never finish clearing the entrance in another week. Sometimes I feel that I shall never clear it, but I must. I can never bear to die here. I must will myself to escape, and I shall escape. Did not the captain often say that the will to win was half the victory? I shall rest no more. Every waking hour must be spent in removing the treacherous dirt. Even my writing must cease. Oh my God, I'm afraid. I must write to relieve my mind. Last night I went to sleep at 9 by my watch. At 12 I woke to find myself in the dark, frantically digging with my bare hands at the hard sides of the dugout. After some trouble I found a candle and lit it. The whole dugout was upset. My food supplies were lying in the mud. The box of candles had been spilled. My fingernails were broken and bloody from clawing at the ground. The realization dawned upon me that I had been out of my head. And then came the fear, dark, raging fear of insanity. I've been drinking the stagnant water from the floor for days. I do not know how many. I have only about 1 meal left, but I must save it. I had a meal today. For 3 days I've been without food. But today I caught one of the rats that infected the place. He was a big one too. Gave me a bad bite, but I killed him. I feel lots better today. Have had some bad dreams lately, but they don't bother me now. The rat was tough though. Think I'll finish this digging and go back to my regiment in a day or two. Heaven have mercy. I must be out of my head half the time now. I have absolutely no recollection of having written that last entry, and I feel feverish and weak. If I had my strength, I think I could finish clearing the entrance in a day or two. But I can only work a short time at a stretch. I am beginning to give up hope. Wild spells come on me oftener now. I awake tired out from exertions which I cannot remember. Bones of rats picked clean and scattered about, yet I do not remember eating them. In my lucid moments, I don't seem to be able to catch them, for they are too wary and I am too weak. I get some relief by chewing the candles, but I dare not eat them all. I am afraid of the dark. I am afraid of the rats. But worst of all is the hideous fear of myself. My mind is breaking down. I must escape soon, or I'll be little better than a wild animal. Oh God, send help! I'm going mad. Terror, desperation, despair. Is this the end? For a long time I've been resting. I've had a brilliant idea. Rest brings back strength. The longer a person rests, the stronger they should get. I've been resting a long time now. Weeks or months, I don't know which. So I must be very strong. I feel strong. My fever has left me. So listen, there's only a little dirt left in the entranceway. I'm going out and crawl through it, just like a mole, right out into the sunlight. I feel much stronger than a mole. So this is the end of my little tale. A sad tale, but one with a happy ending. Sunlight, a very happy ending. And that was the end of the manuscript. There only remains to tell Fromweller's tale. At first I didn't believe it, but now I do. I shall put it down though, just as Fromweller told it to me, and you can take it or leave it as you choose. Soon after we were billeted at Watteau, said Fromweller. I decided to go out and see Mount Kemmel. I had heard that things were rather gruesome out there, but I was really not prepared for the conditions that I found. I had seen unburied dead around rulers and in the Argonne, but it had been almost 2 months since the fighting on Mount Kemmel, and there were still many unburied dead. But there was another thing that I had never seen, and that was the buried living. As I came up the highest point of the mount, I was attracted by a movement of loose dirt on the edge of a huge shell hole. The dirt seemed to be falling into a common center, as if the dirt below was being removed. As I watched, suddenly I was horrified to see a long, skinny human arm emerge from the ground. It disappeared, drawing back some of the earth with it. There was a movement of dirt over a larger area, and the arm reappeared together with the man's head and shoulders. He pulled himself up out of the very ground, as it seemed, shook the dirt from his body like a huge giant dog, and stood erect. I never want to see such another creature. Hardly a strip of clothing was visible, and what little there was so torn and dirty that it was impossible to tell what kind it had been. The skin was drawn tightly over the bones, and there was a vacant stare in the protruding eyes. It looked like a corpse that had lain in the grave a long time. This apparition looked directly at me, and yet did not appear to see me. He looked as if the light bothered him. I spoke, and a look of fear came over his face. He seemed filled with terror. I stepped toward him, shaking loose a piece of barbed wire which had caught in my puttees. Quick as a flash, he turned and started to run from me. For a second I was too astonished to move. Then I started to follow him. In a straight line he ran, looking neither to the right or left. Directly ahead of him was a deep and wide trench. He was running straight toward it. Suddenly it dawned on me that he did not see it. I called out, but it seemed to terrify him all the more, and with one last lunge he stepped into the trench and fell. I heard his body strike the other side of the trench and fell with a splash into the water at the bottom. I followed and looked down into the trench. There he lay with his head bent back in such a position that I was sure his neck was broken. He was half in and half out of the water, and as I looked at him, I could scarcely believe what I had seen. Surely he looked as if he had been dead as long as some of the other corpses scattered over the hillside. I turned and left him as he was. Buried while living, I left him unburied when dead. The End of The Grave by Orwell R. Emerson.
The Haunted Orchard by Richard Le Gallienne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marina47. Spring was once more in the world. As she sang to herself in the faraway woodlands, her voice reached even the ears of the city, weary with the long winter. Daffodils flowered at the entrances to the subway. Furniture-removing vans blocked the side streets. Children clustered like blossoms on the doorsteps. The open cars were running, and the cry of the cash-flow man was once more heard in the land. Yes, it was the spring, and the city dreamed wistfully of lilacs and the dewy piping of birds in gnarled old apple trees, of dogwood lighting up with sudden silver the thickening woods, of water plants unfolding their glossy scrolls in pools of morning freshness. On Sunday mornings, the outbound trains were thronged with eager pilgrims hastening out of the city to behold once more the ancient marvel of the spring. And on Sunday evenings, the railway termini were aflower with banners of blossom from rifled woodland and orchard, carried in the hands of the returning pilgrims, whose eyes still shone with the spring magic, in whose ears still sang the fairy music. And as I beheld these signs of the vernal equinox, I knew that I, too, must follow the music, forsake a while the beautiful siren we call the city, and in the green silences meet once more my sweetheart, solitude. As the train drew out of the Grand Central, I hummed to myself, "I've a neater, sweeter maiden in a greener, cleaner land." And so I said goodbye to the city, and went forth with beating heart to meet the spring. I had been told of an almost forgotten corner on the south coast of Connecticut, where the spring and I could live in an inviolate loneliness, a place uninhabited save by birds and blossoms, woods and thick grass, and an occasional silent farmer, and pervaded by the breath and shimmer of the sound. Nor had rumor lied, for when the train set me down at my destination, I stepped out into the most wonderful green hush, a leafy Sabbath silence through which the very train, as it went farther on its way, seemed to steal as noiselessly as possible for fear of breaking the spell. After a winter in the town, to be dropped thus suddenly into the intense quiet of the countryside makes an almost ghostly impression upon one. as of an enchanted silence, a silence that listens and watches but never speaks, finger on lip. There is a spectral quality about everything upon which the eye falls. The woods, like great green clouds, the wayside flowers, the still farmhouses half lost in orchard bloom, all seem to exist in a dream. Everything is so still, everything so supernaturally green. Nothing moves or talks, except the gentle susurrus of the spring wind swaying the young buds high up in the quiet sky, or a bird now and again, or a little brook singing softly to itself among the crowding rushes. Though from the houses one notes here and there are evidently human inhabitants of this green silence, none are to be seen. I have often wondered where the country folk hide themselves, as I have walked hour after hour past farm and croft and lonely dooryards, and never caught sight of a human face. If you should want to ask the way, a farmer is as shy as a squirrel, and if you knock at a farmhouse door, all is as silent as a rabbit warren. As I walked along in the enchanted stillness, I came at length to a quaint old farmhouse, old colonial in its architecture, embowered in white lilacs, and surrounded by an orchard of ancient apple trees which cast a rich shade on the deep spring grass. The orchard had the impressiveness of those old religious groves, dedicated to the strange worship of sylvan gods, gods to be found now only in Horace or Catullus, and in the hearts of young poets to whom the beautiful antique Latin is still dear. The old house seemed already the abode of solitude. As I lifted the latch of the white gate and walked across the forgotten grass, and up onto the veranda already festooned with wisteria, and looked into the window, I saw solitude sitting by an old piano, on which no composer later than Bach had ever been played. In other words, the house was empty, and going round to the back, where old barns and stables leaned together as if falling asleep, I found a broken pane, and so climbed in and walked through the echoing rooms. The house was very lonely. Evidently, no one had lived in it for a long time. Yet it was all ready for some occupant, for whom it seemed to be waiting. Quaint old four-poster bedsteads stood in 3 rooms, dimity curtains and spotless linen, old oak chests and mahogany presses, and opening drawers and Chippendale sideboards, I came upon beautiful frail old silver and exquisite china that set me thinking of a beautiful grandmother of mine, made out of old lace and laughing wrinkles and mischievous old blue eyes. There was one little room that particularly interested me, a tiny bedroom all white, and at the window the red roses were already in bud. But what caught my eye with peculiar sympathy was a small bookcase, in which were some 20 or 30 volumes, wearing the same forgotten expression, forgotten and yet cared for, which lay like a kind of memorial charm upon everything in the old house. Yes, everything seemed forgotten, and yet everything, curiously, even religiously, remembered. I took out book after book from the shelves. Once or twice flowers fell out from the pages, and I caught sight of a delicate handwriting here and there and frail markings. It was evidently the little intimate library of a young girl. What surprised me most was to find that quite half the books were in French poets and French romancers, a charming, very rare edition of Ronsard, a beautifully printed edition of Alfred de Musset, and a copy of Théophile Gaucher's Mademoiselle de Maupin. How did these exotic books come to be there alone in a deserted New England farmhouse? This question was to be answered later in a strange way. Meanwhile, I had fallen in love with the sad old silent place, and as I closed the white gate and was once more on the road, I looked about for someone who could tell me whether or not this house of ghosts might be rented for the summer by a comparatively living man. I was referred to a fine old New England farmhouse shining white through the trees a quarter of a mile away. There I met an ancient couple, a typical New England farmer and his wife, the old man lean, chin-bearded, with keen grey eyes flickering occasionally with a shrewd humour, the old lady with a kindly old face of the withered apple type and ruddy. They were evidently prosperous people, but their minds, for some reason I could not at the moment divine, seemed to be divided between their New England desire to drive a hard bargain and their disinclination to let the house at all. Over and over again they spoke of the loneliness of the place. They feared I would find it very lonely. No one had lived in it for a long time, and so on. It seemed to me that afterwards I understood their curious hesitation, but at the moment only regarded it as a part of the circuitous New England method of bargaining. At all events, the rent I offered finally overcame their disinclination, whatever its cause. And so I came into possession for 4 months of that silent old house with the white lilacs and the drowsy barns and the old piano and the strange orchard. And as the summer came on and the year changed its name from May to June, I used to lie under the apple trees in the afternoons, dreamily reading some old book, and through half-sleepy eyelids watching the silken shimmer of the Sound. I had lived in the old house for about a month, when one afternoon a strange thing happened to me. I remember the date well. It was the afternoon of Tuesday, June 13th. I was reading, or rather dipping here and there in Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. As I read, I remember that a little unripe apple, with a petal or two of blossom still clinging to it, fell upon the old yellow page. Then I suppose I must have fallen into a dream, though it seemed to me that both my eyes and my ears were wide open, for I suddenly became aware of a beautiful young voice singing very softly somewhere among the leaves. The singing was very frail, almost imperceptible, as though it came out of the air. It came and went fitfully, like the elusive fragrance of sweetbriar, as though a girl was walking to and fro, dreamily humming to herself in the still afternoon. Yet there was no one to be seen. The orchard had never seemed more lonely. And another fact that struck me as strange was that the words that floated to me out of the aerial music were French, half sad, half gay snatches of some long-dead singer of old France. I looked about for the origin of the sweet sounds, but in vain. Could it be the birds that were singing in French in this strange orchard? Presently the voice seemed to come quite close to me, so near that it might have been the voice of a dryad singing to me out of the tree against which I was leaning. And this time I distinctly caught the words of the sad little song. Chante, ô Seigneur le chanteur, toi qui as le cœur gai, tu as le cœur à rire, moi je l'ai à pleurer. But though the voice was at my shoulder, I could see no one. And then the singing stopped with what sounded like a sob. And a moment or two later I seemed to hear a sound of sobbing far down the orchard. Then there followed silence, and I was left to ponder on the strange occurrence. Naturally, I decided that it was just a daydream between sleeping and waking over the pages of an old book. Yet when next day and the day after the invisible singer was in the orchard again, I could not be satisfied with such mere matter-of-fact explanation. Ah, la clara fontana, went the voice to and fro through the thick orchard boughs. M'en allant promener, j'ai trouvé l'eau si belle que je m'y suis baignée. Lui a longtemps que je t'aime, jamais je ne t'oublierai. It was certainly uncanny to hear that voice going to and fro the orchard, there somewhere amid the bright sun-dazzled boughs, yet not a human creature to be seen, not another house even within half a mile. The most materialistic mind could hardly but conclude that here was something not dreamed of in our philosophy. It seemed to me that the only reasonable explanation was the entirely irrational one, that my orchard was haunted by some beautiful young spirit, with some sorrow of lost joy that would not let her sleep quietly in her grave. And next day I had a curious confirmation of my theory. Once more I was lying under my favorite apple tree, half reading and half watching the sound, lulled into a dream by the whir of insects and the spices called up from the earth by the hot sun. As I bent over the page, I suddenly had the startling impression that someone was leaning over my shoulder and reading with me, and that a girl's long hair was falling over me down onto the page. The book was a Ronsard I had found in the little bedroom. I turned, but again there was nothing there. Yet this time I knew that I had not been dreaming, and I cried out, "Poor child, tell me of your grief, that I may help your sorrowing heart to rest." But of course there was no answer. Yet that night I dreamed a strange dream. I thought I was in the orchard again in the afternoon and once again heard the strange singing. But this time, as I looked up, the singer was no longer invisible. Coming toward me was a young girl with wonderful blue eyes filled with tears and gold hair that fell to her waist. She wore a straight white robe that might have been a shroud or a bridal dress. She appeared not to see me, though she came directly to the tree where I was sitting. And there she knelt and buried her face in the grass and sobbed as if her heart would break. Her long hair fell over her like a mantle, and in my dream I stroked it pityingly and murmured words of comfort for a sorrow I did not understand. Then I woke suddenly as one does from dreams. The moon was shining brightly into the room. Rising from my bed, I looked out into the orchard. It was almost as bright as day. I could plainly see the tree of which I had been dreaming. And then a fantastic notion possessed me. Slipping on my clothes, I went out into one of the old barns and found a spade. Then I went to the tree where I had seen the girl weeping in my dream and dug down at its foot. I had dug little more than a foot when my spade struck upon some hard substance, and in a few more moments I had uncovered and exhumed a small box, which on examination proved to be one of those pretty old-fashioned Chippendale work-boxes used by our grandmothers to keep their thimbles and needles in, their reels of cotton and skeins of silk. After smoothing down the little grave in which I had found it, I carried the box into the house and under the lamplight examined its contents. Then at once I understood why that sad young spirit went to and fro the orchard singing those little French songs. For the treasure trove I had found under the apple tree, the buried treasure of an unquiet, suffering soul, proved to be a number of love letters written mostly in French in a very picturesque hand. Letters, too, written but some 5 or 6 years before. Perhaps I should not have read them. Yet I read them with such reverence for the beautiful, impassioned love that animated them, and literally made them smell sweet and blossom in the dust, that I felt I had the sanction of the dead to make myself the confidant of their story. Among the letters were little songs, 2 of which I had heard the strange young voice singing in the orchard. And of course there were many withered flowers and such-like remembrances of bygone rapture. Not that night could I make out all the story, though it was not difficult to define its essential tragedy. And later on a gossip in the neighborhood and a headstone in the churchyard told me the rest. The unquiet young soul that had sung so wistfully to and fro the orchard was my landlord's daughter. She was the only child of her parents, a beautiful, willful girl, exotically unlike those from whom she was sprung, and among whom she lived with a disdainful air of exile. She was as a child a little creature of fairy fancies, and as she grew up it was plain to her father and mother that she had come from another world than theirs. To them she seemed like a child in an old fairy tale strangely found on his hearth by some shepherd as he returns from the fields at evening. A little fairy girl swaddled in fine linen and dowered with a mysterious bag of gold. Soon she developed delicate spiritual needs to which her simple parents were strangers. From long truancies in the woods she would come home laden with mysterious flowers, and soon she came to ask for books and pictures and music, of which the poor souls that had given her birth had never heard. Finally she had her way, and went to study at a certain fashionable college. and there the brief romance of her life began. There she met a romantic young Frenchman who had read Ronsard to her and written her those picturesque letters I had found in the old mahogany workbox. And after a while the young Frenchman had gone back to France, and the letters had ceased. Month by month went by, and at length one day, as she sat wistfully at the window, looking out at the foolish sunlit roads, a message came. He was dead. That headstone in the village churchyard tells the rest. She was very young to die, scarcely 19 years. And the dead who have died young, with all their hopes and dreams still like unfolded buds within their hearts, do not rest so quietly in the grave as those who have gone through the long day from morning until evening and are only too glad to sleep. Next day, I took the little box to a quiet corner of the orchard and made a little pyre of fragrant boughs. For so I interpreted the wish of that young and quiet spirit. And the beautiful words are now safe, taken up again into the aerial spaces from which they came. But since then, the birds sing no more little French songs in my old orchard. End of The Haunted Orchard.
The Hermit of Ghost Mountain by C. Franklin Miller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Hermit of Ghost Mountain by C. Franklin Miller. It's gorgeous, sir. Perfectly gorgeous. Fascinating, too. There's something akin to madness in a storm like this. It makes wild clear, though. Thunder, lightning, wind, rain, roar, and awfulness. I can scarcely keep from throwing myself right into the thick of it all. But that wouldn't be wise. Too many trees are crashing down, and it's too dark to see. Besides, there's no telling how much of the slope has been washed away. Ooh, how she howls! It's the wildest party the old woods have had in many a moon. I'll swear I never felt the big hill tremble so, and I've lived up here on the top nigh on to 50 years. Feels as if the whole face of the cliff were being blasted away. I'll say you were lucky, son, in stumbling across my shack when you did. Lucky, too, that you didn't go tumbling down over the edge in the blackness. That's a drop of more than 500 feet and nothing but rocks at the bottom. Sort of makes you shiver to think of it, eh? But even that would be better than a struggle with one of the ghosts that go prowling around these woods. There's fully a score of them, and they'll all be out in forest this night. They just naturally go crazy whenever a gale sweeps across the top. Bad weather is our hobby up here, sir. But you needn't feel concerned. You're safe enough in here with the candles lit, even though it is a bit gloomy. Guess you think I'm not much of a host, but you'll have to overlook my ways, sir. It's very seldom that anyone gets to the top of Ghost Mountain, and my manners suffer from disuse. The folks down in the valley never venture near. Some say that they've heard strange sounds up here among the trees. Others say that they've seen queer sights. But they all agree that the old hill is haunted. That's how it got its name. According to an old story, Ghost Mountain was once the retreat for a band of outlaws who terrorized the country for miles around. Finally, they got to fighting among themselves and killed each other off. According to the story, that fight is still raging and can be seen and heard during a storm like this if anyone is bold enough to venture up the slope. Some mighty peculiar thefts have occurred down there in the valley. I've heard it said that food, drugs, and chemicals were the articles sought. But strange enough, the robbers have never been apprehended. The stolen goods have never been found. That's why the folks down there insist that the ghosts of the outlaws are still operating. Perhaps that's why you're up here tonight. Wanted to see those ghosts for yourself, eh? Reporter, maybe? You got the grit, son. It was a bold move. Bold blood. This is gorgeous. You came just in time, sir. Yes, indeed. Science can make use of you. But here, slip off those sopping clothes and crawl into this blanket. I'll put another log on the fire. Your things'll soon be dry. Come on, son, you might as well. You won't be able to venture out anyway until the storm has gone down. There, you look real comfortable now. We can't let your blood get chilled. That would be unpardonable. I'll pour out a drink that will warm you up. Guess you need it after that soaking. It's a pretty color, isn't it, son? Good stuff, too. Yes, it does look like blood, but what if it is? I've swallowed some viler liquids with the same color in my time, and they were called wine. Come, what's in a name? No? Well, I like it. It's such a beautiful red. Mighty nourishing, too, especially if it's fresh. When I was younger, there was nothing to me but skin and bones. I wasn't expected to live. Someone suggested I drink a quart of ox blood every day. At first it was worse than any medicine, but that was only a queer idea. I grew to like it. It made me immensely strong in time. Look at me, son. You would never guess that I was a puny weakling at one time. You might not believe that I've passed the century marked in age. This gray head of mine has gone uncovered through more than 100 winters, and I haven't known sickness in years. That is my secret, son. Maybe I'll tell it to you. Listen, you hear that wailing? Sounds like wind in the trees, but it's not. That's the ghost of Jerry McFadden. I know them all. I ought. He's the wildest one in the lot. Always comes prowling around at this hour, whether the moon shines or not, and starts his wailing. Jerry was as strong as an ox and no more intelligent. Just a hopeless idiot. There was nothing courageous about him. He simply didn't know enough to keep out of danger. But he had strong blood. That was his redeeming feature. Strong blood. So I used him. He hates me like poison. Sets a lot of traps to get me, but I'm wise in the ways of ghosts. He tries to creep into my brain whenever I'm off guard and make me do things which might cause death. Sounds unusual for an idiot, but they do say that death is a wonderful healer. Why, whenever I get near, now you'll hear a sobbing that will just urging me to jump, but I always manage to fight him off. Whew, what a crash. Seems to be getting worse outside. My toes are tingling yet from the shock. Felt as though it split the old hill right in two. Now you'll hear a sobbing that will just about wring your heart. Over here under the window on the outside. Hear it? Poor little Nina. A perfect beauty in her time and young. Young blood. Just another martyr to science. She's scared to death of thunder and always comes a-crying whenever the noise is especially piercing. I was hoping that Jerry would be able to comfort her, but it seems he is too busy watching me. But about Jerry, I didn't finish, did I? I killed him. Now, don't look that way. This was years ago when the big idea first dawned. Why, you aren't afraid, are you, son? Of course not. Bold blood can't be scared. Everybody down in the valley knows that I killed Jerry. At least I've told them, but they won't believe me. They just wag their heads and smile. Some tap their temples with their fingers as if to say I've gone mad. Fools! I killed Jerry, and that is the truth. Nothing could be plainer. And some way or another he wandered into the shack and was a-sitting right there where you are when I first saw him. I'd been experimenting for some time. Years, in fact. And when I saw his powerful frame, the big idea came to me in a flash. Strong blood. I plunged my knife straight through his heart and turned it round and round. He squealed like a stuck pig and bled just as much. Yes, Jerry was a husky ox. Did you ever see blood gush out of a dying heart, son? It's a gorgeous sight and interesting. At first it shoots out thick and rich like oil. It's a beautiful color. Jerry's was especially fine. Then it wells up fitfully for a spell and finally eases off into a tiny trickle. I'd like for you to see it, son. Jerry started his tricks from the very first. He made me feel scared for a spell, but that is how I came to make the mistake I did. I thought I had to hide his body, so I drained him down in the workshop and stuffed him underneath the bunk there. It was a mistake to keep it secret. For days I could not rid my mind of that dead carcass. The thought kept me from sleeping, too. My nerves grew jumpy and violent pains began to knock in my head. It got so that I could see that body wherever I looked. I could feel his heart thumping and burning away at my back whenever I tried to lie in the bunk. The time came when the beat of that heart never left me at all. It made no difference whether I was in the shack or out in the woods. I could always hear its monotonous thump, thump, thump. It felt like a hammer knocking in my ears, and I began to get dizzy spells. The horrible feeling possessed me that the beat of that heart was chipping off bits of my brain with each thump. I thought I was going mad. But a madman cannot reason, son. Always remember that. I began to reason. What was it that troubled me? The heart of Jerry McFadden. And why? Because I was nursing an overpowering secret. The remedy was simple. I'd reveal my secret and smother the heart. So I pulled out Jerry's body. His heart stuck like glue. Jerry hates me like poison. But I managed to pry it loose. I sealed it in a bottle. Here it is. See? Quite a little thing to kick up such a rumpus. That hole in the center is where I turned the knife. The smaller lump in there is the heart of little Nina. I thought she would be good company for Jerry, but he doesn't seem to pay much attention to her. He just wails around in the treetops while she cries outside the window there. Listen, do you hear them? Jerry can't be much of a ladies' man. He could at least be gallant on a night like this. Are you sure you won't have a drink, son? You look as pale as a ghost. Remember, it's strengthening. No? Well, I hate to drink alone, but here's to you. Yes, I bottled Jerry's heart and made my way down into the valley. They told me that a body had been fished out of the river and identified as Jerry's. No one would believe my story. They just smiled behind my back and whispered that the Hermit was going mad. I suppose my tale did sound wild, and instead of jailing me, they pitied me. Someone even suggested that I come down in the valley to live. They didn't know it, but that was impossible. I had my work to do up here. They thought Ghost Mountain was getting on my nerves. Funny that. Why, son, I love this big old hill, and the more ghosts, the merrier. They understand me, and I understand them. Except for Jerry. Are you smiling, sir? I saw the corners of your mouth twitch. Don't make the same mistake that the valley folk did. Don't be a fool. No sooner had I bottled up Jerry's heart than he started wailing. Just like that. Hear him? I thought he wanted company. Nina was such a pretty little thing, and I felt sure Jerry would be pleased. I found her lying in the midst of an auto smash-up near the bottom of the falls. She said her machine had hurdled the road at the top. She was badly jarred, and her left leg was broken, but she had no serious injuries. I carried her up here and tried to set the broken bone. She fainted. I wish you could have seen her then, son. She was a beautiful sight, and young blood. So I used her. I severed an artery in each wrist. I doubted if she ever even knew what happened. But I didn't make the same mistake as I had with Jerry. Only a fool would do that. I dug out her heart while it was still warm and put it in the bottle there. Again, those fools down below refused to believe me. They found her machine where I'd left it and said that her body was caught among the rocks deep under the surface where no one could get at it because of the forces of the stream pouring over the side. I and my tales were beginning to be a joke. The Hermit of Ghost Mountain was surely mad, but perfectly harmless. He was simply too old to live alone. That's why I don't bother them anymore with my tales. I haven't been seen down there in years. Truth is stranger than fiction. No one believes fiction. It's easier to believe a lie. Listen, you hear that groaning outside the door? That's the ghost of old Buck Weaver. He was old enough to die anyway. Old blood. Didn't have enough in his body to keep him warm. But what he had was useful. A little drop of old blood will go a long way, son. You are smiling, sir, just like the rest. Fools! Fools! All of you. The day will come when the Hermit of Ghost Mountain will be famous. Then no one will smile. They'll call me a genius instead of mad. They'll live for centuries and revere my name, for I've unearthed that thing which the world has been seeking since the days of Ponce de Leon. I've discovered the spring of life. You think I'm mad. I can see it in your eyes. Oh, you skeptics, you disbelievers. You've stood in the way of progress ever since the dawn of man. Even I had to steal away from your laughter and jeers and hide away among the phantoms of Ghost Mountain. A martyr to science. But in spite of your jeers, I'll make you rich. I'll give you everlasting life. Ah, that interests you, son. Always ready to live and enjoy, never ready to do and die. Bold blood takes all and gives nothing. This is gorgeous. Listen, grant the existence of food, air, and water, which are the gifts of nature. What one thing is essential to human life? Arms? Legs? No, I can cut them off and you'll live. Your head? I can decapitate you. Your heart? I can dig it out. But what would then happen? You'd bleed and I wouldn't be able to stop the flow. As soon as you'd be drained, your body would be useless. Why? Because you cannot live without blood. That is what life is dependent upon. Blood. You see, I reason, and still you think I'm mad. A madman cannot reason, son. I've told you so before. I like you, bold blood. Come, I'll show you the living proofs of my scientific statement. I keep them in my workshop underneath. Better bring another candle. The place is always dark, and one won't be enough. Catch hold of the railing, son. These steps are mighty steep. Careful. Cold down here, isn't it? Keep that blanket wrapped around you. Your blood must not be chilled. Guess it isn't necessary to start a fire. We won't be down here long. You are the first to see this, son, and you'll find it mighty interesting. Instructive, too. I call it the morgue of life, for here lie the martyrs of life eternal. Some are only flesh and bones. That is why their ghosts keep prowling around like wailing Jerry. Some are still living, but I keep them drugged. There is no suffering. Look at this one first, son. You see, his tongue is out. He cannot talk, and still he lives. You can feel his heart. And this specimen here has neither arms nor legs. I had a hard time pulling him through, but his heart is still a-pumping. Both of them have blood. They live. In this row of sacks are nothing but flesh and bones. These bodies are drained. They're dead. I keep their blood in separate jugs, all labeled over there. Notice, son, the blooded ones are living and the drained ones are dead. That proves the theory which forms the basis of my secret. Life cannot be maintained without blood. It is the very first essential. Are you cold, son? Your candle is shaking, so better tuck that blanket close about you. There. Now, let us take our reasoning a step further. We know that blood will maintain life. Then why do we all die in a few short years? Because each body contains only one type of blood. Either weak blood, strong blood, old blood, or some other one of the various types. In no body will we find a mixture. You must remember that some of the types of which I speak tend to increase life and some tend to diminish it. Therefore, we conclude that a correct mixture of certain types, eliminating the undesirable ones, will materially lengthen life. As the average length of life increases, long-lived types will be forthcoming, which upon being added to our mixture will still further increase the human span of years, and so on to life eternal. Do you follow me, son? The process is simple, like all things when once thought out. My difficulty arose over the selection of the correct types for my life-giving potion. I had still to determine my formula, and that is where Jerry helped me out. This is Jerry's sack. He'll soon be nothing but a powder. That jug there contains what is left of his blood. I had to add certain chemicals to keep it from coagulating. You will notice that it is a rich red, strong blood. Listen, Jerry is unusually wild tonight. Guess he knows we're talking about him. Here's the blood of little Nina. It is lighter in color. Young blood. Bring your flame a little closer, son. I want to see you clearly. This is the blood of old Buck Weaver. It is very dark, almost black in the candlelight. Old blood. And there you've seen 3/4 of my formula. Strong blood to give the necessary vitality for a longer life. Young blood to keep the system pliant and active. Old blood to increase the span of years. But the thing is not complete. One other is needed to fill the formula. Bold blood. To lend the mental courage and keep the body going. That's where you come in, son. Ah, there, don't struggle, I've got you. Bold blood never says die. This is gorgeous. If you hadn't jumped me then, I couldn't have used you. Bold blood is essential. See, I can hold you like a baby. My hair is gray, my bones are old. Another proof of a certain phase of my theory, sir. A man's no better than his blood, and I drink strong blood. It's useless, son. Take it easy. Don't be selfish. Think of humanity. Your bones will be famous in my morgue of life. Wait, I'll strap you down. There. I said that science could make use of you, and now is the time. I envy your martyrdom. Let's see, my knife. Don't shout, son. You'll frighten little Nina. There. 'Twas thus that I turned it round in Wayland Jerry. See how it gushes? Ah, bold blood is brisk. This is gorgeous. Strong blood, young blood, old blood, bold blood. My formula is complete. I can live another century. Are the candles still lit, son? I can scarcely see. Everything is black. Black. My head is swimming. I feel all numb. It's Jerry. I can hear him wailing in my brain. He's gotten in. Light, son. Light. He's choking. Killing. Ah! The following is an extract taken from a feature story appearing in the Valley Courier, dated September 10th, 1923. What happened up there in the Hermit's cabin will always remain a mystery. When Detective Sanderson's men broke in, they found a trap door in the floor standing open. The dugout below was littered with horrors. The ground was caked with dried pools of blood, while gallons of the same liquid filled numerous jugs standing around like wine. Fully a dozen burlap sacks stood arrayed along the wall, each one containing the decomposed remains of a human body. 2 unidentified men, both drugged, were found tied down to logs. One had his tongue cut out, while the other was minus arms and legs. Both of them are strangers in this locality. They are not expected to live. Young Donaldson was found strapped down on his back with a long hunting knife protruding from a horrible wound in his chest. The hermit was huddled up close by. His whole body was a mass of blood. There are indications of a hemorrhage having occurred from his nose and mouth. It is thought that he died of apoplexy, but no definite statement can be made until after the autopsy. Donaldson was the local correspondent of the Associated Press. It is believed he intended collecting sufficient data to weave a feature story around the Hermit of Ghost Mountain. End of The Hermit of Ghost Mountain by C. Franklin Miller.
If You Sleep in the Moonlight by J. Lisley Mitchell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Jones Gilardi. If you sleep in the moonlight, you dream. That was what he had been doing. God, what a dream. Suddenly awake, he found himself still sobbing, tense and high-strung, the blood pounding in his ears. Nightmare! This infernal moonlight! The rest of the room was in shadow, but across his face and pillow lay a beam of white radiance from the window, a wandering searchlight shaft out of the surrounding night and stillness. Warm and pringling, he brought his hands into the beams and covered his face with them. God, what a dream! He lay clutching his face. Remote across the mellow autumn night a dog bayed. The moonlight. A little wavelet of perfume drifted out of the darkness and lapped him. That bowl of Michaelmas daisies on the mantelshelf. He found the pressure of his fingers begin to relax involuntarily, his breath to come more easily. With a little laugh, he unblinded his eyes, so for a moment blinding them again in the moon radiance. He leant out of bed and groped in the blackness for the glass of ice water on his bedside table. Abruptly, its cold, smooth shape fitted into his fingers. He withdrew them with a gasp, lay petrified for a moment, then, again in the grip of nightmare remembrance, scrambled erect in a wild disorder of sheets. The sounds sifted to stillness across the room. That ice-cold touch. You fool, she's laying beside you. But he found he could not look. His left arm crept out across the pillows and then withdrew against his will. Of course she's there, lying full stretched in that way she has, hand under her cheek, hair a dark blot in the moonlight, one shoulder bare. Fast asleep, you fool. Then listen for her breathing. He listened. The night and its silences came into the room, listening also, crowding round the bed. The sweat started out on his forehead. Silence. He broke it with a sudden groan which echoed throughout the room, and then abruptly was caught and extinguished by the waiting quietness. He flung aside the sheets, closed his eyes, and pantingly, a shadow wrestling outside the moonlight beam, groped and pounded on the place where she should have lain. The dull thwacks of his blows sounded to his own ears oddly muffled. Suddenly, the watching shaft of moonlight vanished. At that he desisted and swung round in the disheveled bed, empty but for himself. Then he saw. The curtain was bellying and drifting across the window in a little waft of wind. Slowly it refurled and recoiled as he leant on his knuckles and watched it. The moonlight slipped into the room again. Below, in the darkness of the dining room, the clock struck 4. His frenzy had dropped from him. Dully, carefully, he got out of bed. The polished wood of the floor rose cold and radiant and faintly grainy to meet his feet. He stumbled to the window and put his head out into the moonlight and night air. Far across the sleeping town, the dog bayed again. No dream. He remembered it all now. Coolly, detachedly, he found himself remembering each detail. The house was utterly quiet. He looked round the room, looked down at his hands stealthily, then jerked them up, peered at them closely, smelt them. And a sudden test occurred to him. He lifted them up before his eyes, against the moonlight, to see if they trembled. But in the wavering sheen he could not be sure. Not even of the hand which had. It was with his left hand he had struck her, just below the chin, with the curved point of the old jackknife kept in the boot cupboard. He remembered now the undreamlike impact of the blow and her panting fall, and how surprised he had been that the blood had not gushed out as he had always imagined it would. Often enough, in the mounting shame of the past few months, he had imagined that happening, but it had merely oozed a little red-rimmed patch, and his care in catching her as she fell and turning her over so that the kitchen linoleum might bear no stain of evidence had been needless. He had knelt and peered closely into her face, then noting the startled amaze of her eyes and the twitching of her mouth. After that, she had lain very still, and he had risen and gone to the sink and had drank some water. Standing now in the moonlight, he drank again, his hand steady, but as he lifted the glass, he felt his arms ache. That was because of her weight in carrying her to the outhouse and laying her in the old tool chest. She had been surprisingly heavy, not that light weight his arms had known at other times, that first time of all in the hayfield by the sea. She had laughed up at him then, with the sunlight on her face, and covered her lips as he bent to kiss them. And they'd struggled a little, absurdly, in the sunlight and sea sound, and a gull had come circling in from the hidden shore and swooped and caught beside them. She laughed at that, dropping her hand from her mouth, following the bird with her eyes while he kissed her unshielded lips. She'd left her lips unshielded to many since then. Why was the house so quiet? The curtain eddied towards him on another ghostly puff of wind. He put out his hand to steady it, and at that the moonlight ran nimbly up his arm. He stared at it, listening to the thumping of his own heart. If you sleep in the moonlight, you dream. Once she told him that idly, sleepily in his arms, when they looked out together at the full moon. He'd never imagined then there were other arms she could occupy with just such content. He'd gone all unknowing the facts for years, till men glanced at him and grinned, and women's looks were pitying, and hints of his humiliation multiplied and grew in volume. Lying beside her at nights, they had deafened him like the roar of that sea beside which he had first kissed her. Light of weight then, with her face a meeting pace of sun and laughter. Not like that white blotch in the darkness of the tool chest, a floating thing glimpsed a moment in the blackness, as he'd closed the lid and tiptoed back to the kitchen. 2 hours ago, the clock had struck 2 as he'd come up the stairs alone. He started. A warm bead of perspiration had rolled from his scalp to his shoulder, yet his body was shivering with cold. He got into bed again. The clock below struck the half-hour, and at that, as if awaiting the signal, the moonlight veered suddenly from his pillow and did not return. He lay in the darkness, cold, yet feeling his throat beginning to perspire unaccountably. Tomorrow he would bury the body. Tomorrow. But what was happening to it out there, alone and cold in the blackness? Did it move? Somewhere he read that though the heart may cease to beat, the brain may not immediately die, supposing that behind that cold, battered face there were still thoughts, cold, slow thoughts, with no power to impress their urgings on the surrounding body, with dead nerves which could no longer carry the messages to action. But what if they could? If, impelled by some overwhelming purpose, the dead body could set itself in motion, burst open the chest, come out? In the dimness he grinned to himself strainedly. That was how others had given themselves away. They had imagined just such impossible things in just such still and waiting hours, had imagined them until they had become real. They had thought of the blind, dead bodies slowly creeping from the tool chest, crossing the garden, unlatching the kitchen window, creeping through, opening with dead, cold purpose the kitchen door, which gave upon the passage. What was that? A creak, a far ghost draught of air. He had left the kitchen door unlatched, of course. It could not be the body, face blood oozing, sightless, coming along the passageway. Shuffle, shuffle, dead steps in the dark. Down at the foot of the stairs now, slowly, gropingly, turning to mount. He sprang out of bed with a thud, stamped his feet, and thereat the sound ceased. Or did they? The thing had turned. It had crossed to the sitting room. Crash! The door below slammed and shook. Desperation came upon him. He seized the electric torch from his bedside table, pulled open the bedroom door, and thudded downstairs. Towards where, in the blackness, he sensed was the foot of the stairs, he ceased to run and stood listening with a pounding heart. Thereon, with a winking, vanishing spear beam of moonlight, the sitting-room door slammed again. As it did so, something clammy chilled his face, and the clinkle of an overturned utensil came from the kitchen. He gave a croaking sob, reached the foot of the stairs in lurching bounds, and crossed the hall. Whimpering, he caught the handle of the sitting-room door. Always loose on its catch, flung it open, and flashed his electric torch within. Lying on the table, the first object focused in the shaft of light lay a sheet of paper. He heard a sighing moan, which he realized came from himself. He stood staring at the scrap of paper, remembering it. Shaking, he bent to reread it. It was the note from his wife, which he had found awaiting him on his return home the previous evening. She had gone to the theater and would probably stay with a friend and not return home till morning. He had dreamt it all. Oh, God, a dream after all. If you sleep in the moonlight, you dream. An immense relief came on him, and with it a blinding, searing vision. This last nightmare hour of his, it might have been born of reality with no awakening, no letter of salvation to end it, had his angry seethings and plottings of the last evening found vent. For he had guessed the identity of the friend with whom she had gone to stay. Murder in his heart. He had ranged through the rooms, peering from the windows down the street, till exhaustion came upon him, and he must have dragged himself upstairs. A gurgling moan came from behind him. Torch in hand, he swung round confidently. Again in his face for a moment blew something cold. The damn kitchen door! With feet growing cold, he padded along the passage in the dead silence, through the kitchen, and there found that outer door had been verily left ajar. Hand on latch, he stopped and peered out into the moonlight. He did not remember having left the door open. How could he have done so? That was part of his dream. He smiled strainedly at the thought. Through the dim sheen bulked the outhouse. He made to close the kitchen door and then stopped. A nameless force swept him from the doorway, carried him down the garden path. He tore open the outhouse door, stumbled within, and flashed his torch upon the tool chest. And presently, through the still night and startling quiet folk from their beds, there rose scream upon scream of insane horror. If you sleep in the moonlight, you dream. End of If You Sleep in the Moonlight.
In the Dark by Dale Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The watchman's flashlight printed a white circle on the frosted glass, black-lettered door. Gregg Chemical Company Manufacturers. Asa Gregg, President. Private. The watchman's hand closed on the knob, rattled the door in its frame. Queer, but tonight the sound had seemed to come from in there. But that couldn't be. He knew that Mr. Gregg and Miss Carruthers carried the only keys to the office, so any intruder would have been forced to smash the lock. Maybe the sound came from the storage room. The watchman clumped along the rubber-matted corridor, flung his weight against that door. It opened hard, being of ponderous metal fitted into a cork casing. The room was an airtight, fireproof vault, really. His shoes gritted on the concrete floor as he prowled among the big porcelain vats. The flashlight bored through bluish haze to the concrete walls. Acid fumes escaping under the vat lids made the haze and seared the man's throat. He hurried out, coughing and wiping his eyes. It was damn funny. Every night lately he heard the same peculiar noises somewhere in this wing of the building. Like a body groaning and turning in restless sleep it was. It scared him. He didn't mention the mystery to anyone, though. He was an old man, and he didn't want Mr. Gregg to think he was getting too old for the job.
"Ace'd think I was crazy if I told him about it," he mumbled.
Inside the office, Asa Gregg heard the muttered words plainly. He sat very still in the big leather-cushioned chair, hardly breathing until the scrape of the watchman's feet had thinned away down the hall. There was no light in the room to betray him, only the cherry-colored tip of his cigar, which couldn't be visible through the frosted glass door. Anyway, it'd be an hour before the watchman's round brought him past the office again. Asa Gregg had that hour, if he could screw up his nerve, to use it. He took the frayed end of the cigar from his mouth. His hand, which had wasted to mere skin and bone these past few months, groped through the darkness, slid over the polished coolness of the dictaphone hood, and snapped the switch. Machinery faintly whirred. His fingers found the tube, lifted it.
"Miss Carruthers?"
he snapped. Then he hesitated. Surely he could trust Mary Carruthers. He'd never wondered about her before. She'd been his secretary for 12 years. Lately, since he couldn't look after affairs himself as he used to, she had practically run the business. She was 40, sensible, unbeautiful, and tight-lipped. Hell, he had to trust her. His voice plunged into the darkness.
"What I have to say now is intended for Mrs. Gregg's ears only. She will take the first boat home, of course. Meet that boat and bring her to the office. Since my wife knows nothing about a dictaphone, it will be necessary for you to set this record running. As soon as she has done so, leave her alone in the room. Make sure she's not interrupted for half an hour. That's all."
He waited a decent interval. The invisible needle peeled its thread into the revolving wax cylinder.
"Jeanette?"
muttered Asa Gregg, and hesitated again. This wasn't going to be easy to say. He decided to begin matter-of-factly.
"As you probably know, my will and the insurance policies are in the vault at First National. I believe you will find all of my papers in excellent order. If any questions arise, consult Miss Carruthers. What I have to say to you now is purely personal. I feel, my dear, that I owe you an explanation. That is, God, it came harder than he expected. Jeanette," he started in afresh. "You remember 3 years ago when I was in the hospital? You were in Palm Beach at the time, and I wired that there'd been an accident here at the plant. That wasn't strictly so. The fact is, I'd gotten mixed up with the girl."
He paused, shivering. In the darkness, a picture of Dot swam before him. The oval face, framed by gleaming swirls of lemon-tinted hair, had pouting scarlet lips and eyes whose allure was intensified by violet makeup. The full-length picture of her included a streamlined, full-blossomed, and yet delectably lithe body. A costly, enticing Broadway chorus orchid. As a matter of fact, that was where he'd found her. "I won't make any excuses for myself," Asa Gregg said harshly.
I might point out that you were always in Florida or Bermuda or France and that I was a lonely man. But it wasn't just loneliness. And I didn't seek companionship. I thought I was making a last bow to romance. I was successful, 60, and silly. And I did all the damn fool things. I even wrote letters to her. Popsy-wopsy letters. The dictaphone couldn't record the grimace that jerked his lips. She saved them, of course. And by, she put a price on them. $10,000. Dot claimed one of those filthy tabloids had offered her that much for him. And what was a poor working girl to do? She lied. I knew that. I told her to bring the letters to the office after business hours and I'd take care of her. I took care of her, all right. I shot her, Jeanette. He mopped his face with a handkerchief that was already damp. Not on account of the money, you understand. It was the thing she said after she had tucked the bills into her purse. Vile things about the way she had earned it 10 times over by enduring my beastly kisses. I'd really loved that girl, and I thought she'd cared for me a little. It was her hate that maddened me, and I got the gun out of my desk drawer. Asa Gregg reached through the darkness for the switch. He fumbled for the bottle which stood on the desk. His hand trembled, spilling some of the liquor onto his lap. He drank from the bottle. This part of the story he'd skip. It was too horrible even to think about. He didn't want to remember how the blood pooled inside Dot's fur coat, and how he'd managed to carry the body out of the office without leaking any of her blood onto the floor. He tried to forget the musky sweetness of the perfume on the dead girl, mingled with that other evil blood smell. Especially he didn't want to remember the frightful time he'd had stripping the gold rings from her fingers and the one gold tooth in her head. The horror of it coiled in the blackness about him. His own teeth rattled against the bottle when he gulped the second drink. He snapped the switch savagely, but when he spoke, his voice cringed into the tube. I carried her into the storage room. I got the lid off of one of the acid tanks. The vat contained an acid powerful enough to destroy anything except gold. In fact, the vat itself had to be lined with gold leaf. I knew that in 24 hours there wouldn't be a recognizable body left, and in a week there wouldn't be anything at all. No matter what the police suspected, they couldn't prove a murder charge without a corpus delicti. I had committed the perfect crime. Except for one thing. I didn't realize there'd be a splash when she went into the vat. Gregg laughed, not pleasantly. His wife might think it'd been a sob when she heard his record. Now you understand why I went to the hospital, he jerked. Possibly you'd call that poetic justice. Oh, God. His voice broke. Again, he thumbed off the switch and mopped his face with the damp linen. The rest, how could he explain the rest of it? He spent a long minute arranging his thoughts. You haven't any idea, he resumed. No one has any idea of how I've been punished for the thing I did. I don't mean the sheer physical agony, but the fear that I'd talk coming out of the ether at the hospital. The fear that she'd been traced to my office. I'd simply hidden her rings away, expecting to drop them into the river. Or that she might have confided in her lover. Yes, she had one. Or suppose a whopping big order came through and that tank was empty the very next day, and I couldn't ask any questions. I didn't even know what was in the papers. However, that part of it gradually cleared up. I quizzed Miss Carruthers and I learned that an unidentified female body had been fished out of the East River a few days after Dot disappeared. That's how the police solved the case. I got rid of her rings. I ordered the vat left alone. The other thing began about 6 months ago. A spasm contorted his face. His fingers ached their grip into the dictaphone tube. Jeanette, you remember when I began to object to the radio, how I'd shout at you to turn it off in the middle of a program? You thought I was ill and worried about business. You were wrong. The thing that got me was hearing her voice.
He gripped the cold cigar, chewed it.
It's very strange that you didn't notice it. No matter what station we dialed to, always that same voice came stealing into the room. But perhaps you did notice. You said once or twice that all those blues singers sounded alike. And she was a blues singer. It was she, all right, somewhere out in the ether reminding me. The next thing was, well, at first when I noticed it in the office, I thought Miss Carruthers had suddenly taken up with young ideas. You see, I kept smelling perfume.
And he smelled it now. It was like a miasma in the dark.
It isn't anything that Carruthers wears, he grated. It comes from, yes, the storage room. I realized that about a month ago, just after you sailed. One night I stayed late at the office, and I went in there. It seemed to be strongest around the vat, her vat, and I lifted the lid. The sweet, sticky musk smell hit me like a blow in the face. And that isn't all.
Terror stalked in this room. Asa Gregg, crouched in his chair, felt the weight of fear on him like a submarine pressure. His cigar, pitched to his knees, dropped to the floor.
You won't believe this, Jeanette.
He hammered the words like nails into the darkness in front of him.
You will say that it's impossible. I know that. It is impossible. It is a physiological absurdity. It contradicts the laws of natural science. But I saw something at the bottom of that vat.
He groped for the bottle. His wife would hear a long gurgle and then a coughing gasp.
The vat was nearly full of this transparent, oily acid, he went on. What I saw was a lot of sediment on the golden floor, and there shouldn't have been any sediment. The stuff utterly dissolves animal tissue, bone, even the common ores, keeps them in suspension. It didn't look like sediment either. It looked like a heap of mold, grave mold. I replaced the lid. I spent a week convincing myself that it was all impossible, that I couldn't have seen anything of the sort. Then I went to the vat again.
Silence hung in the darkness while he sucked wind into his lungs, and the words burst, separate, yammering shrieks.
I looked night after night for hours at a time. I watched the change. Did you ever see a body decompose? Of course not, neither have I, but you must know in a general way what the process is. Well, this has been the exact opposite. First, I stared at the heap of grave mold as it shaped itself into bones, a skeleton. I watched the coming of hair, a yellow tangle of it sprouting from the bare, round skull until, oh God, flesh began making itself before my eyes. I couldn't bear any more. I stayed away. I didn't come to the office for 5 days.
The tube slipped from his sweating, slick fingers. Panting, Asa fumbled in the dark until he found it. Exhaustion, not self-control, flattened his voice to a deadly monotone.
I tried to think of a way out, if I could fish the corpse out of the tank, but I couldn't smuggle it out of the plant alone. You know that, and so do I. Besides, what would be the use? If acid can't kill her, nothing can. That's why I can't have the lid cemented on. It wouldn't do any good either. Until 3 days ago, she hadn't the least color. Looked as white as a ghost in the vat. A naked ghost, because there's been no resurrection of her clothing. I've watched her limbs grow rosy. Her lips are scarlet. Her eyes are bright. They opened yesterday, and her breasts were rising and falling, and almost imperceptibly, but that was last night. And tonight, I swear it, her lips moved. She muttered my name. She turned. She'd been lying on her side, over onto her back.
The record would be badly blurred. His hand shook violently, bobbled the tube against his lips. Greg braced his elbows against the desk.
She isn't dead,
he choked.
She's only asleep. Not very soundly asleep. She's waking up.
The invisible needle quivered as it traced several noises. There was his tortured breathing and the clawing of his fingernails rattling over the desk. The drawer clicked as it opened. The loud click was the cocking of the revolver.
Soon she's gonna get out of that vat,
Greg bleated.
Jeanette, forgive me. God forgive me, but I will not. I cannot. I dare not stay to see her then.
The sound of the shot brought the watchman stumbling along the corridor. He crashed against the office door. It banged open in a shower of falling, frosted glass. The watchman's flashlight severed the darkness and printed its white circle on the face of Asa Gregg. He had fallen back into the chair, a blackish gout of blood running from the hole in his temple. He stared sightlessly into the light with his eyes that were two gnarls of shrunken brown flesh like knots in a pine board. Asa Gregg was blind, had been since that night 3 years past when the acid splashed. End of story.
The Ninth Skeleton by Clark Ashton Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. It was beneath the immaculate blue of a morning in April that I set out to keep my appointment with Guinevere. We had agreed to meet on Boulder Ridge, at a spot well known to both of us, a small and circular field surrounded with pines and full of large stones, midway between her parents' home at Newcastle and my castle on the northeastern extremity of the ridge, near Auburn. Guinevere is my fiancée. It must be explained that at the time of which I write there was a certain amount of opposition on the part of her parents to the engagement, an opposition since happily withdrawn. In fact, they had gone so far as to forbid me to call, and Guinevere and I could see each other only by stealth and infrequently. The ridge is a long and rambling moraine, heavily strewn in places with boulders, as its name implies, and with many outcroppings of black volcanic stone. Fruit ranches cling to some of its slopes, but scarcely any of the top is under cultivation. And much of the soil, indeed, is too thin and stony to be arable. With its twisted pines often as fantastic in form as the cypresses of the California coast, and its gnarled and stunted oaks, the landscape has a wild and quaint beauty, with more than a hint of the Japanesque in places. It is perhaps 2 miles from my cabin to the place where I was to meet Guinevere. Since I was born in the very shadow of Boulder Ridge, and have lived upon or near it for most of my 30-odd years, I am familiar with every rod of its lovely and rugged extent, and previous to that April morning would scarcely have refrained from laughing if anyone had told me I could possibly lose my way. Since then, well, I assure you, I should not feel inclined to laugh. Truly it was a morning made for the trysts of lovers. Wild bees were humming busily in the patches of clover and in the ceanothus bushes with their great masses of white flowers, whose strange and heavy perfume intoxicated the air. Most of the spring blossoms were abroad. Cyclamen, yellow violet, poppy, wild hyacinth, and woodland star, and the green of the fields was opalescent with their colors. Between the emerald of the buckeyes, the gray-green of the pines, the golden and dark and bluish greens of the oaks, I caught glimpses of the snow-white Sierras to the east, and the faint blue of the Coast Range to the west, beyond the pale and lilac levels of the Sacramento Valley. Following a vague trail, I went onward through the brushy woodland, and across open fields where I had to thread my way among clustering boulders. My thoughts were all of Guinevere, and I looked only with a casual and desultory eye at the picturesqueness and vernal beauty that environed my path. I was halfway between my cabin and the meeting place when I became suddenly aware that the sunlight had darkened, and glanced up thinking, of course, that an April cloud appearing unobserved from beyond the horizon had passed across the sun. Imagine then my surprise when I saw that the azure of the entire sky had turned to a dun and sinister brown, in the midst of which the sun was clearly visible, burning like an enormous round red ember. Then something strange and unfamiliar in the nature of my surroundings, which I was momentarily at a loss to define, forced itself upon my attention, and my surprise became a growing consternation. I stopped and looked about me, and realized, incredible as it seemed, that I had lost my way, for the pines on either hand were not those that I had expected to see. They were more gigantic, more gnarled than the ones I remembered, and their roots writhed in wilder and more serpentine contortions from a soil that was strangely flowerless, and where even the grass grew only in scanty tufts. There were boulders large as druidic monoliths, and the forms of some of them were such as one might see in a nightmare. Thinking, of course, that it must all be a dream, but with a sense of utter bewilderment which seldom, if ever, attends the absurdities and monstrosities of nightmare, I sought in vain to orient myself and to find some familiar landmark in the bizarre scene that lay before me. A path, broader than the one I had been following, but running in what I judged to be the same direction, wound on among the trees. It was covered with a gray dust, which, as I went forward, became deeper and displayed footprints of a singular form, footprints that were surely too attenuate, too fantastically slender to be human despite their 5 toe marks. Something about them, I know not what, something in the nature of their very thinness and elongation, made me shiver. Afterward I wondered why I had not recognized them for what they were, but at the time no suspicion entered my mind, only a vague sense of disquietude and indefinable trepidation. As I proceeded, the pines amid which I passed became momentarily more fantastic and more sinister in the contortions of their boughs and boles and roots. Some were like leering hags, others were obscenely crouching gargoyles. Some appeared to writhe in an eternity of hellish torture, others were convulsed as with a satanic merriment. All the while the sky continued to darken slowly, the dun and dismal brown that I had first perceived turning through almost imperceptible changes of tone to a dead, funereal purple, wherein the sun smoldered like a moon that had risen from a bath of blood. The trees in the whole landscape were saturated with this macabre purple, were immersed and steeped in its unnatural gloom. Only the rocks, as I went on, grew strangely paler, and their forms were somehow suggestive of headstones, of tombs and monuments. Beside the trail, there was no longer the green of vernal grass, only an earth mottled by the drying algae and tiny lichens the color of verdigris. Also there were patches of evil-looking fungi, with stems of a leprous pallor and blackish heads that drooped and nodded loathsomely. The sky had now grown so dark that the whole scene took on a semi-nocturnal aspect, and made me think of a doomed world in the twilight of a dying sun. All was airless and silent. There were no birds, no insects, no sighing of the pines, no lisping of leaves. A baleful and preternatural silence, like the silence of the infinite void. The trees became denser, then dwindled, and I came to a circular field. Here there was no mistaking the nature of the monolithal boulders. They were headstones and funeral monuments, but so enormously ancient that the letterings or figures upon them were well nigh effaced, and the few characters that I could distinguish were not of any known language. About them there was the hoariness and mystery and terror of incomputable eld. It was hard to believe that life and death could be as old as they. The trees around them were inconceivably gnarled and bowed as with an almost equal burden of years. The sense of awful antiquity that these stones and pines all served to convey increased the oppression of my bewilderment, confirmed my disquietude. Nor was I reassured when I noticed on the soft earth about the headstones a number of those attenuate footprints of which I have already spoken. They were disposed in a fashion that was truly singular, seeming to depart from and return to the vicinity of each stone. Now for the first time I heard a sound other than the sound of my own footfalls in the silence of this macabre scene. Behind me, among the trees, there was a sibilant rustling followed by a faint and evil rattling. I turned and listened. There was something in these sounds that served to complete the demoralization of my unstrung nerves, and monstrous fears, abominable fancies, trooped like the horde of a witch's sabbat through my brain. The reality that I was now to confront was no less monstrous. There was a whitish glimmering in the shadow of the trees, and a human skeleton, bearing in its arms the skeleton of an infant, emerged and came toward me. Intent as on some ulterior cryptic purpose, some charnel errand not to be surmised by the living, it went on by a tranquil pace, an effortless and gliding tread, in which, despite my terror and stupefaction, I perceived a certain horrible and feminine grace. I followed the apparition with my eyes as it passed among the monuments without pausing, and vanished in the darkness of the pines on the opposite side of the field. No sooner had it gone than a second, also bearing in its arms an infant skeleton, appeared and passed before me in the same direction, and with the same abominable and loathsome grace of movement. A horror that was more than horror, a fear that was beyond fear, petrified all my faculties, and I felt as if I were weighted down by some ineluctable and insupportable burden of nightmare. Before me, skeleton after skeleton, each precisely like the last, with the same macabre lightness and ease of motion, each carrying its pitiful infant, emerged from the shadow of the ancient pines and followed where the first had disappeared, intent as on the same cryptic errand. One by one they came, till I had counted 8. Now I knew the origin of the bizarre footprints whose attenuation had disturbed and troubled me. When the 8th skeleton had passed from sight, my eyes were drawn as by some irresistible impulsion to one of the nearer headstones, beside which I was amazed to perceive what I had not noticed before, a freshly opened grave, gaping darkly in the soft soil. Then at my elbow I heard a low rattling, and the fingers of a fleshless hand plucked lightly at my sleeve. A skeleton was beside me, differing only from the others through the fact that it bore no infant in its arms. With a lipless and ingratiating leer, it plucked again at my sleeve as if to draw me toward the open grave, and its teeth clicked as if it were trying to speak. My senses and my brain, a swirl in gulfs of hideous terror, could endure no more. I seemed to fall and fall through deeps of infinite eddying blackness with the clutching terror of those fingers upon my arm, till consciousness was left behind in my descent. When I came to, Guinevere was holding me by the arm, concern and puzzlement upon her sweet oval face, and I was standing among the boulders of the field appointed for our rendezvous. "What on earth is the matter with you, Herbert?" she queried anxiously. "Are you ill? You were standing here in a daze when I came, and didn't seem to hear or see me when I spoke to you. And I really thought you were going to faint when I touched your arm." End of The Night Skeleton by Clark Ashton Smith.
The Ode to Pegasus by Maria Moravsky. From Weird Tales, November 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Ode to Pegasus, a Dream Tale by Maria Moravsky. Eric could not sleep. There were mosquitoes in his room, and they sang in low, monotonous voices the praise of sleeplessness. The pallid moon shone straight into his eyes, and in its waning light the boy saw the weather vane on the garage roof spinning round and round in the changing wind. The weather vane represented a horse with wings, because before the advent of automobiles, the garage used to be a stable. A famous family of horse lovers kept their racehorses there. It had been long ago, Eric was told, maybe 50 years, maybe more. Eric was still of an age where 50 years and eternity are practically the same length. The old weather vane, silvered by the moon, looked ancient to him, as ancient as was the horse Pegasus, of which he had recently learned in school. a wonderful horse. The wind grew strong, its direction still undefined, his head dizzier and dizzier as the silver horse spun faster. Soon the buzzing of the mosquitoes grew faint, but another disturbing sound startled him. It was the whinnying of a horse. Nobody kept a horse on that modern street, in the up-to-date suburb where Eric's foster parents owned their ultra-modern house. Even the milkmen would come shattering the early hours of the morning with the rattling automobile truck. Eric looked curiously down the deserted street, milky white in the misty dawn. It seemed empty. Then some irresistible feeling of ill-directed curiosity made him look upward. The moon was so pale now that it resembled a piece of melting ice. The gray roof of the distant ex-stable could not be discerned in the milky mist. Only the weather vane shone brightly, the top of its metallic wings reflecting the unseen sunrise. The rounds it made now seemed wider and wider. It was as if the horse detached itself from its tether of steel wire. It was growing larger and larger. It flew more and more slowly around the roof's peak. Eric rubbed his eyes and jumped from the bed. Strange things began to happen. The great horse flew lower. It reached Eric's window. It alighted on the broad roof of the veranda above which the small dormer windows peeped at the world. Then, before Eric could formulate the sudden and beautiful desire, he saw it fulfilled. He was on the silvery back of the great horse, between the powerful wings beating the air with harmonious low swish. Rosy clouds formed in an oval track over which the great horse galloped. The unspeakable rapture which was Eric's began to fade as rapidly as it came. He heard his foster mother's voice calling, "Eric, it's 7 o'clock. Are you up?" She did not know how high up he was, thought Eric. He could not answer for fear of disturbing her. She might worry about this new sport he had discovered. She was always extremely solicitous, caring for his safety till it hurt. No, he would not call back from his brilliant place in the clouds, but she might hear the swish of the great wings and look up, and then all the fun would end. He must prevent that. Gently he slapped the horse's shining side and whispered into its trembling ear, "Higher! Take me higher!" The horse whinnied so that the buildings below trembled with awe. Its wings shot upward with uncanny speed. Never in his life had Eric ridden so fast, not even on that Memorial Day when his foster father took him to the stadium and let him fly in an airplane. "Eric!" He heard his mother's voice grow weaker yet more penetrating than before. There was anxiety in it, and Eric could not bear that. Through his great exhilaration it sounded, persistent, appealing. He looked with a sigh toward the distant stars he had hoped to reach, then put his mouth against Pegasus' ear once more. "I must go down to earth." He closed his eyes, not to see the hateful descent. Heights often made him dizzy, and he was afraid of falling during the rapid downward flight. He opened his eyes only when his feet touched the windowsill of his room. "The boy is very nervous, too much daydreaming. The other day, when his teacher asked him what he would like to be when he grows up, he answered, 'A flyer in the sky.'" Mr. Torrance smiled tolerantly at the anxiety sounding in his wife's voice. "Well, it isn't such an impractical dream, after all. Many level-headed men become pilots nowadays. In fact, one has to be very level-headed to make a success of it. I would not object if Eric—" Edwin Torrance! Such a dangerous occupation! You would hardly allow him to choose it if the boy were your own child." She instantly felt that the reproach was undeserved by her husband, who had been so fond of the boy, and amended her words with an affectionate pat on his shoulder. She admitted that she was too anxious about the boy. Feminine nonsense, all that. Yes, she would try to cure herself of it. It would be selfish to stand in the boy's way should he choose to become a pilot. Secretly, she hoped he would not. "As to his nervousness, we must consult a specialist," Mr. Torrance concluded hopefully. "It is natural at his age. The dangerous period between adolescence and youth, you know." Mr. Torrance thought he knew all about what he called the human mechanism. As the years went by, several nerve specialists went over Eric's consciousness and subconsciousness with a fine-tooth comb. Nothing seemed neglected there in the inner circle of his soul. He apparently overcame his habit of daydreaming and embraced willingly the risky but sane career of a pilot, which Mr. Torrance suggested to him, thinking that it was what the boy wanted himself. Eric no longer rode the great white horse. Instead, he mastered many ugly synthetic horses with dead, motionless wings, which depended on the noisy motors to lift them up to the sky. Once there, he seemed to regain the illusion of which the nerve specialists had robbed him. The rosy clouds at sunset were almost as beautiful and exciting as during the first ride in the sky when he had seen them from Pegasus back. Yet the airplane rides never gave him as much thrill as that first dazzling ride. Outwardly, he was a careful, persevering, level-headed driver, always minding weather forecasts, never accepting insane bets. He would not loop the loop or engage in the neck-breaking pastime of the tailspin. He would test most minutely every new plane entrusted to him before he ever mounted it. It was because of these qualities that he was chosen to take part in the great airplane race, the unseen track of which lay between New York and San Francisco. His aged foster mother was dead by now, so her kindly fretting and worrying could not stop him from accepting the honor of the racing. His father, even more level-headed than his foster son, saw no obstacle to it. He was rather proud of this boy whom he had made over, he thought, from a highly strung dreamer into a practical first-rate pilot. He would be dismayed, perhaps, and his pride would waver if he knew that, just on the day of the race, his level-headed foster son was occupied with a thing which was anything but practical. In the midst of the last preparations and fixings of his plane, he laid down his grease-proof gloves, took out a thin penknife given to him by his foster mother when he was a boy, and for the better half of an hour scratched something on the upper part of the left wing of the plane. When he finished, his eyes held a distant and dreamy look like that which would steal into them in the days of his earliest childhood. It was the last hour of the race. The great expanse of the Pacific widened before Eric's eyes, tired from the incessant wind, from which even his glasses would not wholly protect him. His face was hollow and smeared with perspiration. It seemed to him he had flown for days. He was so tired that he did not care any longer about the winning of the race. Although he was far ahead of all his competitors, the thought of it gave him no thrill. All his weary brain craved was unconsciousness. Unconsciousness of sleep, or even death. The numerous shocks of the changeable wind currents, and falling into air pockets, being beaten by rain and suddenly unexpected crop of hail never predicted by the weather report, and above all these physical trials, the supreme trial of ambition urging him on and on at top speed, ambition imposed upon him by his father's pride. All this was breaking his inner endurance. While his body still struggled on, the real Eric was almost unconscious of its efforts. He was so deathly tired, it seemed that nothing more could shock him. But as his tired eyes glimpsed the greenish-blue expanse of the misty ocean, with the large, queer-shaped clouds hung low over it, and the seagull's wings catching the glimpse of the unseen sunshine hidden somewhere behind those low clouds, he experienced a shock similar to that of his first ride. Had it been his first ride in an airplane, or a car, or something else? He was so tired that he could not recall it. Yet all his being strained like a hound on a leash towards some great experience which was about to be his. The great clouds above sailed lower, became pregnant with some unseen presence. Strange things began to happen. A great white horse emerged from the furthest cloud. It grew nearer and nearer the rattling plain, drowning the unharmonious voice of the querulous engine with the musical swish of its wings. "Pegasus!" cried Eric. "Something is wrong with the motor," warned the first layer of his consciousness. "Pegasus!" cried the real Eric. The great horse was now near, within the reach of his hand, but his hands clung to the despised synthetic thing which he was driving. His eyes were looking upward, while his ears tried to detect the ominous missings in the beats of the motor. He was like a house divided against itself, when he felt strange waves of powerful thought coming toward him. The luminous eyes of the great horse were now quite near. It was from them that the thoughts radiated. These orbs of concentrated moonlight flashed into his awed soul the message, "You have forgotten me. You have forgotten Pegasus, for this thing of metal and gas." "I've never forgotten you," shouted Eric. "Look on the outside of the left wing. I have written an ode in your honor. It is scratched on the aluminum so clearly a seagull could read it." "Then leave this machine and mount me," came the luring command. His mortally tired hands ceased to cling to the guide stick. Overwhelming dizziness came over him. He lurched forward, then leapt. Next moment he was on the back of the great horse, heading into eternity. The mangled thing they found among the steaming wreck of the winning airplane was not Eric. It was only his body, worn to death by the tiresome realities of life. The end of The Ode to Pegasus by Maria Moravsky.
Oh, Whistle and I'll Come to You, My Lad, by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oh, Whistle and I'll Come to You, My Lad, by M.R. James. I suppose you'll be getting away pretty soon now full term is over, Professor, said a person not in the story to the Professor of Ontography, soon after they had sat down next to each other at a feast in the hospital of St. James College. The Professor was young, neat, and precise in speech. "Yes," he said, "my friends have been making me take up golf this term, and I mean to go to the East Coast, in point of fact Burstow, I dare say you know it, for a week or 10 days, to improve my game. I hope to get off tomorrow." "Oh, Parkins," said his neighbour to the other side, "if you're going to Burnstow, I wish you would look at the site of the Templars' Preceptory, and let me know if you think it would be any good to have a dig there in the summer." It was, as you might suppose, a person of antiquarian pursuits who said this, but since he merely appears in this prologue, there is no need to give his entitlements. "Certainly," said Parkins the Professor. "If you will describe to me the whereabouts of the site, I will do my best to give you an idea of the lay of the land when I get back. Or I could write to you about it, if you would tell me where you are likely to be. Don't trouble to do that, thanks. It's only that I'm taking my family in that direction in the long, and it occurred to me that as very few of the English preceptories have ever properly planned, I might have an opportunity of doing something useful on off days. The professor rather sniffed at the idea that planning out a preceptory could be described as useful. His neighbour continued. The site, I doubt if there's anything showing above ground, must be quite close to the beach now. The sea has encroached tremendously, as you know, all along that bit of coast. I should think from the map it must be about 3/4 of a mile from the Globe Inn, at the north end of town. Where are you going to stay? Well, at the Globe Inn, as a matter of fact, said Perkins. I have engaged a room there. I couldn't get in anywhere else. Most of the lodging houses are shut up in winter, it seems, and as it is, they tell me that the only room of any size I can have is really a double-bedded one, and that they haven't a corner in which to store the other bed and so on. But I must have a fairly large room, for I am taking some books down and mean to do a bit of work, and though I don't quite fancy having an empty bed, not to speak of two, in what I may call for the time being my study, I suppose I can manage to rough it for the short time I shall be there. Do you call having an extra bed in your room roughing it, Parkins? Said a bluff person opposite. Look here, I shall come down and occupy it for a bit. I'll be company for you. The professor quivered, but managed to laugh in a courteous manner. By all means, Rogers, there's nothing I should like better, but I'm afraid you would find it rather dull. You don't play golf, do you? No, thank heaven, said the rude Mr. Rogers. Well, you see, when I'm not writing, I shall most likely be out on the links, and that, as I say, would be rather dull for you, I'm afraid. Oh, I don't know. There's certain to be somebody I know in the place. But, of course, if you don't want me, speak the word, Parkins. I shan't be offended. Truth, as you always tell us, is never offensive. Parkins was, indeed, scrupulously polite, and strictly truthful. It is to be feared that Mr. Rogers sometimes practised upon his knowledge of these characteristics. In Parkins' breast there was a conflict now raging, which for a moment or two did not allow him to answer. That interval being over, he said, Well, if you want the exact truth, Rogers, I was considering whether the room I speak of would really be large enough to accommodate us both comfortably, and also whether, mind I should have said this if you hadn't pressed me, you would not constitute something in the nature of a hindrance to my work. Rogers laughed loudly. Well done, Parkins, he said. It's all right, I promise not to interrupt your work. Don't you disturb yourself about that. No, I won't come if you don't want me, but I thought I should do so nicely to keep the ghosts off. Here he might have been seen to wink and to nudge his next neighbour. Parkins might also have been seen to become pink. I beg pardon, Parkins, Rogers continued. I oughtn't to have said that. I forgot you don't like levity on these topics. Well, Parkins said, as you mention the matter, I freely own that I do not like careless talk about what you call ghosts. A man in my position, he went on, raising his voice a little, cannot, I find, be too careful about appearing to sanction the current beliefs on such subjects. As you know, Rogers, or as you ought to know, for I think I have never concealed my views. No, you certainly have not, old man, put in Rogers' sotto voice. I hold that any semblance, any appearance or concession to the view that such things might exist, equivalent to a renunciation of all that I hold most sacred. But I am afraid I have not succeeded in securing your attention. Your undivided attention was Dr. Blimber actually said, Rogers interrupted, with every appearance of an earnest desire for accuracy. But I beg your pardon, Parkins, I'm stopping you. Not at all, said Parkins. I don't remember Blimber. Perhaps he was before my time, but I needn't go on. I'm sure you know what I mean. Yes, said Rogers rather hastily. Just so. We'll go into it fully at Burnstow or somewhere. In repeating the above dialogue, I have tried to give the impression which it made on me, that Parkins was something of an old woman, rather hen-like perhaps in his ways, totally destitute, alas, of the sense of humour, but at the same time dauntless and sincere in his convictions, and a man deserving of the greatest respect. Whether or not the reader has gathered so much, that was the character which Parkins had. On the following day Parkins did as he had hoped, succeeding in getting away from his college and in arriving at Burnstow. He was made welcome at the Globe Inn, was safely installed in the large double-bedded room of which we have heard, and was able, before retiring to rest, to arrange his materials for work in an apple pie order upon a commodious table which occupied the outer end of the room, and was surrounded on 3 sides by windows looking out seawards. That is to say, the central window looked straight out to sea, and those on the left and right commanded prospects along the shore to the north and south respectively. On the south you saw the village of Burnstow. On the north no houses were to be seen, but only the beach, and the low cliff backing it. Immediately in front was a strip, not considerable, of rough grass, dotted with old anchors, capstans, and so forth, then a broad path, then the beach. Whatever may have been the original distance between the Globe Inn and the sea, not more than 60 yards now separated them. The rest of the population of the inn was, of course, a golfing one, and included few elements that call for a special description. The most conspicuous figure was, perhaps, that of an ancien militaire, secretary of a London club and possessed of a voice of incredible strength, and on views of a pronouncedly Protestant type. These were apt to find utterance under his attendance upon the ministrations of the vicar, an estimable man with inclinations towards a picturesque ritual which he gallantly kept down as far as he could out of the deference to East Anglican tradition. Professor Parkins, one of whose principal characteristics was pluck, spent the greater part of the day following his arrival at Burnstow in what he had called improving his game. In company with this Colonel Wilson, and during the afternoon, whether the process of improvement were to be blamed or not, I'm sure, the Colonel's demeanour assumed a colouring so lurid that even Parkins jibbed at the thought of walking home with him from the links. He determined, after a short and furtive look at that bristling moustache and those incarnadined features, that it would be wiser to allow the influences of tea and tobacco to do what they could with the Colonel before the dinner hour should render a meeting inevitable. "I might walk home tonight along the beach," he reflected. "Yes, and take a look. They'll be light enough for that, at the ruins of which Disney was talking. I don't exactly know where they are, by the way, but I expect I can hardly help stumbling on them." This he accomplished, I may say, in the most literal sense, for in picking his way from the links to the shingle beach his foot caught, partly in a gorse root and partly in a biggish stone, and he went over. When he got up and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a patch of somewhat broken ground, covered with small depressions and mounds. These latter, when he came to examine them, proved to be simply masses of flints, embedded in the mortar and grown over with turf. He must, he quite roughly concluded, be on the site of the preceptory that he had promised to look at. It seemed not unlikely to reward the spade of the explorer. Enough of the foundations was probably left at no great depth to throw a good deal of light on the general plan. He remembered vaguely that the Templars, to whom this site had belonged, were in the habit of building round churches, and he thought a particular series of humps or mounds near him did appear to be arranged in something of a circular form. Few people can resist the temptation to try a little amateur research in a department quite outside their own, if only for the satisfaction of showing how successful they would have been had they only taken it up seriously. Our professor, however, if he felt something of this mean desire, was also truly anxious to oblige Mr. Disney, so he paced with care the circular area he had noticed, and wrote down its rough dimensions in his pocket-book. Then he proceeded to examine an oblong eminence which lay east of the centre of the circle, and seemed to his thinking likely to be the base of a platform or altar. At one end of it, the northern, a patch of the turf was gone, removed by some boy or other creature fere nature. It might, he thought, be as well to probe the soil here for evidences of masonry, and he took out his knife and began scraping away the earth. And now followed another little discovery. A portion of soil fell inward as he scraped, and disclosed a small cavity. He lighted one match after another to help him see what the nature of the hole was, but the wind was too strong for them all. By tapping and scratching the sides with his knife, however, he was able to make out that it must be an artificial hole in masonry. It was rectangular, and the sides, top and bottom, if not actually plastered, were smooth and regular. Of course it was empty. No. As he withdrew the knife he heard a metallic clink, and when he introduced his hand it met with a cylindrical object lying on the floor of the hole. Naturally enough, he picked it up, and when he brought it into the light, now fast fading, he could see that it too was of man's making. A metal tube about 4 inches long and evidently of some considerable age. By the time Perkins had made sure that there was nothing else in this odd receptacle, It was too late and too dark for him to think of undertaking any further search. What he had done had proved so unexpectedly interesting that he determined to sacrifice a little more light on the morrow to archaeology. The object which he now had safe in his pocket was bound to be of some slight value at least, he felt sure. Bleak and solemn was the view on which he took a last look before starting homeward. A faint yellow light on the west showed the links on which a few figures moving towards the clubhouse were still visible, the squat Martello Tower, the lights of Aldsley village, the pale ribbon of sands intersected at intervals by black wooden groins, the dim and murmuring sea. The wind was bitter from the north, but was at his back when he set out for the globe. He quickly rattled and clashed through the shingle and gained the sand, upon which, but for the groins which had to be got over every few yards, the going was both good and quiet. One last look behind to measure the distance he had made since leaving the ruined Templars church showed him a prospect of company on his walk, in the shape of a rather indistinct personage who seemed to be making great effort to catch up with him, but made little, if any, progress. I mean that there was an appearance of running about his movements, but that the distance between him and Parkins did not seem materially to lessen. So at least Parkins thought and decided that he almost certainly did not know him, and that it would be absurd to wait until he came up. For all that, company, he began to think, would really be very welcome on that lonely shore, if only you could choose your companion. In his unenlightened days he had read of meetings in such places where even now would hardly bear thinking of. He went on thinking of them, however, until he reached home, and particularly of one which catches most people's fancy at some point in their childhood. Now I saw in my dream that Christian had gone but a very little way when he saw a foul fiend coming over the field to meet him. What should I do now? He thought. If I looked back and caught sight of a black figure sharply defined against the yellow sky, and saw that it had horns and wings, I wonder whether I should stand or run for it. Luckily the gentleman behind us is not of that kind, and he seems to be about as far off now as when I first saw him. Well, at this rate he won't get his dinner as soon as I shall, and dear me, it's within a quarter of an hour of the time now. Perkins had, in fact, very little time for dressing. When he met the Colonel at dinner, peace, or as much of her as that gentleman could manage, reigned once more in the military bosom, nor was she put to flight in the hours of bridge that followed dinner, for Parkins was more than a respectable player. When, therefore, he retired towards 12 o'clock, he felt that he had spent his evening in quite a satisfactory way, and that even for so long as a fortnight or 3 weeks, life at the Globe would be supportable under similar conditions, especially, thought he, if I go on improving my game. As he went along the passages, he met the boots of the Globe, who stopped and said, "Beg your pardon, sir, but as I was brushing your coat just now, there was something fell out of the pocket. I put it on your chest of drawers, sir, in your room, sir. A piece of pipe or something like that, sir. Thank you, sir. You'll find it on your chest of drawers, sir. Yes, sir. Good night, sir." The speech served to remind Parkins of his little discovery of that afternoon. It was with some considerable curiosity that he turned it over by the light of his candles. It was of bronze, he now saw, and was shaped very much after the manner of a modern dog-whistle. In fact, it was, yes, certainly it was, actually no more or no less than a whistle. He put it to his lips, but it was quite full of fine, caked-up sand or earth, which would not yield to knocking, but must be loosened with a knife. Tidy as ever in his habits, Parkins cleared out the earth into a piece of paper, and took the latter to the window to empty it. The night was clear and bright, and as he saw when he opened the casement, and he stopped for an instant to look at the sea, and noted a belated wanderer stationed on the shore in front of the inn. Then he shut the window, a little surprised by the late hours people kept at Burnstow, and took his little whistle to the light again. Why, surely there were marks on it, and not merely marks, but letters. A very little rubbing rendered the deep-cut inscription quite legible, but the professor had to confess, after some earnest thought, that the meaning of it was as obscure to him as the writing on the wall to Belshazzar. There were legends on both front and back of the whistle. One read thus, "Fle fur bis flee." The other, "Quis es este qui venit." I ought to be able to make it out, he thought, but I suppose I'm a little rusty in my Latin. When I come to think of it, I don't believe I even know the word for whistle. The long one does seem simple enough. It ought to mean, who is this? Who is coming? Well, the best way to find out is evidently to whistle for him. He blew tentatively and stopped suddenly, startled and yet pleased at the note he had elicited. It had a quality of infinite distance in it, and soft as it was, he felt it must be audible for miles around. It was a sound, too, that seemed to have the power, as many scents possess, of forming pictures in the brain. He saw quite clearly for a moment a vision of a wide, dark expanse at night, with a fresh wind blowing, and in the midst a lonely figure. How employed he could not tell. Perhaps he would have seen more had not the picture been broken by the sudden surge of a gust of wind against his casement, so sudden that it made him look up, just in time to see the white glint of a sea-bird's wing somewhere outside the dark plains. The sound of the whistle had so fascinated him that he could not help trying it again once more, this time more boldly. The note was little, if at all, louder than before, and repetition broke the illusion. No picture followed as he had half hoped it might. "But what is this? Goodness, what force the wind can get up in a few minutes! What a tremendous gust! There, I knew that window fastening was no use. Ah, I thought so. Both candles out. It's enough to tear the room to pieces." The first thing was to get the window shut. While you might count 20, Parkins was struggling with the small casement, and felt almost as if he were pushed back by a sturdy burglar. So strong was the pressure. It slackened all at once, and the window banged and latched itself. Now to relight the candles and see what damage, if any, had been done. No, nothing seemed amiss. No glass even broken in the casement, but the noise had evidently roused at least one member of the household. The Colonel, who was to be heard slumping in his stocking feet on the floor above and growling. Quickly as it had risen, the wind did not fall at once. On it went moaning and rushing past the house at times to a cry so desolate that Parkins disinterestedly said it might have made fanciful people feel quite uncomfortable. Even the unimaginative, he thought, after a quarter of an hour, might be happier without it. Whether it was the wind, or the excitement of golf, or the researchers in the preceptory that kept Parkins awake, he was not sure. Awake he remained in any case, long enough to fancy, as I am afraid I often do myself under such conditions, that he was the victim of all manner of fatal disorders. He would lie counting the beats of his heart, convinced that it was going to stop work every moment, and would entertain grave suspicions of his lung, brain, liver, etc., suspicions which he was sure to be dispelled by the return of daylight, but which until then refused to be put aside. He found a little vicarious comfort in the idea that someone else was in the same boat. A near neighbour, in the darkness it was not easy to tell his direction, was tossing and rustling in his bed too. The next stage was that Parkins shut his eyes and determined to give sleep every chance. Here again over-excitement exerted itself in another form, that of making pictures. Experto crede pictures do come to the closed eyes of one trying to sleep, and are often so little to his taste that he must open his eyes and disperse them. Parkins' experience on this occasion was a very distressing one. He found that the picture which presented itself to him was continuous. When he opened his eyes, of course, it went, but when he shut them once more it framed itself afresh and acted itself out again, neither quicker nor slower than before. What he saw was this. A long stretch of shore, shingle-edged by sand and intersected at shore intervals with black groins running down to the water, a scene, in fact, so like that of his afternoon's walk that in the absence of any landmark it could not be distinguished therefrom. The light was obscure, conveying an impression of a gathering storm, late winter evening, and a slight cold rain. On this bleak stage at first no actor was visible. Then, in the distance, a bobbing black object appeared. A moment more, and it was a man, running, jumping, clambering over the groins, and every few seconds looking eagerly back. He was, moreover, almost at the end of his strength. On he came. Each successive obstacle seemed to cause him more difficulty than the last. "Will he get over this next one?" thought Parkins. "It seems a little higher than the others. Yes!" Half climbing, half throwing himself, he did get over, and fell all in a heap on the other side, the side nearest to the spectator. There, as if really unable to get up again, he remained, crouching under the groin, looking up in an attitude of painful anxiety. So far, no cause whatever for the fear of the runner had been shown. But now there began to be seen far up on the shore a little flicker of something, light-coloured movement to and fro with great swiftness and irregularity. Rapidly growing larger, it too declared itself as a figure in the pale, fluttering draperies ill-defined. There was something about its motion which made Parkins very unwilling to see it at close quarters. It would stop, raise arms, bow itself towards the sand, and then run, stooping across to the beach to the water's edge and back again, and then rising upright once more continue its course, forward at a speed that was startling and terrifying. The moment came when the pursuer was hovering about from left to right only a few yards beyond the groin where the runner lay in hiding. After 2 or 3 ineffectual castings hither and thither it came to a stop, stood upright with its arms raised high, and then darted straight towards the groin. It was at this point that Parkins always failed in his resolution to keep his eyes shut. With many misgivings as to the incipient failure of eyesight, overworked brain, excessive smoking, and so on, he finally resigned himself to light his candle, get out a book, and pass the night walking, rather than be tormented by this persistent panorama, which he saw clearly enough could only be a morbid reflection of his walk and his thoughts on that very day. The scraping of match on box and glare of light must have startled some creatures of the night, rats or what not, which he heard scurry across the floor from the side of his bed with much rustling. Dear, dear, the match is out, fool that it is! But the second one burnt better, and the candle and book were duly procured, over which Parkins pored till sleep of a wholesome kind came upon him, and that in no long space. For about the first time in his orderly and prudent life he forgot to blow out the candle, and when he was called next morning at 8 there was still a flicker in the socket, and a sad mess of guttered grease at the top of the little table. After breakfast he was in his room putting the finishing touches on his golfing costume. Fortune had again allotted the Colonel to be a partner for him, when one of the maids came in. "Oh, if you please," she said, "would you like any extra blankets on your bed, sir?" "Ah, thank you," said Parkins. "Yes, I think I should like one. It seems likely to turn rather colder." In a very short time the maid was back with the blankets. "Which bed should I put it on, sir?" she asked. "What? Why, that one, the one I slept in last night," he said, pointing to it. "Oh, yes, I beg your pardon, sir, but you seem to have tried both of them. Leastways, we had to make both of them up this morning." "Really? How very absurd," said Parkins. "I certainly never touched the other, except to lay some things on it. Did it actually seem to have been slept in?" "Oh, yes, sir," said the maid. "Why, all the things was crumpled and thrown about always, if you'll excuse me, sir, quite as if one hadn't passed but a very poor night, sir." "Dear me," said Parkins. "Well, I may have disordered it more than I thought when I unpacked my things. I'm very sorry to have given you the extra trouble, I'm sure. I expect a friend of mine soon, by the way, a gentleman from Cambridge, to come and occupy it for a night or two. That will be all right, I suppose, won't it?" "Oh, yes, to be sure, sir. Thank you, sir. It's no trouble, I'm sure," said the maid, and departed to giggle with her colleagues. Parkins set forth with a stern determination to improve his game. I am glad to be able to report that he succeeded so far in this enterprise that the Colonel, who had been rather repining at the prospect of a second day's play in his company, became quite chatty as the morning advanced, and his voice boomed over the flats, as certain also of our own minor poets have said, like some great bourdon over a minster tower. "Extraordinary wind that we had last night," he said. "In my old home we should have said someone had been whistling for it." "Should you indeed?" said Parkins. "Is there a superstition of that kind still current in your part of the country?" "I don't know about superstition," said the Colonel. "They believe it all over Denmark and Norway, as well as on the Yorkshire coast. And my experience is, mind you, that there's generally something at the bottom of what these country folk hold to and have held to for generations. But it's your drive." Or whatever it might have been, the golfing reader will have to imagine appropriate digressions at the proper intervals. When conversation was resumed, Parkins said with slight hesitancy, "Apropos of what you were saying just now, Colonel, I think I ought to tell you my own views on such subjects are very strong. I am, in fact, a convinced disbeliever in what is called the supernatural." "What?" said the Colonel. "Do you mean to tell me you don't believe in second sight, or ghosts, or anything of that kind?" "In nothing whatever of that kind," returned Parkins firmly. "Well," said the Colonel. "But it appears to me at that rate, sir, that you must be little better than a Sadducee." Parkins was on the point of answering that. In his opinion, the Sadducees were the most sensible persons he had ever read of in the Old Testament. But feeling some doubt as to whether much mention of them was to be found in that work, he preferred to laugh the accusation off. "Perhaps I am," he said. "But here, give me that click, boy. Excuse me one moment, Colonel." A short interval. "Now, as to the whistling for the wind, let me give you my theory about it. The laws which govern winds are not really at all perfectly known. To fisher-folk and such, of course, not known at all. A man or woman of eccentric habits, perhaps, or a stranger, is seen repeatedly on the beach at some unusual hour and is heard whistling. Soon afterwards a violent wind rises. A man who could read the sky perfectly, or who possessed a barometer, could have foretold it would happen. The simple people of a fishing village have no barometers, and only a few rough rules for prophesying weather. What more natural than the eccentric personage I postulated should be regarded as having raised the wind, or that he or she should clutch eagerly at the reputation of being able to do so? Now take last night's wind. As it happens, I myself was whistling. I blew a whistle twice, and the wind seemed to come absolutely in answer to my call, if anyone had seen me." The audience had been a little restive under this harangue, and Parkins had, I fear, fallen somewhat into the tone of a lecturer. But at that last sentence the Colonel stopped. "Whistling, were you?" he said. "And what sort of whistle do you use? First play the stroke." "About what whistle were you asking, Colonel? It's rather a curious one. I have it in my— No, I see, I've left it in my room. As a matter of fact, I found it yesterday." And then Parkins narrated the manner of his discovery of the whistle. Upon hearing which the Colonel grunted and opined that in Parkins' place he should himself be careful about using a thing that had belonged to a set of papists, of whom, speaking generally, it might have been affirmed that you never know what they might or might not have been up to. From this topic he diverged into the enormities of the vicar, who had given notice on the previous Sunday that Friday would be the feast of St. Thomas the Apostle, and that there would be service at 11 o'clock in the church. This and other similar proceedings constituted in the Colonel's view that a strong presumption of that vicar was a concealed papist, if not a Jesuit, and Parkins, who could not readily follow the Colonel in this region, did not disagree with him. In fact, they got on so well together in the morning that there was no talk on either side of separating after lunch. Both continued to play well during the afternoon, or at least well enough to make them forget everything else until the light began to fail them. Not until then did Parkins remember that he had meant to do some more investigating at the preceptory, but it was of no great importance, he reflected. One day was as good as another. He might as well go home with the Colonel. As they turned to the corner of the house, the Colonel was almost knocked down by a boy who rushed into him at the very top of his speed, and then, instead of running away, remained hanging on to him and panting. The first words of the warrior were naturally those of reproof and objurgation, but he very quickly discerned that the boy was almost speechless with fright. Inquiries were useless at first. When the boy got his breath, he began to howl and still clung to the Colonel's leg. He was at last detached, but continued to howl. "What in the world is the matter with you? What have you been up to? What have you seen?" said the two men. "Oh, I've seen it with me out of the window," wailed the boy, "and I don't like it." "What window?" said the irritated Colonel. "Come, pull yourself together, my boy." "The front window it was at the hotel," said the boy. At this point Parkins was in favour of sending the boy home, but the Colonel refused. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. He said it was most dangerous to give a boy such a fright as this one had had, and if it turned out that people had been playing jokes they should suffer for it in some way. And by a series of questions he made out this story. The boy had been playing about on the grass in front of the globe with some others. Then they had gone home to their teas, and he was just going when he happened to look up at the front window and see it waving at him. It seemed to be a figure of some sort, in white, as far as he knew. Couldn't see its face, but it waved at him. And it wasn't a right thing, not to say a right person. Was there a light in the room? No, he didn't think to look if there was a light. Which was the window? Was it the top one or the second one? The second one it was. The big window with the two little ones at the sides. "Very well, my boy," said the Colonel after a few more questions. "You run away home now. I expect it was just some person trying to give you a start. Another time, like a brave English boy, you just throw a stone. Well, no, not exactly, but you go and speak to the waiter. or to Mr. Simpson, the landlord. And yes, and say that I advise you to do so." The boy's face expressed some kind of the doubt he felt as to the likelihood of Mr. Simpson's lending a favourable ear to his complaint, but the Colonel did not appear to perceive this and went on. "And here's a sixpence. No, I see it's a shilling, and you be off home, and don't think any more about it." The youth hurried off with agitated thanks, and the Colonel and Parkins went round to the front of the globe and reconnoitred. There was only one window answering to the description they had been hearing. "Well, that's curious," said Parkins. "It's evidently my window the lad was talking about. Will you come up for a moment, Colonel Wilson? We ought to be able to see if anyone has been taking liberties in my room." They were soon in the passage, and Parkins made as if to open the door. Then he stopped and felt in his pockets. "This is more serious than I thought," was his next remark. "I remember now that before I started this morning I locked the door. It is locked now, and what is more, here is the key." And he held it up. "Now," he went on, "if the servants are in the habit of going into one's room during the day when one is away, I can only say that, well, that I don't approve of it at all." Conscious of a somewhat weak climax, he busied himself in opening the door, which was indeed locked, and lighting the candles. "No," he said, "nothing seems disturbed." "Except your bed," put in the Colonel. "Excuse me, that isn't my bed," said Parkins. "I don't use that one, but it does look as if someone has been playing tricks with it." It certainly did. The clothes were bundled up and twisted together in a most torturous confusion. Parkins pondered. "That must be it," he said at last. "I disordered the clothes last night in my unpacking, and they haven't made it since. Perhaps they came to make it, and the boy saw them through the window, and then they were called away and locked the door after them. Yes, that must be it." "Well, ring and ask," said the Colonel, and this appealed to Parkins as practical. The maid appeared, and to make a long story short, deposed that she had made the bed in the morning when the gentleman was in the room, and hadn't been in there since. No, she hadn't no other key. Mr. Simpson, he keep the keys, and he'll be able to tell the gentleman if anybody else had been up. This was a puzzle. Investigation showed that nothing of value had been taken, and Parkins remembered the disposition of the small objects on tables and so forth well enough to be pretty sure that no pranks had been played with them. Mr. and Mrs. Simpson furthermore agreed that neither of them had given the duplicate key of the room to any person whatever during the day. Nor could Parkins, fair-minded as he was, detect anything in the demeanour of master, mistress, or maid that indicated guilt. He was much more inclined to think that the boy had been imposing on the Colonel. The latter was unwontedly silent and pensive at dinner throughout the evening. When he bade good night to Parkins, he murmured in a gruff undertone, "You know where I am if you want me during the night." "Why, yes, thank you, Colonel Wilson. I think I do. But there isn't much prospect of my disturbing you, I hope. By the way," he added, "did I show you that old whistle I spoke of? I think not. Well, here it is." The Colonel turned it over gingerly in the light of the candle. "Can you make anything of the inscription?" asked Parkins as he took it back. "No, not in this light. What do you mean to do with it?" "Oh, well, when I get back to Cambridge I shall submit it to some of the archaeologists there and see what they think of it, and very likely, if they consider it worth having, I may present it to one of the museums." Said the Colonel. "Well, you may be right. All I know is that if it were mine I should chuck it straight into the sea. It's no use talking, I'm well aware, but I expect with you that it's a case of live and learn. I hope so, I'm sure, and I wish you a good night." He turned away, leaving Parkins and Ack to speak at the bottom of the stair, and soon each was in his own bedroom. By some unfortunate accident there were neither blinds nor curtains to the windows of the Professor's room. The previous night he had thought little of this, but tonight there seemed every prospect of a bright moon rising to shine directly on his bed, and probably wake him later on. When he noticed this he was a good deal annoyed, but with an ingenuity I can only envy he succeeded in rigging up, with the help of a railway rug, some safety pins, and a stick, an umbrella, a screen, which if it only held together would completely keep the moonlight off his bed, and shortly afterwards he was comfortable in that bed. When he had read of somewhat solid work long enough to produce a decided wish for sleep, he cast a drowsy glance around the room, blew out the candle, and fell back upon the pillow. He must have slept soundly for an hour or more, when a sudden clatter shook him in a most unwelcome manner. In a moment he realized what had happened. His carefully constructed screen had given way, and a very bright, frosty moon was shining directly on his face. This was highly annoying. Could he possibly get up and reconstruct the screen? Or could he manage to fall asleep if he did not? For some minutes he lay and pondered over the possibilities. Then he turned over sharply, and with all his eyes open lay breathlessly listening. There had been a movement, he was sure, in the empty bed on the opposite side of the room. Tomorrow he would have it removed, for there must be rats or something playing about with it. It was quiet now. No. The commotion began again. There was a rustling and shaking, surely more than any rat could cause. I can figure to myself something of the professor's bewilderment and horror, for I have in a dream 30 years back seen the same thing happen, but the reader will hardly perhaps imagine how dreadful it was for him to see a figure suddenly sit up in what he had known was an empty bed. He was out of his own bed in one bound and made a dash towards the window where lay his only weapon, the stick with which he had propped his screen. This was, as it turned out, the worst thing he could have done, because the personage in that empty bed, with a sudden smooth motion, slipped from the bed and took up a position with arms outspread, between the two beds and in front of the door. Parkins watched it in horrid perplexity. Somehow the idea of getting past it and escaping through the door was intolerable to him. He could not have borne, he didn't know why, to touch it, and as for its touching him, he would sooner dash himself through the window than have that happen. It stood for a moment in the band of the dark shadow, and he had not seen what its face was like. Now it began to move, in a stooping posture, and all at once the spectator realized with some horror and some relief that it must be blind, for it seemed to feel about with its muffled arms in a groping, random fashion. Turning half away from him, it suddenly became conscious of the bed he had just left, and darted towards it and bent over and felt the pillows in a way which made Perkins shudder, as he had never in his life thought it possible. In a very few moments he seemed to know that that bed was empty, and then, moving forward into the area of light and facing the window, it showed for the first time what manner of thing it was. Parkins, who very much dislikes being questioned about it, did once describe something of it in my hearing, and I gathered that what he chiefly remembers about it is a horrible, an intensely horrible face of crumpled linen. What expression he read upon it he could not or would not tell, but that the fear of it went nigh to maddening him is certain. But he was not at leisure to watch it for long. With formidable quickness it moved to the middle of the room, and as it groped and waved, one corner of its draperies swept across Parkins' face. He could not, though he knew how perilous a sound was, he could not keep back a cry of disgust, and this gave the searcher an instant clue. It leapt towards him in the instant, and the next moment he was halfway through the window backwards, uttering cry upon cry at the utmost pitch of his voice, and the linen face was thrust close into his own. At this, almost the last possible second, deliverance came, as you will have guessed. The colonel burst the door open and was just in time to see the dreadful group at the window. When he reached the figures, only one was left. Parkins sank forward into the room in a faint, and before him on the floor lay a tumbled heap of bedclothes. Colonel Wilson asked no questions, but busied himself in keeping everybody else out of the room and getting Parkins back to his bed, and himself, wrapped in a rug, occupied the other bed for the rest of the night. Early on the next day Rogers arrived, more welcome than he would ever have been the day before, and the three of them held a very long consultation in the professor's room. At the end of it the colonel left the hotel door carrying a small object between his finger and thumb, which he cast as far into the sea as a very brawny arm could send it. Later on the smoke of a burning ascended from the back of the premises of the Globe. Exactly what explanation was patched up for the staff and visitors at the hotel, I must confess I do not recollect. The professor was somehow cleared of the ready suspicion of delirium tremens, and the hotel of the reputation of a troubled house. There is not much question as to what would have happened to Parkins if the colonel had not intervened when he did. He would either have fallen out of the window or else lost his wits. But it is not so evident what more the creature that came to answer to the whistle could have done than frighten. There seemed to be absolutely nothing material about it save the bedclothes of which it had made itself a body. The colonel, who remembered a not very dissimilar occurrence in India, was of opinion that if Parkins had closed with it, it could really have done very little, and that its only power was that of frightening. The whole thing, he said, served to confirm his opinion of the Church of Rome. There is really nothing more to tell, but as you may imagine, the professor's views on certain points are less clear-cut than they used to be. His nerves, too, have suffered. He cannot even now supplies hanging on a door quite unmoved, and the spectacle of a scarecrow in a field late on winter afternoon has cost him more than one sleepless night. This is the end of O Whistle and I'll Come to You, My Lad by M.R. James, and has been recorded by James Evans.
Over the Wire by Eugene Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. Over the Wire by Eugene Jones. Snow and ice on that mountain. Nothing but snow. The wind drove it with a howl against the windows where it stuck on the warm panes. Sometimes I could just make out the blur of the semaphore lights, and sometimes I couldn't. All day the blizzard had dumped its swirling load about us, and now, when night closed down, the storm took the tower in its teeth, shaking it like you've seen a dog shake a rat. Oh, we were warm and cozy enough with our stove red hot, which was more than Donaldson, the agent at Hastings, could say. His wire talk was rotten, chattery, and he told us he'd run out of coal. Looked like he'd freeze to death, according to him. But Big Ben prophesied grimly that Donaldson could take care of himself, so we might as well save our worries. I don't suppose you ever heard of Big Ben, but that is your loss. Every soul on the Mountain Division knew him. His Morse snapped out like a track torpedo. Fast, too, but accurate, staccato, with a smooth flow as if a machine had hold of the key. Dots and dashes were part of him, for after years of it, he could express himself better that way. Sort of feeling for the language, I suppose. I've seen the same gift since, but never to the extent Ben possessed it. Why, he could come mighty close to telling the color of your eyes over a telegraph wire. He and I had worked Tower BB-17 on the Mountain Division for 3 years, and during that time I never saw him flurried. Once a freight, running extra, got by us. Dispatcher tangled up his train sheet. 40 minutes later, a relay came in to stop her, or she'd meet 87 on the big grade. It takes just 40 minutes to run from our tower to Hastings, further down the line. Hastings is the last station with a siding before the grade. In other words, the freight ought to have been getting her okay from Hastings right then. Was Ben excited? Not one little bit. Donaldson caught his first call. Clear as a bell it was, and Donaldson had time to flag the freight. But the particular night I'm speaking of, my side partner appeared a bit uneasy, which was enough to set my think tank working. He'd drop down alongside the quay for a moment, then he'd wander over to the windows, trying to pierce the blizzard. He was a big man with a hearty laugh and a mouthful of teeth and a whiskered chin full of determination. His red hair, as brilliant as the glow in his corncob pipe, usually stood on end, but his eyes were gray and pleasant. That is, generally they were. Yet I've noticed 'em hard as rocks, drilling into you with a gleam in 'em like you see jumping across a spark gap. Right now they were anxious. Perhaps that wasn't so strange either, for all day long, from the length of the division, had come bunches of trouble. A snow shed out here, a freight ditch there, hell to pay everywhere. Wires were down, too. Not a word could we get below Hastings or north of the junction. Toward night, every siding was overflowing with dead-headed rolling stock. You see, the big grade, it's 4.5% in places, handicaps us because even our best oil burners won't haul much tonnage on it in a blizzard. They can't make steam. And this particular frolic of the elements promised to beat anything that had struck us in 20 years. At 10 p.m., the chief dispatcher ordered the line cleared for the night, barring number 77 southbound, which was to make her run as usual. I reckon you've heard of that train, the Cumberland Limited, all steel and solid Pullman. She was to follow a snowplow and headquarters gossip filtering to us hinted she might find the blizzard a bit of a teaser. Suddenly, Big Ben turned on me. "Jim," said he, "I don't like it. What's the old man thinking of to let 77 through? Have you heard what she's carrying tonight?" I allowed I hadn't. "Well, there's something like 100,000 in gold in her express car. Government consignment. I got it straight. What a chance for a holdup. Remember that cut below Hastings?" He shook his massive head dubiously. "It's been done before." As if to emphasize his words, the storm swooped down with renewed energy until the tower swayed like a lighthouse. Great guns! How the wind shrieked at us. How the snow thudded against the windows. And when you hear snow, you know there's a double-headed gale behind it. About that time, our call came over the wire. NH, NH, NH. As Ben jumped in, I put down my paper to listen. I find it's a good thing to pay pretty strict attention to anything on a night like that. It keeps you from seeing shadows that aren't there and hearing sounds which your common sense tells you must be the wind. Presently came the professional dot and dash of Donaldson down at Hastings. Now Donaldson, next to Big Ben, was a star operator, and the two of them could talk better and with more satisfaction over a stretch of singing wire than if they were sitting together in a parlor. Even I knew Donaldson's style, although I wasn't more than middling expert. There were tricks in his stuff, such as shortening his O's, but his Morse ran mighty smooth. I read off the message to myself. "Freezing cold down here, Ben. Lonely, too. Damn lonely. What do you get on 77? The big man at the table cut in. "Brace up. 77 on time. Nothing to bother her tonight except the storm. All freight dead-headed." That seemed to satisfy Donaldson, for there was a long silence broken only by the whine of the wind and the thud-thud of driven snow. I had just picked up the paper again when NH, NH, NH snapped at us. The crispness of dots and dashes suggested excitement. Ben acknowledged deliberately, but when he closed the wire, I saw a narrowing of his eyes. Donaldson was in a hurry. "Going to quit tomorrow," he began. "Can't stand this joint. Say, there's two of you up there. You're lucky. Old man will have to come across with an assistant or I quit. Do you know you're the nearest white man to me? Just me alone here. No night for a man to be alone. Hold on, I think I hear somebody in the waiting room. Maybe I'll have company." But he opened up again the next moment with, "Good Lord, must be going off my nut. Nobody in the waiting room. It's the wind. I tell you, this place is like the North Pole. If I could only hear a fire crackling. Say, there it goes again. No, I'm way off. That's a fact. I'll have to look around. Do you notice anything funny in the wind? I seem to. Why the devil didn't they put shades on these windows? What's the matter with me, anyhow?" Ben went back at him, calm as a summer's day. "Hold on, old man. Take some whiskey. It's your nerves. Get a grip on yourself." "All right," answered Donaldson, his wire talk becoming calmer. "Yes, I'll take the whiskey. Let me know about 77. That was all for a while, but Ben eyed me through the fumes of his pipe. "I don't like it," he muttered. "Not a bit. Never knew Donaldson to wildcat before. Wonder if there is anything wrong." I didn't say what was on my mind, for the shriek of the storm interrupted. So we just sat still and looked at each other and wondered what it would be like if either of us weren't there. Somehow I couldn't get rid of the picture of Hastings Station, a little frame building backed up against a cliff, with a siding cutting in behind it and the banked curve of the main line stretching away before it. A few farmers used the station, but a water tank was its real excuse for existence. I could see how the snow had half buried it and how Donaldson, veteran that he was, might hear strange sounds in the gale. I could see a great many things right then, but the sight wasn't pleasant. Snow, snow and more snow, and icy rails and low hurrying clouds you felt were brushing up against the tower. "Listen," I snapped. Ben jumped to his feet. "This won't do. Here, you, quit listening or you'll be as bad as Donaldson." Then he came over to me. "I guess it's just as well there are two of us," he said very quietly. Try the junction for a report on 77. I took the key with a sense of awe. Only a couple of slim wires between us and the world, and 1,000 chances for the storm to tear him down. But if we felt it, what about Donaldson? What about Donaldson, anyway? The junction answered after a bit, though there was no life in the sending. McFlynn, nodded Ben. I know his style. Ask him whether the orders for 77 stand. I did. Sure, clicked McFlynn. 77 on time. Pass her through. Rotten night, isn't it? They got a plow leading the limited like a blind baby. So long. That was at 11:02. 20 minutes later, Donaldson started after us again, but it was a chattering, wild Donaldson, a new Donaldson who tumbled his letters over each other. NH, 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 he stuttered, even after I had opened the wire. NH, NH. I sent him a string of R's a mile long before he acknowledged. Then, what's the matter with you up there? He clicked. Gone to sleep? But you can't sleep now. You gotta talk to me or I'll be ready for the queer house. Something is walking up and down outside my window. I've seen it twice. It can't be a man, and animals don't prowl about in a storm like this. Listen to that wind. I tell you it's walking around the station. What am I saying? Do you believe in ghosts? It was in the waiting room a while back, but it got out before I had a shot at it. What would you do if you were down here alone, snowed in like a damned Eskimo? What would you do if it started to walk? Big Ben strode across the room. Give me the key, he thundered. His eyes were hard gray now, like rock, with little points of fire in them, and it seemed he would smash the instrument as he crashed down with Donaldson's call. Stop that, went the dots and dashes. Clear cut, fast, but lordy, they had a punch behind them. Pull yourself together. Take some more whiskey. Wake up. Remember you're an operator. You've got to handle the limited tonight. No more of that. You know damn well nothing is walking around down there except you. Rub some snow in your face. Wake up, I say. I'll talk to you as much as you like, but no more spook stuff. You're right, came the slower response. I won't bother you anymore. Nevertheless, it's walking around here. Maybe I'll get a shot at it. I'll let you know if I do. That was all, and Ben and I looked across the table into each other's eyes. Well? I questioned. He shook himself as if trying to get rid of something clinging. Oh, Donaldson is getting old, he muttered. It's lonely down there and his fire's out. That's what I make of it. When the wind howls and you're on a night shift in a godforsaken spot like Hastings, you're mighty apt to hear and see a little more than you've any business to. The next word that came flashing over the wire left no doubt in our minds. Either Donaldson was clean crazy or, well, he must be crazy. Ever see a face half black and half white? Stuttered our instrument. I had a shot at it. It's still walking. Ben waited an instant, then sent JJ, Donaldson's call, steady for 3 minutes. But he might as well have opened the window and yelled out into the storm. The wire was either dead or Hastings wouldn't answer. Presently, McFlynn at the junction got busy. Just okayed 7-7, he said. Devilish night. The limited looked like a hunk of the mountain on wheels. Bet the snow on the car roofs gets scraped off on the top of the tunnels. Happy dreams. But we weren't to indulge in any happy dreams for some time to come. Hardly had McFlynn shut up when NH, 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 called Ben back. Lord, he groaned. Hear that style? It's Donaldson. But what's happened to him? I hate to listen to it. Dull, lifeless, flat came the dots and dashes from Hastings. No use, clicked Donaldson. This hide and seek is beyond me. Its face is half black and half white, and bullets don't worry it. I'm a gone duck. Never mind me. Anyhow, hell is warm and not as lonesome as this. I'm freezing, and that's no ghost story. For God's sake, Ben's reply flew forth. Can that stuff. Pull yourself together, old man. Forget the face or whatever it is. 77's on time. Hold hard. Sure, agreed Donaldson wearily. I'll handle the limited. How's the storm up there? Quitting, lied Ben, and went to the window. Then followed an hour of silence with only the shriek of the wind and the thud of snow. I reckon the two of us smoked considerable tobacco during that hour, and we played a few games of checkers, too. But our minds wandered. When at last we heard the shrill squeal of 77's whistle above the noise of the blizzard, we felt happy. Just to know there were other people near us. Believe me, that was some relief. Far off up the line, we could make out the headlight of the Limited, like a blinking misty moon creeping toward us. Ben glanced at his semaphore levers. Down she bore on us, the din of her drivers muffled by snow. There was the thunder of moving tons, a blast of cinders against the tower windows, and a snaky line of black as the Pullmans flashed past, under their white caps. We watched her red taillights around the curve. JJ, 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 clicked Ben back at the table. And directly, Hastings answered in the same lifeless style. Limited just past okay, went on my side partner. How are you feeling? Donaldson's wire talk was worse than ever. Fine, he stuttered. Maybe I can hold out. The damn thing's always near me. It's cold here. I've got my feet on the stove. Say, this stove is a joke. It's so empty it's going to cave in pretty soon. Wait a minute, let me try another shot. Nothing more. Not another word, though we took turns at the key. And when Ben relighted his pipe, I didn't like the look on his face. Jim, he began, there's things in this world none of us can understand. I reckon after all that, maybe I misjudged Donaldson. Perhaps he's up against one of them. Quit, I bellowed. You watch yourself or you'll be splitting a switch too. As you said a while back, Donaldson's nervous and cold. That's what's the matter with him. Nothing else. Then, mumbling a reply, turned again to the window. If possible, the storm was worse. I don't exactly remember how it happened. I must have dozed off about them, being pretty tuckered out. Anyhow, the first thing I knew, Ben was shaking the life out of me. I'll never forget the expression of his face as I opened my eyes. His eyes were all red, his hands were working, his jaw set. Wake up, Jim, he hissed. I heard it too. No, he went on as I instinctively looked toward the window. Not there. Over the wire. Listen. I listened, but for a long time nothing broke the vibrating stillness of the tower, and I got to thinking it was another case of nerves. Then, Father above us, may I never again hear such a sound. Our instrument started to whisper. You'll laugh, do you? But if you'd been there, you wouldn't have laughed. We went over to the table on tiptoe, hardly daring to breathe. The little steel bar trembled, moved down, snapped back, barely closing the contact. It was like a dying man framing words he couldn't utter. I followed in my mind the course of the single drumming wire over the trestles, through the ravines, under the mountains. What manner of thing was pressing the key at the other end? Ben dropped forward with an oath and pillowed his elbows on the table as if his nearness might aid him. Listen, he begged. Oh, Jim, listen! Presently, the instrument quivered again, but this time the impulse was stronger, horribly flaccid, monotonously regular. Like the labored effort of an amateur, came the message which shall forever sear my memory with unspeakable horror. God in heaven, help me. I can't stand this. They chained cross ties to the rails. They will ditch the Limited. I'm done for. Hell is nearer now. Help, dear God, help me. That was all. Ben tore at the key, sending out into the night, JJ, 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 until my head swam. But no response came, not the least flutter, only agonizing, storm-shrieking silence. Then he gave it up and staggered to his feet. His face was as gray as slate. Jim, he gasped, Donaldson is dead. I know it. It was a dying man who sent that message. I grabbed him by the shoulders. You fool, I yelled. He can't be dead. He sent it. Don't you understand? They're going to wreck the Limited. Donaldson was telling us. He may be wounded. We've got to get to him. Slowly, as if his body was awakening from sleep, the muscles in his shoulders under my hand tightened. Sure, I get you, he whispered. And before I knew what he was doing, he shook me off, rushing blindly for the stairs. Come on, Jim, for God's sake, hurry, he called. Bring my gun and some torpedoes. It's only 5 miles by the road, 30 down the mountain by the track. Let's try the car. I stopped long enough to be sure the revolver we kept in a drawer was loaded, stuffed some torpedoes in my pocket, and followed him. Out into the gale, he sped to where he kept his little second-hand mud-spattered gas wagon. I had always kidded him about it, laughed at it, but now I prayed. Yes, funny when you think of it, me praying. But I did. Prayed it would run. Prayed there was gas and oil in it. Once away from the lee of the building, the storm wrapped around us, flinging the snow in our faces, making us gasp for breath. We were taking desperate chances and breaking all rules. This leaving a tower vacant. But what could we do? What in God's name could we do? When I caught up with Ben, he was cranking the engine desperately. I propped the shanty door open, though the blast of wind threatened to fairly tear it from its hinges. Fortunately, the radiator of the car had antifreezing mixture in it. After an agonizing moment, the engine gave a couple of disgusted coughs and died, but Ben went right on. He spun that thing till I was dizzy as I sat with my hand on the throttle, feeding it raw gas. Then there seemed no chance left, and I could see the Limited a burning blackened mass, and hear the cries of the injured. The engine started, missing like thunder to be sure. Ben leapt in beside me and let in his clutch. Once beyond the shanty, our headlights ended in a whirling bank of snow, and the cold stabbed like a driven nail. But the engine was running better now. How my side partner found the road, or how he kept that rickety piece of junk from chucking us down a ravine, I'll never know. But he did. Yes, by the grace of the Lord, he did. Pitching like a ship in a storm, sinking now and then up to our hubs, we jounced on down that mountain. What everlasting miles of emptiness, what biting pain as our ears and hands and noses turned red, then white. Once we heard the shriek of the Limited below us on the grade. Once we saw the flash of her furnace door. Seconds turned into minutes, minutes into hours. Would we be in time? I set my teeth and prayed some more. Ah, we had hit the last stretch, and through the smother we could see the semaphore lights of Hastings Station. Also the light in the building itself. Our car snorted and groaned as Ben fed it the gas, skidding to the edge of a precipice or flinging us half out of our seats, but we never thought of that. And now came the wail of the Limited's whistle, this time above us. Her headlight flickered across the cut, touching the station with uncertain fingers. The semaphore was set green. I shivered, but not from cold. If only we had half a chance, but the everlasting snow, how it clung to our wheels. And under it, our tire chains spun gratingly in red clay, which flecked the white of the road like blood. Bearing down on Hastings Station, gathering speed with each pound of her drivers, thundered the Limited. We were playing the passage of a minute against a pile of cross ties, and the forfeit was death. Now we reached the nearest point to the right-of-way, and as we jerked to a halt, a black figure appeared on the depot platform against the light. I saw the flash of a gun and heard a bullet sing past. But Ben paid no heed. Throwing himself from the car, he floundered over to the track. I ran toward the station, firing as I went. Once I looked back. Ben was kneeling down, adjusting torpedoes under the very pilot of the plow. Now, there isn't any use of my explaining how the Limited roared by, her engineer satisfied with the green of the semaphore, nor how he gave her the air when the torpedoes warned him, nor, for that matter, of the futile pursuit of the bandits who had intended to ditch her. All that came out in the morning paper. If I remember, there was even a picture of the pile of cross ties chained to the track. The fact that will interest you is what we discovered in Hastings Station. Without bothering to explain to 77's wondering crew, we dashed into the waiting room and threw open the door of the ticket office. At the table sat Donaldson. He was stiff and rigid, and from an ugly blotched hole in his neck there crept a frozen stream of blood. His right hand still rested on the telegraph key. "Good God," I muttered. "Dead! He never moved after he was shot." And then, somehow, feeling Ben's eyes upon me, I looked at him. His smile was ghastly. "Sure?" he said. "I told you so back in the tower. He never moved after he was shot. Then what about that message? How did he know about the cross ties?" "Shut up!" I shrieked. "Here, let's get him out of this. We'll go down on 77. I'm through." End of Over the Wire.
The Picture in the House by Howard Philip Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Picture in the House by Howard Philip Lovecraft. Searchers after horror haunt strange and far places. For them are the catacombs of Ptolemais and the carven muselier of the nightmare countries. They climb to the moonlit towers of Rhined castles and falter down black cobweb steps beneath the scattered stones of forgotten cities in Asia. The haunted woods and the desolate mountains are their shrines, and they linger around the sinister monoliths on uninhabited islands. But the true epicure in the terrible, to whom a new thrill of unutterable ghastliness is the chief end and justification of existence, esteems most of all the ancient, lonely farmhouses of backwoods New England. For there the dark elements of strength, solitude, grotesqueness, and ignorance combine to form the perfection of the hideous. Most horrible of all sights are the little unpainted wooden houses remote from the travelled ways, unusually squatted upon some damp, grassy slope or leaning against some gigantic outcropping of rock. 200 years and more they have leaned or squatted there, while the vines have crawled and the trees have swelled and spread. They are almost hidden now, in lawless luxuriances of green and guardian shrouds of shadow, but the small-paned windows still stare shockingly, as if blinking through a lethal stupor which wards off madness by dulling the memory of unutterable things. In such houses have dwelt generations of strange people, whose like the world has never seen. Seized with a gloomy and fanatical belief which exiled them from their kind, their ancestors sought the wilderness for freedom. There the scions of a conquering race indeed flourished, free from the restrictions of their fellows, but coward in an appalling slavery to the dismal phantasms of their own minds. Divorced from the enlightenment of civilization, the strength of these Puritans turned to the singular channels, and in their isolation, morbid self-repression and struggle for life with relentless nature. There came to them the dark, furtive traits from their prehistoric depths of their cold northern heritage. By necessity practical and by philosophy stern, these folks were not beautiful in their sins. Erring as all mortals must, they were forced by their rigid code to seek concealment above all else, so that they came to use less and less taste in what they concealed. Only the silent, sleepy, staring houses in the backwoods can tell all that has lain hidden since the early days, and they are not communicative, being loath to shake off the drowsiness which helps them forget. Sometimes one feels that it would be merciful to tear down these houses, for they must often dream. It was to a time-battered edifice of this description that I was driven one afternoon in November 1896, by a rain of such chilling copiousness that any shelter was preferable to exposure. I had been travelling for some time amongst the people of the Miskatonic Valley, in quest for a certain genealogical data, and from the remote, devious, and problematical nature of my course, I had deemed it convenient to employ a bicycle, despite the lateness of the season. Now I found myself on an apparently abandoned road, which I had chosen as the shortest cut to Arkham. Overtaken by the storm at a point far from any town, and confronted with no refuge save the antique and repellent wooden building which blinked with bleared windows from between two huge leafless oaks near the foot of a rocky hill. Distant though it was from the remnant of a road, This house nonetheless impressed me unfavorably the very moment I espied it. Honest, wholesome structures do not stare at travelers so slyly and hauntingly, and in my genealogical researches I had encountered legends of a century before which biased me against a place of this kind. Yet the force of the elements was such as to overcome my scruples, and I did not hesitate to wheel my machine up to the weedy rise of the closed door which seemed at once so suggestive and secretive. I had somehow taken it for granted that the house was abandoned, yet as I approached it I was not so sure, for though the walks were indeed overgrown with weeds, they seemed to retain their nature a little too well to argue complete desertion. Therefore, instead of trying the door, I knocked, feeling as I did so a trepidation I could scarcely explain. As I waited on the rough, mossy rock which served as a doorstep, I glanced at the neighbouring windows and the panes of fanlight above me, and noticed that although rattling and almost opaque with dirt, they were not broken. The building, then, must still be inhabited, despite its isolation and general neglect. However, my rapping evoked no response, so after repeating the summons I tried the rusty latch and found the door unfastened. Inside was a little vestibule, with walls from which the plaster was falling, and through the doorway came a faint but peculiar hateful odour. I entered, carrying my bicycle, and closed the door behind me. Ahead rose a narrow staircase, flanked by a small door probably leading to the cellar, while the left and right were closed doors leading to rooms on the ground. Leaning my cycle against the wall, I opened the door to the left, and crossed to a small, low-ceiled chamber but dimly lighted by its two dusty windows, and furnished in the barest and most primitive possible way. It appeared to be a kind of sitting-room, for it had a table and several chairs, and an immense fireplace, over which ticked an antique clock on a mantel. Books and papers were very few, and in the prevailing gloom I could not readily discern the titles. What interested me was the uniform air of archaism on display, and in every visible detail. Most of the houses in this region I had found rich in relics of the past, but here the antiquity was curiously complete, for in all of the room I could not discover a single article of definitely post-revolutionary date. Had the furnishings been less humble, the place would have been a collector's paradise. As I surveyed this quaint apartment, I felt an increase in that aversion first excited by the bleak exterior of the house. Just what it was that I feared or loathed I could by no means define, but something in the whole atmosphere seemed redolent of unhallowed age, of unpleasant crudeness, and of secrets which should be forgotten. I felt disinclined to sit down, and wandered about, examining the various articles which I had noticed. The first object of my curiosity was a book of medium size lying on the table and presenting such an antediluvian aspect that I marvelled at beholding it outside of a library or museum. It was bound in leather with metal fittings, and was in an excellent state of preservation, being altogether an unusual sort of volume to encounter in an abode so lowly. When I opened it to the title page, my wonder grew even greater, for it proved to be nothing less rare than Pigafetta's account of the Congo region, written in Latin from the notes of the sailor Lopez, and printed at Frankfurt in 1598. I had often heard of this work, with its curious illustrations by the brothers de Bry, hence for a moment I forgot my uneasiness in my desire to turn the pages before me. The engravings were indeed interesting, drawn wholly from imagination and careless descriptions, and representing Negroes with a white skin and Caucasian features. Nor would I soon have closed the book, had not an exceedingly trivial circumstance upset my tired nerves and revived my sensation of disquiet. What annoyed me was merely the persistent way in which the volume tended to fall open to itself at plate 12, which represented in gruesome detail a butcher's shop of the cannibal Anziques. I experienced some shame at my susceptibility to so slight a thing, but the drawing nevertheless disturbed me, especially in connection with some adjacent passages descriptive of the Anzique gastronomy. I had turned to a neighbouring shelf and was examining its meagre literary contents, an 18th century Bible, a Pilgrim's Progress of like period, illustrated with grotesque woodcuts and printed by the almanac maker Isaiah Thomas, the rotting bulk of Cotton Mather's Malignia Christi Americana, and a few other books of evidently equal age, when my attention was aroused by the unmistakable sound of walking in the room overhead. At first astonished and startled, considering the lack of response to my recent knocking at the door, I immediately afterward concluded that the walker had just awakened from a sound sleep, and listened with less surprise as the footsteps sounded on the creaking stairs. The tread was heavy, yet seemed to contain a curious quality of cautiousness, a quality which I disliked the more, because the tread was heavy. When I had entered the room, I had shut the door behind me. Now, after a moment of silence during which the walker may have been inspecting my bicycle in the hall, I heard a fumble at the latch, and saw the panelled portal swing open again. In the doorway stood a person of such singular appearance that I should have exclaimed aloud but for the restraints of good breeding. Old, white-bearded and ragged, my host possessed a countenance and physique which inspired equal wonder and respect. His height could not have been less than 6 feet, and despite a general air of age and poverty, he was stout and powerful in proportion. His face, almost hidden by a long beard which grew high on the cheeks, seemed abnormally ruddy and less wrinkled than one might expect, while over a high forehead fell a shock of white hair, little thinned by the years. His blue eyes, though a trifle bloodshot, seemed inexplicably keen and burning. But for his horrible unkemptness, the man would have been as distinguished-looking as he was impressive. This unkemptness, however, made him offensive, despite his face and figure. Of what his clothing consisted I could hardly tell, for it seemed to me no more than a mass of tatters surmounting a pair of high, heavy boots, and his lack of cleanliness surpassed description. The appearance of this man, and the instinctive fear he inspired, prepared me for something like enmity, so that I almost shuddered through surprise and a sense of uncanny incongruity when he motioned me to a chair and addressed me in a thin, weak voice full of fawning respect and ingratiating hospitality. His speech was very curious, an extreme form of Yankee dialect I had thought long extinct, and I studied it closely as he sat down opposite me for conversation.
"Catched in the rain, be ye?" he greeted. "Glad you was nigh the house and had the sense to come right in. I calculate I was asleep, else I heard you. I ain't as young as I used to be, and I need a powerful sight of naps nowadays. Travelling fur? I hadn't seen many folks along this road since they took off the Arkham stage."
I replied that I was going to Arkham, and I apologized for my rude entry into his domicile, whereupon he continued,
"Glad to see you, young sir. New faces is scarce around here, and I ain't had much to cheer me up these days. Guess ye hail from Boston, don't ye? I never been there, but I can tell a town man when I see him. We had one for district schoolmaster in '84, but he sudden quit and no one never heard on him since."
Here the old man lapsed into a kind of chuckle, and made no explanation when I questioned him. He seemed to be in an unboundingly good humour, yet possessed those eccentricities which one might guess from his grooming. For some time he rambled on with an almost feverish geniality, when it struck me to ask him how he came by so rare a book as Pigafett's Regnum Congo. The effect of this volume had not left me, and I felt a certain hesitancy in speaking of it, but curiosity overmastered all the vague fears which had steadily accumulated since my first glimpse of the house. To my relief, the question did not seem an awkward one, for the old man answered freely and volubly.
"Oh, the Afriky book. Captain Ebenezer Holt traded me that in '68, and was killed in the war."
Something about the name Ebenezer Holt caused me to look up sharply. I had encountered it in my genealogical work, but not in any record since the Revolution. I wondered if my host could help me in the task at which I was labouring, and resolved to ask him about it later on. He continued,
"Ebenezer was on Salem merchantman for years, and I picked up sight of queer stuff in every port. He got this in London, I guess. He used to like to buy things at the shops. I was up to his house once, on the hill, trading horses when I see this book. I relished the pictures, and I gave it on him on a swap. 'Tis a queer book. Here, leave me get on me spectacles."
The old man fumbled among his rags, producing a pair of dirty and amazingly antique glasses, with small octagonal lenses and steel bows. Donning these, he reached for the volume on the table and turned the pages lovingly.
Ebenezer could read a little of this. 'Tis Latin, but I can't. I had 2 or 3 schoolmasters read me a bit, and Parson Clark. Him said they got drowned in the pond. Can you make anything out of that?
I told him that I could, and I translated for his benefit a paragraph near the beginning. If I erred, he was not scholar enough to correct me, for he seemed childishly pleased at my English version. His proximity was becoming rather obnoxious, yet I saw no way to escape without offending him. I was amused at the childish fondness of this ignorant old man for the pictures in a book he could not read, and wondered how much better he could read the few books in English which adorned the room. This revelation of simplicity removed much of the ill-defined apprehension I had felt, and I smiled as my host rambled on.
Queer how pictures can set a body thinking. Take this in here near the front. Have you ever seen trees like that, with big leaves a-flopping all and down, and them men? Them can't be niggers. They do beatin' all. Kinda like Indians, I guess, even if they do be Africy. Some of these here critters look like they might be monkeys or half men, but I never heard of nothing like this'n.
Here he pointed to a fabulous creature of the artist, which one might describe as a sort of dragon with the head of an alligator.
But now I'll show you the best'n, over here nigh in the middle.
The old man's speech grew a trifle thicker, and his eyes assumed a brighter glow, but his fumbling hands, though seemingly clumsier than before, were entirely adequate to their mission. The book fell open almost of its own accord, and as if from frequent consultation at this place, to the repellent 12th plate showing a butcher's shop amongst the Anzique cannibals. My sense of restlessness returned, though I did not exhibit it. The especially bizarre thing was that the artist had made his Africans look like white men. The limbs and quarters hanging about the walls of the shop were ghastly, while the butcher with his axe was hideously incongruous, but my host seemed to relish the view as much as I disliked it.
What do you think of this? Ain't never seen the like hereabouts, eh? When I see this, I tell Deb Holt, there's something to stir you up and make your blood tickle. When I read in scripture about slaying, like the Midianites was slew, I kind of think things. But I ain't got a picture of it. Here a body can see all there is to it. I suppose 'tis sinful, but ain't we all born and living in sin? That fella being chopped up gives me a tickle every time I look at him. I have to keep looking at him. See where the butcher cut off his feet? There's his head on that there bench, with one arm side of it, and t'other arm's on ground outside the meat block.
As the man mumbled on in his shocking ecstasy, the expression on his hairy spectacled face became indescribable, but his voice sank rather than mounted. My own sensations can scarcely be recorded. All the terror I had dimly felt before rushed upon me actively and vividly, and I knew that I loathed the ancient and abhorrent creature so near to me with an infinite intensity. His madness, or at least his partial perversion, seemed beyond dispute. He was almost whispering now, with a huskiness more terrible than a scream, and I trembled as I listened.
As I say, 'tis queer how pictures set you thinking. Do you know, young sir, I'm right sot on this'n here. Arthur got the book off Ebb. I used to look at it a lot, especially when I'd heard Parson Clark ranting Sundays in his big wig. Once I tried something funny. Here, young sir, don't get scared. All I done was to look at a picture afore I killed a sheep for market. Killing sheep was kind of more fun after looking at it.
The tone of the old man now sank very low, sometimes becoming so faint that his words were hardly audible. I listened to the rain, and to the rattling of the bleared small-paned panels, and marked a rumbling of approaching thunder, quite unusual for the season. Once a terrific flash and peal took the frail house to its foundations, but the whisperer seemed not to notice it.
Killing sheep were kind of more fun, but you know, 'twasn't quite satisfying. Queer how a craving gets a hold on you. As you love the Almighty, young man. Don't tell nobody, but I swear to God that picture began to make me hungry for victuals I couldn't raise nor buy. Here, set still, what's ailing you? I didn't do nothing. I only wondered how 'twould be if I did. They say meat makes blood and flesh and gives you new life. So I wondered if 'twouldn't make a man live longer and longer and longer. It was more the same.
But the whisperer never continued. The interruption was not due to my fright, nor to the rapidly increasing storm, amidst whose fury I was presently to open my eyes on a smoky solitude of blackened ruins. It was due to a very simple, though somewhat unusual, happening. The open book lay flat between us, with the picture staring repulsively upward. As the old man whispered the words,
"More the same,"
a tiny splattering impact was heard, and something showed on the yellow paper of the upturned volume. I thought of the rain and of a leaky roof, but rain is not red. On the butcher's shop of the Anzique cannibals, a small red spattering glistened picturesquely, lending vividness to the horror of the engraving. The old man saw it and stopped whispering, even before my expression of horror made it necessary. Saw it and glanced quickly towards the door of the room he had left an hour before. I followed his glance, and beheld just above us on the loose plaster of the ancient ceiling a large irregular spot of wet crimson, which seemed to spread even as I viewed it. I did not shriek or move, but merely shut my eyes. A moment later came the titanic thunderbolt of thunderbolts, striking the accursed house of unutterable secrets, and bringing the oblivion which alone saved my mind. This is the end of The Picture in the House by Howard Philip Lovecraft, recorded by James Evans.
The Shadows on the Wall by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marina47. Henry had words with Edward in the study the night before Edward died, said Caroline Glynn. She spoke not with acrimony, but with grave severity. Rebecca Ann Glynn gasped by way of assent. She sat in a wide flounce of black silk in the corner of the sofa, and rolled terrified eyes from her sister Caroline to her sister Mrs. Stephen Brigham, who had been Emma Glynn, the one beauty of the family. The latter was beautiful still, with a large, splendid, full-blown beauty. She filled a great rocking-chair with her superb bulk of femininity, and swayed gently back and forth, her black silks whispering and her black frills fluttering. Even the shock of death, for her brother Edward lay dead in the house, could not disturb her outward serenity of demeanor. But even her expression of masterly placidity changed before her sister Caroline's announcement, and her sister Rebecca Ann's gasp of terror and distress in response. I think Henry might have controlled his temper when poor Edward was so near his end, she said with an asperity which disturbed slightly the roseate curves of her beautiful mouth. Of course, he did not know, murmured Rebecca Ann in a faint tone. Of course he did not know it, said Caroline quickly. She turned on her sister with a strange, sharp look of suspicion. Then she shrank, as if from the other's possible answer. Rebecca gasped again. The married sister, Mrs. Emma Brigham, was now sitting up straight in her chair. She had ceased rocking, and was eyeing them both intently, with a sudden accentuation of family likeness in her face. "What do you mean?" said she impartially to them both. Then she, too, seemed to shrink before a possible answer. She even laughed an evasive sort of laugh. "Nobody means anything," said Caroline firmly. She rose and crossed the room toward the door with grim decisiveness. "Where are you going?" asked Mrs. Brigham. "I have something to see to," replied Caroline, and the others at once knew by her tone that she had some solemn and sad duty to perform in the chamber of death. "Oh," said Mrs. Brigham. After the door had closed behind Caroline, she turned to Rebecca. "Did Henry have many words with him?" she asked. "They were talking very loud," replied Rebecca evasively. Mrs. Brigham looked at her. She had not resumed rocking. She still sat up straight, with a slight knitting of intensity on her fair forehead, between the pretty rippling curves of her auburn hair. "Did you ever hear anything?" she asked in a low voice with a glance toward the door. "I was just across the hall in the south parlor, and that door was open and this door ajar," replied Rebecca with a slight flush. Then you must have. I couldn't help it. Everything? Most of it. What was it? The old story. I suppose Henry was mad, as he always was, because Edward was living on here for nothing, when he had wasted all the money Father left him. Rebecca nodded, with a fearful glance at the door. When Emma spoke again, her voice was still more hushed. I know how he felt, said she. It must have looked to him as if Edward was living at his expense, but he wasn't. No, he wasn't. And Edward had a right here, according to the terms of Father's will, and Henry ought to have remembered it. Yes, he ought. Did he say hard things? Pretty hard, from what I heard. What? I heard him tell Edward that he had no business here at all, and he thought he had better go away. What did Edward say? That he would stay here as long as he lived, and afterward too, if he was a mind to, and he would like to see Henry get him out, and then— What? Then he laughed. What did Henry say? I didn't hear him say anything, but— But what? I saw him when he came out of this room. He looked mad? You've seen him when he looked so. Emma nodded. The expression of horror on her face had deepened. Do you remember that time he killed the cat because she had scratched him? Yes, don't. Then Caroline re-entered the room. She went up to the stove, in which a wood fire was burning. It was a cold, gloomy day of fall, and she warmed her hands, which were reddened from recent washing in cold water. Mrs. Brigham looked at her and hesitated. She glanced at the door, which was still ajar. It did not easily shut, being still swollen with the damp weather of the summer. She rose and pushed it together with a sharp thud which jarred the house. Rebecca started painfully with a half-exclamation. Caroline looked at her disapprovingly. "It is time you controlled your nerves, Rebecca," she said. Mrs. Brigham, returning from the closed door, said imperiously that it ought to be fixed. It shut so hard. "It will shrink enough after we have had the fire a few days," replied Caroline. "I think Henry ought to be ashamed of himself for talking as he did to Edward," said Mrs. Brigham abruptly, but in an almost inaudible voice. "Hush," said Caroline, with a glance of actual fear at the closed door. "Nobody can hear with the door shut. I say again, I think Henry ought to be ashamed of himself. I shouldn't think he'd ever get over it, having words with poor Edward the very night before he died. Edward was enough sight better disposition than Henry, with all his faults. I never heard him speak a cross word. Unless he spoke cross to Henry that last night. I don't know but he did, from what Rebecca overheard. Not so much cross, a sort of soft and sweet, and aggravating," sniffed Rebecca. "What do you really think ailed Edward?" asked Emma in hardly more than a whisper. She did not look at her sister. "I know you said that he had terrible pains in his stomach and had spasms, but what do you think made him have them?" "Henry called it gastric trouble. You know Edward has always had dyspepsia." Mrs. Brigham hesitated a moment. "Was there any talk of an examination?" said she. Then Caroline turned on her fiercely. "No," said she in a terrible voice. "No." The three sisters' souls seemed to meet on one common ground of terrified understanding through their eyes. The old-fashioned latch of the door was heard to rattle, and a push from without made the door shake ineffectually. "It's Henry," Rebecca sighed rather than whispered. Mrs. Brigham settled herself, after a noiseless rush across the floor, into her rocking-chair again, and was swaying back and forth with her head comfortably leaning back, when the door at last yielded and Henry Glynn entered. He cast a covertly sharp, comprehensive glance at Mrs. Brigham with her elaborate calm, at Rebecca quietly huddled in the corner of the sofa with a handkerchief to her face, and only one small uncovered reddened ear as attentive as a dog's, and at Caroline sitting with a strained composure in her armchair by the stove. She met his eyes quite firmly with a look of inscrutable fear, and defiance of the fear and of him. Henry Glynn looked more like this sister than the others. Both had the same hard delicacy of form and aquilinity of feature. They confronted each other with the pitiless immovability of two statues in whose marble lineaments emotions were fixed for all eternity. Then Henry Glynn smiled, and the smile transformed his face. He looked suddenly years younger, and an almost boyish recklessness appeared in his face. He flung himself into a chair with a gesture which was bewildering from its incongruity with his general appearance. He leaned his head back, flung one leg over the other, and looked laughingly at Mrs. Brigham. "I declare, Emma, you grow younger every year," he said. She flushed a little, and her placid mouth widened at the corners. She was susceptible to praise. "Our thoughts today ought to belong to the one of us who will never grow older," said Caroline in a hard voice. Henry looked at her, still smiling. "Of course, we none of us forget that," said he in a deep, gentle voice. "But we have to speak to the living, Caroline. And I have not seen Emma for a long time, and the living are as dear as the dead." "Not to me," said Caroline. She rose and went abruptly out of the room again. Rebecca also rose and hurried after her, sobbing loudly. Henry looked slowly after them. "Caroline is completely unstrung," said he. Mrs. Brigham rocked. A confidence in him inspired by his manner was stealing over her. Out of that confidence she spoke quite easily and naturally. "His death was very sudden," said she. Henry's eyelids quivered slightly, but his gaze was unswerving. "Yes," said he, "it was very sudden. He was sick only a few hours." "What did you call it?" "Gastric." "You did not think of an examination?" "There was no need. I am perfectly certain as to the cause of his death." Suddenly Mrs. Brigham felt a creep as of some live horror over her very soul. Her flesh prickled with cold before an inflection of his voice. She rose, tottering on weak knees. "Where are you going?" asked Henry in a strange, breathless voice. Mrs. Brigham said something incoherent about some sewing which she had to do, some black for the funeral, and was out of the room. She went up to the front chamber which she occupied. Caroline was there. She went close to her and took her hands, and the two sisters looked at each other. "Don't speak, don't! I won't have it," said Caroline finally in an awful whisper. "I won't," replied Emma. That afternoon the three sisters were in the study. Mrs. Brigham was hemming some black material. At last she laid her work on her lap. "It's no use. I cannot see to sew another stitch until we have a light," said she. Caroline, who was writing some letters at the table, turned to Rebecca in her usual place on the sofa. "Rebecca, you had better get a lamp," she said. Rebecca started up. Even in the dusk her face showed her agitation. "It doesn't seem to me that we need a lamp quite yet," she said in a piteous, pleading voice like a child's. "Yes, we do," returned Mrs. Brigham peremptorily. "I can't see to sew another stitch." Rebecca rose and left the room. Presently she entered with a lamp. She set it on the table, an old-fashioned card table which was placed against the opposite wall from the window. That opposite wall was taken up with 3 doors. The one small space was occupied by the table. "What have you put that lamp over there for?" asked Mrs. Brigham, with more of impatience than her voice usually revealed. "Why didn't you set it in the hall and have done with it? Neither Caroline nor I can see if it is on that table." "I thought perhaps you would move," replied Rebecca hoarsely. "If I do move, we can't both sit at that table. Caroline has her paper all spread around. Why don't you set the lamp on the study table in the middle of the room? Then we can both see." Rebecca hesitated. Her face was very pale. She looked with an appeal that was fairly agonizing at her sister Caroline. "Why don't you put the lamp on this table, as she says?" asked Caroline almost fiercely. "Why do you act so, Rebecca?" Rebecca took the lamp and set it on the table in the middle of the room without another word. Then she seated herself on the sofa and placed a hand over her eyes as if to shade them, and remained so. "Does the light hurt your eyes? And is that the reason why you didn't want the lamp?" asked Mrs. Brigham kindly. "I always like to sit in the dark," replied Rebecca chokingly. Then she snatched her handkerchief hastily from her pocket and began to weep. Caroline continued to write, Mrs. Brigham to sew. Suddenly Mrs. Brigham, as she sewed, glanced at the opposite wall. The glance became a steady stare. She looked intently, her work suspended in her hands. Then she looked away again and took a few more stitches. Then she looked again, and again turned to her task. At last she laid her work in her lap and stared concentratedly. She looked from the wall round the room, taking note of the various objects. Then she turned to her sisters. "What is that?" said she. "What?" asked Caroline harshly. "That strange shadow on the wall," replied Mrs. Brigham. Rebecca sat with her face hidden. Caroline dipped her pen in the inkstand. "Why don't you turn around and look?" asked Mrs. Brigham in a wondering and somewhat aggrieved way. "I am in a hurry to finish this letter," replied Caroline shortly. Mrs. Brigham rose, her work slipping to the floor, and began walking round the room, moving various articles of furniture, with her eyes on the shadow. Then suddenly she shrieked out, "Look at this awful shadow! What is it? Caroline, look, look! Rebecca, look! What is it?" All Mrs. Brigham's triumphant placidity was gone. Her handsome face was livid with horror. She stood stiffly pointing at the shadow. Then, after a shuddering glance at the wall, Rebecca burst out in a wild wail. "Oh, Caroline, there it is again! There it is again!" "Caroline Glynn, you look," said Mrs. Brigham. "Look! What is that dreadful shadow?" Caroline rose, turned, and stood confronting the wall. "How should I know?" she said. "It has been there every night since he died," cried Rebecca. "Every night?" "Yes, he died Thursday, and this is Saturday. That makes 3 nights," said Caroline rigidly. She stood as if holding her calm with a vise of concentrated will. It looks like, stammered Mrs. Brigham in a tone of intense horror. "I know what it looks like well enough," said Caroline. "I've got eyes in my head." "It looks like Edward," burst out Rebecca in a sort of frenzy of fear. "Only—" "Yes, it does," assented Mrs. Brigham, whose horror-stricken tone matched her sister's. "Only, oh, it is awful! What is it, Caroline?" "I ask you again, how should I know?" replied Caroline. "I see it there like you. How should I know any more than you?" "It must be something in the room," said Mrs. Brigham, staring wildly around. "We moved everything in the room the first night it came," said Rebecca. "It is not anything in the room." Caroline turned upon her with a sort of fury. "Of course it is something in the room," said she. "How you act! What do you mean talking so? Of course it is something in the room." "Of course it is," agreed Mrs. Brigham, looking at Caroline suspiciously. "It must be something in the room." "It is not anything in the room," repeated Rebecca with obstinate horror. The door opened suddenly, and Henry Glynn entered. He began to speak, then his eyes followed the direction of the others. He stood staring at the shadow on the wall. "What is that?" he demanded in a strange voice. "It must be due to something in the room," Mrs. Brigham said faintly. Henry Glynn stood and stared a moment longer. His face showed a gamut of emotions: horror, conviction, then furious incredulity. Suddenly he began hastening hither and thither about the room. He moved the furniture with fierce jerks, turning ever to see the effect upon the shadow on the wall. Not a line of its terrible outlines wavered. "It must be something in the room," he declared in a voice which seemed to snap like a lash. His face changed. The inmost secrecy of his nature seemed evident upon his face, until one almost lost sight of his lineaments. Rebecca stood close to her sofa, regarding him with woeful, fascinated eyes. Mrs. Brigham clutched Caroline's hand. They both stood in a corner out of his way. For a few moments he raged about the room like a caged wild animal. He moved every piece of furniture. When the moving of a piece did not affect the shadow, he flung it to the floor. Then suddenly he desisted. He laughed. "What an absurdity," he said easily. "Such a to-do about a shadow." "That's so," assented Mrs. Brigham, in a scared voice which she tried to make natural. As she spoke, she lifted a chair near her. "I think you have broken the chair that Edward was fond of," said Caroline. Terror and wrath were struggling for expression on her face. Her mouth was set, her eyes shrinking. Henry lifted the chair with a show of anxiety. "Just as good as ever," he said pleasantly. He laughed again, looking at his sisters. "Did I scare you?" he said. "I should think you might be used to me by this time. You know my way of wanting to leap to the bottom of a mystery, and that shadow does look queer, like, and I thought if there was any way of accounting for it, I would like to without any delay." "You don't seem to have succeeded," remarked Caroline dryly, with a slight glance at the wall. Henry's eyes followed hers, and he quivered perceptibly. "Oh, there is no accounting for shadows," he said, and he laughed again. "A man is a fool to try to account for shadows." Then the supper bell rang, and they all left the room. But Henry kept his back to the wall, as did indeed the others. Henry led the way with an alert motion like a boy. Rebecca brought up the rear. She could scarcely walk, her knees trembled so. "I can't sit in that room again this evening," she whispered to Caroline after supper. "Very well, we will sit in the south room," replied Caroline. "I think we will sit in the south parlour," she said aloud. "It isn't as damp as the study, and I have a cold." So they all sat in the south room with their sewing. Henry read the newspaper, his chair drawn close to the lamp on the table. About 9 o'clock he rose abruptly and crossed the hall to the study. The three sisters looked at one another. Mrs. Brigham rose, folded her rustling skirts compactly round her, and began tiptoeing toward the door. "What are you going to do?" inquired Rebecca agitatedly. "I am going to see what he is about," replied Mrs. Brigham cautiously. As she spoke, she pointed to the study door across the hall. It was ajar. Henry had striven to pull it together behind him, but it had somehow swollen beyond the limit with curious speed. It was still ajar, and a streak of light showed from top to bottom. Mrs. Brigham folded her skirt so tightly that her bulk with its swelling curves was revealed in a black silk sheath, and she went with a slow toddle across the hall to the study door. She stood there, her eye at the crack. In the south room, Rebecca stopped sewing and sat watching with dilated eyes. Caroline sewed steadily. What Mrs. Brigham, standing at the crack in the study door, saw was this. Henry Glynn, evidently reasoning that the source of the strange shadow must be between the table on which the lamp stood and the wall, was making systematic passes and thrusts with an old sword which had belonged to his father all over and through the intervening space. Not an inch was left unpierced. He seemed to have divided the space into mathematical sections. He brandished the sword with a sort of cold fury and calculation. The blade gave out flashes of light. The shadow remained unmoved. Mrs. Brigham, watching, felt herself cold with horror. Finally Henry ceased and stood with the sword in hand and raised as if to strike, surveying the shadow on the wall threateningly. Mrs. Brigham toddled back across the hall and shut the south room door behind her before she related what she had seen. "He looked like a demon," she said again. "Have you got any of that old wine in the house, Caroline? I don't feel as if I could stand much more." "Yes, there's plenty," said Caroline. "You can have some when you go to bed." "I think we had all better take some," said Mrs. Brigham. "Oh, Caroline, what—" "Don't ask, don't speak," said Caroline. "No, I'm not going to," replied Mrs. Brigham, "but—" Soon the three sisters went to their chambers and the south parlour was deserted. Caroline called to Henry in the study to put out the light before he came upstairs. They had been gone about an hour when he came into the room bringing the lamp which had stood in the study. He set it on the table and waited a few minutes, pacing up and down. His face was terrible. His fair complexion showed livid, and his blue eyes seemed dark blanks of awful reflections. Then he took up the lamp and returned to the library. He set the lamp on the centre table, and the shadow sprang out on the wall. Again he studied the furniture and moved it about, but deliberately, with none of his former frenzy. Nothing affected the shadow. Then he returned to the south room with the lamp and again waited. Again he returned to the study and placed the lamp on the table, and the shadow sprang out upon the wall. It was midnight before he went upstairs. Mrs. Brigham and the other sisters, who could not sleep, heard him. The next day was a funeral. That evening the family sat in the south room. Some relatives were with them. Nobody entered the study until Henry carried a lamp in there after the others had retired for the night. He saw again the shadow on the wall leap to an awful life before the light. The next morning at breakfast, Henry Glynn announced that he had to go to the city for 3 days. The sisters looked at him with surprise. He very seldom left home, and just now his practice had been neglected on account of Edward's death. "How can you leave your patients now?" asked Mrs. Brigham wonderingly. "I don't know how to, but there is no other way," replied Henry easily. "I have had a telegram from Dr. Mitford." "Consultation?" inquired Mrs. Brigham. "I have business," replied Henry. Dr. Mitford was an old classmate of his who lived in a neighboring city and who occasionally called upon him in the case of a consultation. After he had gone, Mrs. Brigham said to Caroline that after all, Henry had not said that he was going to consult with Dr. Mitford, and she thought it very strange. "Everything is very strange," said Rebecca with a shudder. "What do you mean?" inquired Caroline. "Nothing," replied Rebecca. Nobody entered the study that day, nor the next. The third day Henry was expected home, but he did not arrive, and the last train from the city had come. "I call it pretty queer work," said Mrs. Brigham. "The idea of a doctor leaving his patients at such a time as this, and the idea of a consultation lasting 3 days. There is no sense in it, and now he has not come. I don't understand it for my part." "I don't either," said Rebecca. They were all in the south parlour. There was no light in the study. The door was ajar. Presently Mrs. Brigham rose. She could not have told why. Something seemed to impel her. Some will outside her own. She went out of the room, again wrapping her rustling skirts round that she might pass noiselessly, and began pushing at the swollen door of the study. "She has not got any lamp," said Rebecca in a shaking voice. Caroline, who was writing letters, rose again, took the only remaining lamp in the room, and followed her sister. Rebecca had risen, but she stood trembling, not venturing to follow. The doorbell rang, but the others did not hear it. It was on the south door on the other side of the house from the study. Rebecca, after hesitating until the bell rang the second time, went to the door. She remembered that the servant was out. Caroline and her sister Emma entered the study. Caroline set the lamp on the table. They looked at the wall, and there were 2 shadows. The sisters stood clutching each other, staring at the awful things on the wall. Then Rebecca came in, staggering, with a telegram in her hand. "Here is a telegram," she gasped. "Henry is dead." End of The Shadows on the Wall.
The Statement of Justin Parker by August W. Derleth. From Weird Tales, December 1928. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A short, tragic tale is The Statement of Justin Parker by August Derleth. My sole desire in writing this is to place before the public all that I know of the singular facts attending the disappearance of Michael Salisbury, retired, from his home on Salisbury Plain on the 17th day of December last. Michael Salisbury and I had always been the best of friends since childhood. We were together always until late 1916, when he went to the African Veldt to spend over 7 years there. He had hardly returned. As a matter of fact, it was on the train that I met him, before I left for the Veldt. The incident is rather peculiar, and it may aid in a manner to throw light on what followed. I was on board a train leaving London for Liverpool. He had just come in from Liverpool. He came rushing into my compartment, 2 bags in his hands, looking nervously right and left. Suddenly he saw me. He stopped, dropped his bags, and came over to sit down beside me. "My dear Justin, think of seeing you here." It was obvious to me from the beginning that the man didn't have the least idea what he was saying. "Just returned from the Veldt, Michael?" I asked. "Aren't you on the wrong train? This one isn't going anywhere near your home." "Oh, no, right train all right. Connections, everything tip-top. Liverpool train, isn't it?" "Yes," I said. Didn't you just come from there? To be sure, but I've the right train. I'll fool them. Fool them? I repeated, astonished. Whatever are you talking about? I began to think that the veldt had seriously affected Michael Salisbury. My valet and housekeeper. Fool them. Come in on a different train. The prevarication was too obvious. All the while he was looking from the car windows and staring up and down the aisles at the people in the car. Besides, his valet had been with him to the veldt. Of course, he might have returned before him. There was that possibility. We talked for some time, he in the same disconnected manner, with his eyes on everything at once, especially the car windows. The moment the train stopped at the first station outside London, he jumped up with his bags, which some well-meaning porter had at time before removing from the aisle. On the platform he turned and shouted, "Right, after all, Justin! It is the wrong train!" I went on to Liverpool, deeply concerned over this strange and unaccountable action on the part of Michael Salisbury. At Liverpool I took a boat for Calais, and 3 months later I was in the great veldt, which my friend had just left. I returned from the veldt on the 5th of December. On the 7th I received a short note from Michael Salisbury. It was somewhat disconnected, but I gathered that he had earnestly wished me to come down to his home some distance out on the plain and spend a few days with him. I have given this note to the press, and I believe that it is now in the possession of Messrs. Montague and Saunders of Chancery Lane. I arrived on the 10th of December, and I found a somewhat different Michael Salisbury from the one I had seen some years before. His rooms were hung in solid, unrelieved black. He himself wore nothing but black, stalking around most of the time in a heavy black dressing gown. His hair looked as if it had never been combed, and it had begun to gray at the temples. He had grown a beard which covered more than half of his face. He wore a gold-rimmed pince-nez with smoked glass. These melancholy conditions were wholly contrary to Michael Salisbury's temperament, and you can imagine that I was not slow to ask him what it all meant. But he ventured little by way of explanation. "It's hard to cast a shadow on black, Justin," he said, an offering which whetted my curiosity still more. "But why this aversion to shadows?" I asked at once. "The angle at which a shadow is cast determines for a distant observer exactly the position of the object cast of it." This answer puzzled me beyond words. Surely you cannot blame me when I say that I began to cast sidelong glances at Michael Salisbury, fearing at first for his sanity. I remonstrated with him. "Never mind, Justin," he said at last. "Tomorrow I'll tell you all about it." Then he laughed and said, "And I'll explain just how it happened that I, of all people, got the wrong train at London a few years ago." And with that he packed me off to bed, for it was already late at night when I arrived. It seemed to me a good sign that he remembered as a jest that adventure of 4 years before, and I went to bed thoroughly convinced that I was to hear something far out of the ordinary. And I was not disappointed. A great majority of those who read this will not attach a bit of significance or truth to the strange narrative that Michael Salisbury told me on the morning of the 11th of December. I admit that I myself doubted the tale at first. "It's rather an incredible tale, Justin," he began. "Nevertheless, I'll vouch for it. When I came from the veldt 4 years ago, I had with me a diamond, which I had taken from the domain of certain pygmy tribes in the veldt. The diamond was part of a makeshift idol, worshipped by these people. These dark-skinned pygmies, strangely enough, were not a fraction as barbaric as their neighbors on all sides. Their priests were the educated men of the village. 3 of them could speak English, having learned it from an English explorer some years before I came. These 3 priests were the historians of the village, the chief tradesmen, and, most important, the guardian of the idol their people worshipped. They were robed in costumes decidedly similar to those of Egyptian priests of Ra. They wore ornaments of beaten gold and silver, and used great quantities of beaten copper. Under their leadership, the pygmies had established a trade with more civilized colonies along the coast. The weapons these pygmies used were a queer sort of blowguns, through which they projected grayish pellets, soft things composed of thousands of minute microbes encysted, covered with a skin of gelatin. As yet, I have no knowledge of these microbes, save that they devoured anything they came to, with the exception of glass or metal. When these pellets are shot from the guns, they break upon impact, and the microbes emerge, multiplying so rapidly as to look like a puddle of gray water spreading out on all sides. I have seen an entire tribe of savages wiped out by this horror. Acid is the only thing that will kill it. I think that there is only one other man that I know of who has an experience with these microbes, and that is Dr. Maxwell, who terms it the Gray Death. You can easily see that I had plenty of reason to be frightened when I got off the train in London, only to discover that I had been trailed all the way from Africa by one of the pygmy priests, who stood not far behind me on the platform. On the verge of panic, I dashed through the crowd, hoping to elude him, and at last I boarded the first train that came to hand, the train on which you were setting out for Liverpool. When I saw you on the train, you, who knew that I was arriving from the veldt that day, and when I saw you had already seen me, I had only one course to take. That was to make up something to throw you off the track. I wasn't going to fill you full of silly fears until I was positively sure of my pursuit. Though, God knows, I was sure, only I hated to admit it to myself. Then I told you, on the spur of the moment, that I was playing some silly prank upon my servants. I knew the tale was totally awry, and almost laughed at the expression on your face. But it was the best I could do at the time. I left the train when I was finally sure I had not been followed, and hired a car to drive me all the way to my home here on the plain. I saw nothing of the pygmy priest for over 4 years after. Then, one day last October, while wandering about on the moor, I noticed someone in the ruined chapel. You've seen the chapel, haven't you? I thought you had. At any rate, I thought nothing of the matter at the moment, thinking perhaps that some children had wandered out here, which is not so unusual as it sounds. But when I got closer to look into it, I found on the ground near the ruined structure an amulet of beaten gold. For a moment I was stunned, but I knew whom I had so fortunately spied, and I fled as fast as I could go to the confines of my home." He stopped and pointed all around him with his stick to the black hangings and to his own black robe. "I've seen these pygmies strike an object with their accusing pellets when it was securely out of sight. They judge its position exactly by an angle at which its shadow is thrown. As I said, I don't quite know how to take this story. At first, I was all for the theory that he had made a mistake about being followed, but he would have none of it, and actually became angry when I persisted. Now he showed me the diamond that he said he had risked his life for, and to do it justice, I must say that I thought it well worth such a risk. He had kept the jewel hidden in a secret safe behind his bookcases. Never once did Michael Salisbury cease his vigilance. He dressed always in black and maintained a constant watch. On one occasion he confided in me that there was nothing he feared so much as the dreaded Lama sorcery, a form of animal magnetism practiced by African tribes, and with which he was familiar. He never ventured to explain this magnetism to me. Consequently, I am totally in the dark concerning it. For 5 days nothing happened to break the monotony of life out on the plain. On the 6th day, December 17th, Michael Salisbury vanished. He must have disappeared in the early morning, for we had been having a lengthy conversation the night before, and neither of us had retired before midnight. His clothes were all in his room, with the exception of his black silk dressing gown and his slippers. The first thing I did when I had ascertained that Michael Salisbury was nowhere about was to look for the gem. It was gone. As no one but Michael and myself knew the combination and the location of that safe, Michael must have taken it. But where could a man have gone in his dressing gown? For some time I was more than confident he would turn up sometime during the day. I don't know what possessed me to go to the ruined chapel that afternoon, but I went, crossing the moor just as the sun began to sink below the horizon. The chapel was an ordinary affair, except that it was antique. Old stone, broken panes of painted glass, the usual thing. Its floor, however, was unusual. It was of earth, and the insidious advance of water under the earth had made it soggy. I saw nothing unusual about the structure when I approached it. I made a note of the fact that I would have to hurry and get back to the house before darkness settled over the moor, and began to wonder whether or not Michael would have returned. I entered the chapel, proceeding cautiously over the wet, miry soil. But abruptly I stopped. In the mud before me lay a grayish bubble that contracted and expanded in a sort of rhythmic movement about something that lay in its midst. I bent closer, the better to see what it was. As I did so, my handkerchief fell from my coat pocket, fell directly into this gray bubble. More quickly than I can tell, the grayish mass had spread over the cloth and devoured it. Again I caught sight of the object in the midst of it, and in that moment I recognized it. It was that recognition that made me turn and run from the chapel, running haphazardly across the moor. And it was that knowledge that sent me to Liverpool that same night to see whether or not a small brown man, answering to the description of an African pygmy from the veldt, had taken passage on any outgoing ship. As if in confirmation to my recognition of the thing in the chapel, I found that a man such as the one I sought had taken passage bound for Calais, and I have wired there to have him seized on landing and searched for the gem I know he has. But I have some knowledge of these priests. The gem will not be found, yet it is the only thing I could have done, for the thing in the midst of that seething bubble was the gold-rimmed pince-nez that Michael Salisbury had worn when last I saw him. The end of The Statement of Justin Parker by August W. Derleth.
A Tale Told by the Fireside by M.A. Bird. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dylan Whaley. A Tale Told by the Fireside by M.A. Bird. Some few years ago, I became acquainted with a young German whose talents and amiable disposition, but still more his habitual air of despondency, strongly prepossessed me in his favor. Our acquaintance soon ripened into intimacy, and so familiar did we at last become that few things passed without his taking his usual seat by our fireside, where he remained as long as he pleased. joining in the conversation if he felt sociable, and left in undisturbed possession of his wayward thoughts if one of his gloomy fits was upon him. Sometimes he lured into a studious game of chess with one of my sisters. Sometimes he brought a book. Sometimes he sat for hours, apparently listening to the music of merry chat going on around him. One evening, the whole family, excepting myself, were gone to a ball, and I was sitting alone when my friend walked in. He seemed at first more taciturn than ordinary, for he merely shook my hand without speaking, and dropped into his customary chair while I went on reading my book. The book, incidentally, suggested to my mind the subject of supernatural appearances, and knowing that a large faith in such things is commonly ascribed to his countrymen, I thought I might obtain some interesting communications from him. And suddenly, looking up, I asked him if he ever felt inclined to believe in ghosts. An instantaneous change came over him. "Are they all out for the evening?" he asked, with unusual vivacity. "All," was my reply. "Then," he said, throwing himself onto the sofa beside me, "I will tell you how far I believe in ghosts, or whatever you may call the spirits of the dead, and the reasons I have for my belief. I must first inform you that I was brought up in a quiet and very old house on the borders of an out-of-the-way little country town about 60 miles from Vienna. A bleak expanse of half-cultivated fields, terminated by a range of distant hills, extended beyond our garden. The house itself had nothing to recommend it, for it was an assemblage of large rooms with low ceilings, dark flights of stairs, strange, incomprehensible closets, odd passages, and at the top of it all, beneath the steep roof, a set of the wildest old garrets that ever held lumber. My mother had been dead for years, but I still had a vivid recollection of her gentle face and sweet musical voice when I left home at the age of 16 to continue my studies at Heidelberg. My father, through grief at my mother's loss, and also in consequence of some severe pecuniary troubles, had become morose and sullen. Of my 2 sisters, the elder remained at home with him, and the younger, my especial favorite, the companion of all my childish sports and fondest recollections, the beautiful, the graceful, the captivating Bettina. She was married, and gone to reside in a distant country, so distant indeed that it was extremely unlikely that we would ever meet again in this world. I had been 4 years at the university, when news reached me of the sudden death of my father, and the necessity for my immediate return. It was midwinter, and the snow lay so thick and continued to fall so heavily that my journey was considerably retarded. And thus it happened that I did not reach home till the end of the evening of the day of which my father's funeral had taken place. A death-like chill seemed to pervade the whole house, and an air of decay hung all around it. I knocked several times before gaining admittance, but at length the door was opened by my sister, who received me coldly, telling me that the funeral had already taken place, and reproaching me with my negligence for not coming in time. Unfortunately, before I left home, I had earned a character for procrastination, but, as in the present instance, I was wholly blameless for this delay. I confidently pleaded the snow as my excuse. However, sisters have a perverse habit of identifying their grown-up brothers with the little boys who used to tell fibs for the sake of tops and apples, and mine, coldly, casting her eyes over the wild landscape, blackened beneath the withering breath of an east wind, remarked sarcastically that it was strange that no snow had fallen there. I had not the heart to quarrel with her for thus giving me the lie, for she was suffering from deep grief, and I too was much dejected. The hearth of my childhood's home was cold, and death seemed stalking through its wide, damp, empty chambers. I drew the familiar bolts to the old door and followed my sister into the unusual sitting room, past the small passage from which a glass door opened into the wilderness of a garden. You will see presently why I mention this door. There was no servant in the house, and a small, half-extinguished fire in the room to which my sister led me was all that warmed the dreary vastness of this desolate abode. Good God! What a welcome home after 4 years! Not a word of affection, not a smile, not a warm pressure of the hand, not even a mingling of tears over our common bereavement. Sophia had always been quiet, thoughtful girl, but I had never seen her so frigid as this. Indeed, she seemed to be under the influence of a nightmare. Without a word, she sat down on a low seat beside the miserable fire, and there, with folded hands resting on her knees, her head hanging down upon her breasts, and her eyes fixed vacantly upon the rusty bars, she continued to rock herself backwards and forwards, occasionally uttering a deep sigh. I could not find a word to break the horrid silence. I looked around. Everything was just as I had left it. There stood my father's gun and stick in their accustomed corner. There were the old bookshelves with their well-known, oft-read volumes. There was the antiquated pianoforte and the Coville chessboard, exactly as they used to be. But oh, what was it? What was it that lay upon everything like a death damp and oppressed my spirits with the vague horror of something approaching, something evil? The closing of a distant door startled me. "Did you not say we were alone in the house?" I asked. "Someone must have got in." "I forgot to tell you that Bettina has come home," replied my sister. "Bettina? Come home?" I exclaimed. "Why did you not tell me so before? Where is she?" "She's coming," said Sophia, and as she spoke a strong shudder shook her frame. She looked up to my face with every feature sharpened as by some inward agony, and her eyes gleamed fearfully bright above her livid cheeks. Her white lips quivered and parted, and she seemed about to say something with trembling eagerness, when the door was gently opened, and she cowered down again, and bowed her head as before. No, that wild, yearning look, it will haunt me forever. With a soft, gliding step, Bettina entered, bearing in her hand some preparations for supper. The few years that had elapsed since we parted had not impaired the rounded symmetry of her figure, but there was a stiffness and angularity in her movements which showed too plainly that the grace and elasticity of youth were gone. "My darling Bettina," I exclaimed, advancing to embrace her. She disengaged one hand from the thing she was carrying and extended it to me. I clasped it affectionately, but how can I describe the sickening sensation that shot through my nerves as I touched that cold, clammy, corpse-like hand? It was stiff and impassive, and the flesh seemed to yield like clay beneath my pressure, as though there were no buoyant vitality within to raise it up again. I looked hard into her face. There indeed, her sweetly formed classical features, and her large dark grey eyes. But where was the playful mobility of those features? Where had been their greatest charm? Where was the liquid roll of that soft and lustrous eye? Where? The features, they were rigid and dull. Her eyes were glassy and expressionless. They never moved nor blinked, for I watched closely. The skin appeared sodden and swallow, except where a patch of deep red that looked like paint covered each cheek. She, too, seemed under the nightmare, as well as Sophia. I could not kiss her, but turned away and examined the bookcase. while Bettina busied herself at the fire and preparing some milk for my supper, as she used to do in the days gone by. I tried to occupy my mind with the books before me, and I had just succeeded in fixing my attention on one volume when a groan from Sophia made me look up. Bettina was leaning over her with one hand upon her head. She withdrew her hand, and she caught my eye, and with another deep groan, Sophia's head sank still further forward, till her forehead touched her clasped hands that lay upon her knees. What was more natural than that of these groans, and that desponding attitude should be the expression of her grief for her father's death? You will hardly believe me when I tell you that I could not help attributing the change that had passed over everything to the presence of Bettina. She whom I had so dearly loved, she whose return I should have hailed with so much delight, she whose sweet voice and light fairy step were the sunlight of my boyhood memories. Oh, 'twas horrible, 'twas unnatural, 'twas monstrous! What diabolical influence was at work within me, that her very aspect now seemed repugnant to me? That at her approach the pestilential atmosphere seemed to surround me? That while my eyes would have led me to love her for her sweet form, I felt an invincible loathing and detestation that made me shrink with her instinctive abhorrence? Do not wonder that even now I talk wildly on this subject, for, at the time, I knew not which I hated the most, myself for harboring such feelings, or her for exciting them. Well, she turned slowly round and advanced towards me, carrying the bowl containing the supper she had prepared for me upon the tips of her left-handed fingers. "See, my darling brother," she said, approaching close to me, "I have not forgotten what you used to be so fond of. Will you take this from me, as kindly as you did long ago?" What sorrows this poor girl must have endured to change her so, I thought. "Thanks, dear Bettina," I said aloud, and raised a spoonful of the milk to my lips. A strange, sickening sensation in my heart caused me to replace it hastily. As I did so, I saw her right hand as quickly withdrawn from almost contact with my body, just where I had felt the pain. I could not endure the horrid suspicion that flashed across my mind. I would not believe that she had caused that pain. So, shaking off the numbness that was creeping over my senses, I took the spoon again, and again, with a smile that felt like a hateful grin, prepared to eat. Again, it is no figure of speech to say I felt that my heart was being drawn, irresistibly drawn, from my bosom. I stepped back and fixed my eyes sternly upon her. Her features were slightly contorted, and a dark, vindictive glance shot from her eyes. But in an instant this expression was changed for one of hypocritical softness. "What?" she exclaimed reproachfully. "It is thus that you welcome your poor Bettina after so long an absence? I had fondly hoped that all my sufferings would have been compensated, at least by my brother's love. I see that my hope was in vain." "Dear Bettina," I said, "I feel strangely ill tonight, and I cannot eat. Pray excuse me. Indeed, I am quite as grateful for your kindness as though I partook of the supper you have prepared for me. But I am sick at heart." She sighed and moved slowly away with an air of extreme mortification. That look, that sigh, it overcame me. I was following her in order to take the milk and compel myself to eat it, when I heard a tapping at the glass door, which I have already mentioned as opening to the garden. This noise sounded somewhat like the fluttering of a bird's wing, which, in fact, I suppose it must be, as there is no way of getting into the garden except through the house. To the door, however, I went, and opened it. The weather had undergone a totally different change since I came in. The keen, dry easterly wind had yielded to a damp, foggy breeze from the northwest. Not an object was discernible through the dense white mist, but close to the door a column of thicker vapor lowered, sometimes assuming a strong resemblance to a human form. Whilst I strained my eyes to see a little further, a voice that was like the sighing of the wind rendered articulate whispers in my ear. Taste not the food she offers you. Kiss her not, touch her not, but bid her in God's name leave the house. 'Tis not Bettina. Bettina is dead, and this is a fiend that has entered her body and come here to draw your heart out. Look to your sister. The misty column swept forward till I felt its cold damp sweep across my face, and as it passed, it particularly cleared away, and I beheld the countenance of my mother. Faint, indeed, and shadowy were the lineaments, but the dark, large eyes shone with peculiar lustre, and gazed earnestly into mine, as they passed within a few inches. I dared not doubt, but obediently to the last injunction, I hastened back. It was not too soon, for there, bending over her victim, stood the abhorred thing, in that most lovely form, with both her accursed hands on my poor sister's head, which she supported, while the latter, with her dull eyes fixed on vacancy, was beginning to eat the infernal mixture, which I now considered as a hell broth compounded with devilish charms. I dashed the basin from her hands, and the contents hissed among the embers as they extinguished the last of the glimmering fire. At the same moment I cried out, "In the name of God, what are you doing?" A horrible change came over me, that which I trust my sweet sister's spirit will forgive me for calling Bettina. The face was convulsed, and the eyes flashed with actual flame, while the body, oh, that I could forget that sight. Here my friend buried his face in his hands, and seemed endeavoring to shut out something that haunted him. "I must try to describe it to you, however," he continued, raising his head again. "But even then you will not be able to imagine the horrifying effect which it produced. It seemed as though the dead and half-stiffened corpse was being shaken violently by some agency within. It was not the free and natural action of life, for the body looked dead and moved in jerks and angles. I was mad from excess of terror, and lost all self-command, and the dreadful thing sprang fiercely at me. I snatched up the gun, leveled, and fired. I saw and heard nothing after that, for the lamp was dashed out, and I fell senseless. The cold grey glimmer of winter morning was feebly struggling through the crevasses of the window shutters when I regained my consciousness. All was silent, and I began to think I was back in my room at Heidelberg, when a vague, inarticulate murmur close by recalled me to the condition in which I had last seen my poor sister Sophia. Then the whole horror of the preceding night rushed upon my mind. I wished to open the shutters, but feared to cross the room, lest I stumble over a corpse. However, the gun was still in my hand, so, advancing cautiously and feeling my way with it, I reached the window. I tore open the shutters with frantic haste, trembling lest something horrible should be hovering behind me all the time. The calm daylight dispelled my terrors. There was no one in the room but Sophia, who sat up upon a low seat beside the cold fireplace, rocking herself to and fro and uttering the articulate sounds that had struck my ear. I spoke to her, but she made no reply. I called to her. I shouted. She did not appear to hear me. I approached and shook her, gently at first, but at last almost with violence. In vain, she was utterly unimpressionable. I ran out of the house and called assistance. The neighbors flocked in, and with them came a physician, the same who had attended my father. After a short examination, this gentleman declared her to be a hopeless idiot. Grief for her father's death was too obvious a cause to be overlooked, especially as this view of the case was supported by my account of her apathetic deportment on the preceding evening, for I said nothing of the horrible occurrence of the night. She was removed to an asylum under the superintendence of our good doctor, where she has remained ever since. You may be sure I did not pass another night in that house. In fact, I only returned there for a few minutes to make arrangements for disposing of it for Sophia's benefit, ere I quitted the town forever. While there, however, the howling of a dog caught my ear. It proceeded from the room where I had passed the night, and thither I hastened. A stray dog had found its way into the house, and now stood half crouching over a dark spot near the fireplace. I looked closely at this spot, and my blood ran cold. Both sight and smell assured me that my shot had taken effect. I hastened away. To no soul had I breathed a hint of that night's adventure, and it was highly improbable that Sophia would ever be in a state to reveal it. So I left my native town, with the hideous secret locked within my own breast, and returned to Heidelberg. There, however, I could not rest a single day. An irrepressible curiosity urged me to visit Bettina's husband and learn the particulars of her death, and also, if possible, obtain a sight of her body. I set off at once, and in about 2 months I landed at the distant port within a few miles of my brother-in-law's residence. During the voyage, an obvious difficulty had presented itself in my mind. How should I account for my appearance, as I had received from him no intimations of her death? After much deliberation, I determined to say that hard studying having injured my health, I had taken this voyage to recruit it. And indeed, my nerves were so far restored to their wonted tone that I began to doubt the reality of this dreadful visitation, and I had hoped that I might find Bettina still alive. This hope was extinguished shortly after I had landed. On inquiry, I found that she was dead, and had been buried on the same day that my father was. I could not hear this without a shudder. Her husband received me kindly, and on making a request to see the body of my sister, he agreed to it as a most natural and proper wish. And after the requisite preliminaries, he accompanied me to the vault, and waited at the entrance while I descended. I had objected to the presence of any workmen, so I opened the coffin with tools that I had brought, and then threw the light of a lantern upon her corpse. Strenuously as I had nerved myself to bear anything that I might see, I could not behold the sight before me without deep emotion. On each cheek was a patch of red paint, presenting a sickly contrast with the cadaverous hue of the rest of the face, and through the neck there was a gunshot wound, from which the putrid lymph was oozing. I had often marveled whence I obtained the courage which supported me at that moment, while I gently wiped the insulating color from that pale face. A soft, sweet breeze played through the vault of death. I know not whether it came from the sunny and flowery earth above, or whether it was the spirit of my dear sister that kissed my face and then passed over the corpse. As little do I know whether it was the removal of the paint or the healing breath of the happy spirit that caused a change to come over Bettina's features. Certain it is, however, that when I looked again, there was a calm and holy expression. Serenity had passed into my own soul. I reverentially closed the coffin and returned to the blessed light of heaven. The next day saw me on my travels again, journeying back to Europe, but not to the fatherland. I came to England, where I had not been long when I had the good fortune to meet with you. You are the only person to whom I have ever confided this secret. Keep it whilst I live, and when I am dead you may publish it to the whole world if you like, upon the single condition that you make a post-mortem examination of my body, for I have a haunting conviction that my heart sustained an injury on that occasion which will ultimately cause my death. And now you will ask again whether I have faith in the things supernatural? Poor fellow! How was it possible to doubt his perfect faith in the strange story he had related to me? I could not, though I might suspect it had occurred in his own imagination alone. 2 subsequent events, however, tended much to alter this opinion. One was a correspondence which I had with his family physician at the time of his death, which took place a few months after the conversation related above, in which I ascertained that his sister, Sophia, had really become an idiot on the night following her father's funeral, on which day also his other sister, who had gone abroad, had been buried. The other circumstance was the result of the post-mortem examination, which was made in accordance with his wish, when it was found that his heart was considerably enlarged, particularly towards the front of the body. Had it really been partially drawn from him by the demon? Was there any truth in the tale that he had told me? I trembled to think it might be possible. But who shall decide? End of A Tale by the Fireside by M.A. Bird. Read by Dylan Whaley.
The Three-Story House by August W. Dearlith. From Weird Tales, July 1928. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Three-Storied House by August W. Dearlith. The 3 men paused for a moment in the glare of the street lamp. 2 of them slowly and deliberately lit cigarettes. The third stared back along the street with a curiously defiant expression on his face. "Oh, come, Johnson. If it's that 3-storied house that's bothering you, we'll go back and investigate it." The man called Johnson shrugged his shoulders and turned. The 3 men walked silently on for a distance somewhat over a city block. "Why is it, Johnson, that you can't ever pass a 3-storied house without a shudder of repugnance? It gets on a fellow's nerves after a bit. I'm getting so that I watch for every 3-storied house that I pass. If I've told you once, I've told you a dozen times that the story's too utterly like a fairy tale to repeat in public. It's humiliating to have you observe me like this, but it can't possibly be helped. It's in me, that's all. Can't you let it go at that?" "I can't, Johnson. I'm ready to believe anything if it will explain your peculiar aversion to 3-storied houses. Come with me to my home." "If I told it at all, it would be when walking. I could never sit still, I know." "Anything, Johnson, but tell it." A faint stillness had settled over the city. For about 10 minutes no one said a word. 4 blocks had been traversed. Johnson began to speak in a subdued voice. "When I first came to this city 7 years ago, I roomed and boarded in a 3-storied house out on the west side. It was a queer old ramshackle building, and I remember that when I first saw it, I did not consider that it might be inhabited. It was owned and controlled by an old lady who dressed always in black silk and wore an odd little frill cap on her white hair. It was the woman, not the house, that drew me. She had a curiously irresistible appeal. When you're alone in a strange city, you notice such things. I roomed on the 3rd floor. I tried to get a room on the 2nd, but it appeared that the 2nd floor was leased for a lifetime and more. I didn't say anything to the landlady about the 2nd floor for a long time after, not until I was forced to speak out about it. Both of you have roomed in houses like that at some time in your lives, I'll wager, and both of you know the natural curiosity that afflicts you, a curiosity to see what your fellow tenants are like. I met the tenants of the house one by one, but never once did the old lady offer to introduce me to the tenants of the 2nd floor. This singular slip on her part annoyed me, but I had some satisfaction in knowing that no one else in the house had met the mysterious tenants. Life went on in the rooming house as life goes on in all rooming houses. I made friends with the neighbors, very open people who were decidedly not in sympathy with back fence gossip. They asked me one after another what I thought of my landlady, how I liked the house, and the stereotyped questions in that same vein. But a young lady puzzled me one day. I had been standing with her before her home for all of half an hour, when suddenly she asked me what I thought of the noisy tenants in my landlady's 2nd floor. I admitted that they were noisy and was forced to confess that I had not as yet met them. She smiled and looked over at the 2nd floor. I followed her gaze. Even from there, the curtains on the windows looked curiously old. That question was asked me more than once after that, and I began to wonder what instigated it. And I began to redouble my efforts to catch sight of the tenants on the 2nd floor. But to no avail. I neither saw them nor heard them leave their rooms. Neither of them ever appeared at table. There were at least 2 of them, as I could tell from the noise I had heard. I began to speak to my fellow roomers about the people on the 2nd floor. They were as mystified as I, though not one of them allowed himself to be bothered by tenants they had not yet met. One of them suggested that perhaps they were acrobats, judging by the noise they made. Another supposed that they were eccentrics of one type or another. Yet another suggested that there might be no one in the rooms at all. Maybe someone had committed suicide there, or a murder had been done there, or something to keep the landlady from renting the room. This last was, of course, a humorous remark, for all of us had been annoyed by the constant noise of the people below us. One night I woke up from a sound sleep. A curious scratching sound, followed by a soft moaning, came to my ears. It seemed to come from the room immediately below mine. For a while I listened. Then abruptly I thought of the humorous suggestion made by the tenant some while ago, a suggestion that had been given a queer basis by the girl of my acquaintance across the street, the same girl who had drawn my attention to the noise of the tenants of the floor below. The scratching sound increased in intensity. Suddenly it developed into a steady pounding. The moaning stopped at once. For a while everything was quiet. Then a shrill scream came from the room below, and again silence. My neighbor in the next room got up and pounded on the floor to quiet them. I imitated his example. The scratching sound was resumed again after a half hour, and the entire program was repeated. More than one of us on the 3rd floor were robbed of sleep that night. The same thing happened on successive nights. More pranks developed, to the greater annoyance of all the tenants. Complaints to the landlady did absolutely no good. She could do nothing, for they were life tenants. "You have grounds to put them out," I said. "It would be impossible to put them out," she answered. "They have been here so long." At last, one night, the noise was too intolerable for expression. Sitting up in bed, I began to wonder whether or not my key would fit into the lock of the room below me, from which most of the noise came. Pounding on the floor had brought no response, save possibly an increase in the outrageous disturbances. I began seriously to contemplate entering in on the tenants below and unbraiding them as they deserved. The scratching sound had been coupled with a violent pounding. The noise of sobbing was mingled with moans. There was a noise as of scuffling, as if a chair or two had been overturned. It was too much. I got up and slipped on my dressing gown. I got my key from my coat pocket and without hesitation went downstairs to their door. I pounded on the door and in a loud voice demanded instant silence. But the noise continued. There are some things, boys, that no one ever forgets. For instance, if your ordinary routine is changed, is interrupted by something so far from your sphere in life that your comprehension cannot embrace it. From that night on, I could never tolerate three-story houses. I put my key into the lock. I threw open the door. There was an abrupt cessation of all noise. But what I saw petrified me. I could not move. There was nothing, absolutely nothing in that room. The light from the street lamp shone on countless layers of undisturbed dust. The end of The Three-Storied House by August W. Derleth.
An Unreal Reality by Laura M. Dake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. An Unreal Reality, A Tale of the Desert by Laura M. Dake. Is your name Edmund? Well, yes, I suppose I may lay claim to that name, since it was given me at my christening. Edmund Sparkler, the boys used to call me, because they said I had no bigot nonsense about me. But why do you ask? The speaker looked at me curiously, leaning forward for the purpose, since our campfire, flickering in the night wind, threw but a fitful and uncertain light around us. We lay in the midst of the great Sahara. Unless you have traversed the unpeopled solitudes of that vast plain, you can scarcely understand the gruesome feeling that masters one, in spite of himself, when he finds only a dead world about him. All day the garish sun had beaten pitilessly down upon our caravan. In vain I had swept the horizon for signs of some living thing, although the very air seemed peopled with invisible creatures, and throbbing with sounds beyond the range of the human ear. Sometimes I seemed to hear portions of conversations, always in whisper, and occasionally a laugh, if such weird cachinnations could be called such. How gladly I had welcomed the hour that had brought me into camp, and into closer companionship with my 3 countrymen. But the uncanny influence was still abroad, despite the genial sherry, the soothing cigar, and the enlivening conversation with which we tried to recompense ourselves for the discomforts of the day. The talk had flagged for a moment, and in the lull, a voice far off, yet clear as through a telephone, had sighed, "Edmund, beloved one, I am waiting." Then I had put my question to my fellow traveler, and in reply to his "Why do you ask?" had given the message. The effect was startling, for he sprang to his feet like one bereft of reason, crying out wildly, "God, it is she! Philo, my love, my own! Let me but hear your gentle voice, and I will follow wherever it may lead. Philo! Philo!" A moment later, to our surprise, he was gone. He had rushed away in the darkness, regardless of his course. Securing torches and lanterns, we began our search for him, but it was not until some hours later that we found him and induced him to return. And then, having no inclination to sleep, we sat beside the glowing coals, the darkness enclosing us like a wall, while we listened to his story. 8 times, my friends, have I crossed this great desert, but it is of what befell me on my first trip that I will speak. At that time, though but a mere youth, I was a trusted representative of a large Liverpool firm, and had been sent to Timbuktu on a special commission. I joined a caravan en route for that point, and managed to make myself as comfortable as possible amidst the inconveniences with which you are now acquainted. On the fourth day out, as I lay dozing, lulled by the swinging motion of my camel, the quiet was suddenly broken by a hubbub of exclamations. On looking up to discover the cause, I saw in the distance the white walls and spires of a city, amid a green foliage of palms and other tropical trees, while before it spread the blue waters of a lake that sparkled in the sunshine. Never had I beheld anything so enticing. "By St. George!" I cried. "Here is a chance for a tub!" You know what a bath means to an Englishman. And quickening my camel's speed, I turned him toward the beautiful city. But my Arab servant ran after me, panting with excitement, and, catching the leather thongs in my animal's nose, brought it to so sudden a halt that I nearly lost my balance. He paid no attention whatever to the 7 phials of wrath that I hurled at him in consequence. So eager was he to convince me that what I saw was only a mirage, and that unless I returned to the caravan my bones would be left to bleach on the lonely plain. I only laughed at him as being either a knave or a fool, as did my 2 countrymen, who now joined me and fully agreed with me that the old story of a mirage was simply a device of the rascally Arabs in the caravan to avoid the delay of a halt. Of course, we were perfectly familiar with the theory of the mirage, and talking glibly in regard to the reflection and refraction of light through different strata of atmosphere. But the case in hand, we said, did not come under that head. We could not possibly discredit what our senses confirmed, and there before us lay the city, the waving palms and the blue lake over which many white-winged craft were gliding. Our servants, who could not resist the promised purse of glittering coins, continued, though reluctantly, to accompany us. So, undeterred by their doleful predictions, we went gaily on toward the entrancing spot that seemed to hold such pleasant promises. But an unforeseen calamity came upon us. All at once our camels lifted their long necks and sniffed the air. Then, uttering a peculiar cry, they dropped to their knees, stretching themselves close to the earth, and buried their noses in the sand. At that same moment our servants cried in terrified tones, "The Simoom!" and threw themselves beside the prostrate beasts, we, without question, imitating their example. Scarcely had we gained this insecure shelter when the storm came sweeping down upon us, hot as a blast from the lower regions, bringing with it clouds of sand and seemingly filled with muttered curses hurled defiantly at us. The transition from the pleasing prospect of a promised paradise to the terrible reality of a veritable Hades was so sudden as somewhat to daze my senses, and I can only indistinctly recall my sensations as I lay there prostrate beside my trembling beast, waiting for death. And for such a death! I thought of the piles of bleaching bones that had marked our route, and then of my own, which would inevitably become the factors of another heap. The idea was unendurable, and must have half-maddened me, for in the agony of it I sprang to my feet. As I did so, a pair of devilish hands seemed to clutch and whirl me around with such demoniac fury as to deprive me of all sensation. When I came to myself again, I could scarcely credit my good fortune. I was seated under a waving palm tree from which hung ripe dates in great abundance. The waters of a lovely lake gently lapped the shore nearby, and a breeze fanned me with refreshing coolness. After all, the city was a reality as I knew it was, I said to myself. My companions must have brought me here while I was unconscious. I wonder how far I was carried by the whirl, and if they escaped unhurt. But why am I here alone? Where can they be? I looked long and anxiously up the wide, clean street with its rows of snowy houses, and then along the white beach, but nowhere among the busy throng could I see them. Then I sat down again and waited. People passed and repassed, some saluting silently and all eyeing me with curiosity. They apparently belonged to all conditions of life, their garments of every conceivable style and texture, indicating the cosmopolitan character of the city. After waiting what seemed to be an interminable time, I began to fear lest some evil had befallen my friends, one of whom was inclined to be too convivial on occasion. So I pinned a note to the tree saying as a grim little joke, "Gone to dinner, will return in an hour." Then I started in quest of them. The streets were spotlessly clean. They were bordered by graceful trees, while every now and then was a park sparkling with fountains and brilliant with sweet-scented flowers. Horseless vehicles glided noiselessly by. People stood in groups laughing and talking, yet only subdued murmurs reached me. The absence of haste and the noise, coincident with a place teeming with life, struck me as very pleasant, though unusual. What a contrast to Liverpool with its bustle and confusion! It was like a dream, and yet a waking dream, if such could be. As the hours wore on and no signs of my companions could be found, I sat down upon a bench that stood beneath the overhanging branches of a tree and began to consider my situation. Beyond all doubt, here I was in the mysterious city that my servant had declared did not exist, had called a mirage, a city so real and yet so unreal. Could I be dreaming? No, I was never more fully conscious in my life, and could I but relieve my mind of its anxiety in regard to my companions, would give myself a few hours' solid comfort and rest. As I sat there, uncertain as to my next move, a gentleman approached, and having saluted me graciously, seated himself beside me. He was a pleasant-faced person of middle age, neatly dressed, though in a fashion somewhat out of date. Encouraged by his friendly air, I said, "Sir, it is indeed surprising to find so lovely a city in the heart of this great desert. Will you tell me its name?" "It is called the Eternal City," he replied. "Not Rome?" I said in surprised interrogation. "Nay, friend, for ancient Rome, with all its vaunted power, fell, while nothing within the walls that begirt us can ever perish." "Nothing can ever perish?" I echoed, my voice falling into the whispered cadence of his. "How can that be possible? The sentence of death was passed upon all things at the beginning of time, and there is and can be no reprieve, no extension. Life, good sir, is an unmeaning tragedy, and eternity a calamity in which there is neither rhyme nor reason." I spoke with more warmth than was my wont, and was somewhat abashed to catch a gleam of pity in my companion's eye, as he smiled on me very kindly without replying. To cover my confusion, I said, "But that is neither here nor there. What most concerns me at present is to find the whereabouts of a couple of gentlemen with whom I am traveling. Perhaps you have seen them somewhere about your city. Two portly, beef-eating Englishmen, jolly and ruddy, wearing cork hats and checked trousers." "Nay, friend," was the answer. "Strangers such as thou describest are not frequent visitors here. Thou art the first in many years, so set your mind at rest in regard to your traveling companions, for wherever else they may be, they are not in the Eternal City." "It should have been called the City of Silence," I said, "for I never dreamed there could be a place so full of go, and yet so still." "There are sounds enough, friend," was the reply, "but thine ear is not attuned to them. Why, the atmosphere of the earth is throbbing with sounds that are never heard by its inhabitants, since they are both above and below the range of the normal human ear. But we who are adapted to life upon this plane find all things harmonize with our condition." "To life on this plane?" I exclaimed. "Is life here different from life elsewhere on our planet? Or am I dead, and are we both ghosts?" "Ghosts," he repeated with a smile. "How strange it seems to be called a ghost, yet I can recall a time when I too so classed souls who had laid aside earth conditions and had taken up life under new ones." Then, changing his reminiscent tone, he said assuringly, "Have no fear for thyself on that score, Edmund, for thou art no ghost, since thy body of dust still holds the vital spark called life. As for myself, well, am I not alive? And art thou not in the midst of a city peopled with sentient beings whom time is powerless to destroy? Men of earth call it a mirage, an illusion of the senses, but we who enjoy its beauty and bask in the security of its unchanging reality laugh at the impotent folly of their so-called science, which has never at hand a ready-made reason for the deepest mysteries of the Almighty." I listened idly as he spoke, remembering meantime that, notwithstanding the superior advantages of the Eternal City, there were business relations that demanded my immediate presence elsewhere, and somewhat irrelevantly inquired concerning methods of egress, adding, "There are certain caravans frequently leaving your city, I presume?" "Nay," he replied. "We live within ourselves, shut in securely by walls of magnetic force, crystal clear, yet strong as adamant." "Ah, I see," I said. "Your community is on the cooperative plan. Sorry, I can't stay longer and see how that theory works in actual practice, but business demands my presence in Timbuktu. About how far do you call it to that place?" "Timbuktu," he replied dreamily. "Ah, yes, I recall it. It lies on the southern verge of the desert, and overlooks a chain of marshes with their fringes of palms and mimosa. In past ages it was a flourishing city, but now it is a mean enough place, In fact, it has become so wretched under the depredations of marauding tribes that it bears the ominous name of Ur-Amandes. God hears not. As to the distant thither, I cannot say. It is not always the same from the Eternal City, since we are not stationary. Our position is constantly changing, owing to the different currents of air, the revolution of the earth, and other causes. In fact, we live in a floating city. We are here today and there tomorrow. Always, however, within the earth's atmosphere, though invisible to its inhabitants, except under certain infrequent conditions. I had become weary of his vagaries and rose to take my leave. Well, I must be moving also, since I have already delayed too long. I am very glad to have met you, and should you ever come to Liverpool, I shall be delighted to return your courtesy. You see, so absolutely unimaginative was I that I refused to believe in the Mirage City, and looked upon my new acquaintance as a harmless lunatic. I handed him my card as I continued. And now, if it is not asking too much, I shall be glad to have your company to the nearest transportation office, where I can arrange for continuing my journey. There is no transportation office, my friend, he replied. Thine only chance is to get outside the walls and join a passing caravan. But come, it is idle to waste words. Thou art one of those who must learn their lessons from experience. As he spoke, he moved forward, I following, and soon I found myself on the outskirts of the city. Far as the eye could reach lay endless wastes of shimmering sand, and, oh joy, there outlined against the saffron horizon was the silhouette of a caravan. Thank heaven, I cried. Now I need delay no longer. Not if thou canst cross the wall, said my companion calmly. Wall? What wall? I asked. I see no barrier between me and the desert beyond. So, goodbye, and thank you very much. My companion pressed in silence the hand I had extended, and followed me slowly as I went forward. I did not go far, however, for incredible as it may appear, in spite of my utmost efforts, I could not pass a certain limit. Thus far and no farther was the unwritten law, stronger than as if Draco had inscribed it in blood. Again and again, at different points, I tried to pass the mysterious barrier that stood between me and the way I desired, but every effort was futile. At last I became exasperated, and remembering my football tactics, I stepped well back and made a rush that I felt confident would win the goal. But to my surprise, I was hurled violently back. My companion assisted me to arise, saying gently, Dost thou not see, friend, that thy utmost efforts are useless? Believe me when I say that it is absolutely impossible for thee to cross the wall encompassing this city, unless under the law certain conditions be given. I see no wall, I persisted almost sullenly. It is there, however, crystal clear and invisible to thee, a wall of magnetic force stronger than adamant. By the way, I said, it seems reasonable that if I came in through your magnetic wall, I ought to be able to get out. So one would judge, he replied, and what puzzles me is how didst thou get in? Oh, that is no mystery, I returned. I saw your city, and in company with the 2 Englishmen and a couple of servants, started to reach it. Along came a simoom, hotter than Sheol. Something grabbed me up from the ground, whirled me around until my head felt like a mill race, and when my brain cleared, why, here I was. The simoom, said my companion thoughtfully. Ah, that accounts for it. It is filled with wicked influences, with disembodied entities who hold a pitiless grudge against the human race, and never lose a chance to vent it. They have wonderful powers for working evil, and when in their diabolical glee they enter a simoom, they whirl and twirl the lines of magnetic force as playfully as a— He paused for a simile, and I suggested, as a cowboy swings his lariat on the Texas plains. As anything thou pleasest, he rejoiced, smiling. It is all one, since thou art here, and here thou must bide the time of thy return, with the world none the wiser. Thou certainly art placed in a peculiar position, being dead and yet alive in the earth's sense. You speak in riddles, I said, for even then I did not understand what he meant. But please tell me in plain English how long I shall be detained. The will be as the law determines, he replied. The law? I cried in tones of disgust. What law? Are you ruled by a tyrant whose will is law? Have you no dynamite? He who holds the universe in the hollow of his hand, laughs at anarchy, my boy," he said. "He is the law. But calm thyself, and trust me fully, my home shall be thy home during thy stay, and I trust that each hour may be one of perfect contentment." But I did not accept his hospitable offer until I had renewed my efforts to cross the barrier, which of course were futile. And utterly exhausted, I was forced to abandon them. Temporarily, at least, I said. Then, having no other choice, I went back with him to the city. His home was a dream of beauty. The house, whose walls were of a material resembling ivory, was classic in design, and stood in the midst of a spacious lawn, green and smooth as velvet, shaded by tropical trees and brilliant with odorous flowers. Through the open windows came strains of music, the most entrancing I had ever heard, and vibrant with the power and goodness of the Creator. I bared my head as I listened, and my soul seemed to shrink into a mere speck, as all the egotism, the littleness, and the folly of my narrow nature were revealed to my introspective gaze. I hung my head for very shame. Without a word, my companion plucked a lovely lotus blossom from the basin of a fountain, beside which we stood, and placed it in my hand. Instinctively divining his wishes, I buried my face in its golden heart, and inhaled its fragrance. When I looked up again, lo, it was not I, the sin-laden wretch who but a moment before had been ready to sink into the very earth for shame. All the vexations, the miseries, and the knowledge of them had slipped away. All discord had vanished, and a perfect peace that passeth understanding had come instead. The Liverpool firm, Timbuktu, and all the world that held them were now but the shadows of a shade. Never before had I known the meaning of life. What I hitherto had called life was but a mockery, a heavy load under which I prayed I might never again have to groan and sweat. When I gave utterance to these thoughts, my companion said sadly, "And yet, alas, thou art fated to bear the burden a little longer, since thy years are not yet ripe. But fret not thy heart about the future. Here come those whom thou must know, since they belong to my household." As he spoke, a band of youths and maidens came trooping down the broad white steps of the mansion, and across the lawn to where we stood, all greeting me graciously. "These are my sons and daughters," said my companion, his face beaming with affection as they clustered around him. "Yes, these are my children," he continued, adding, in answer to my look of inquiry at their number, "not as thou of earth countest one's children, for often there the offspring of a common mother and father are as antipodal as though belonging to different races. Such conditions do not exist here. These are my children by adoption, as it were. They are brothers and sisters in the true sense of the words, in thoughts and tastes, congenial in all that pertains to existence, with no sweet bells jangled out of tune to mar its perfect harmony. Some came to me when mere infants, and have grown to manhood and womanhood without knowing aught of the trials and temptations of earth. Ah, if the sorrowing mother bereft of her babe could only know! Here now is my sweet Philo." And he glanced lovingly at a tall, fair young girl, who stood near, watching the innocent sports of her companions. "She came to us when only a year old, as thou countest time, and knows no other life than the one passed here. She shall be thy guide and thy companion while thou art with us." "Which shall be forever?" I cried with enthusiasm as the lovely girl came, obedient to his summons, and took my hand trustingly in her own. "Which shall be as the law decrees," murmured he, as he moved away, leaving me with my sweet young guide. How joyously the hours flew by! I took no note of them, since there was no thought of time, nor were we harassed and hampered by physical wants, since they were easily supplied. We simply drew from the elements around us all that was requisite in the way of food and clothing. "Consider the lilies," we sang, knowing in its perfect fullness all the beauty of that divine message. Edmund's voice had been growing soft and dreamy, and now he ceased speaking. For some moments the solemn silence of the night was broken only by the sighing of the wind and the regular breathing of our companions, who had long since fallen asleep. At length I said suggestingly, "And Philo?" "No more of Philo," replied Edmund as one awakened from a weary dream. "If you have never loved, you cannot understand me. And if you have given all that is best and noblest in your nature to a woman worthy of such a gift, then I need not tell you of the sweet hopes, each day fulfilled, that sanctify the remembrance of that sacred time, now gone, but not forever. Surely, surely, if life is eternal, we shall meet again. I could almost curse this body of dust that holds me from her, and would willingly my quietus make, but dare not, for the terrible law, which none can evade, bars out the self-destroyer from such fair places. Instead of our becoming thus united, we would be thrown farther asunder. Right and sensible you are, Edmund, I said, and I respect your reticence, but I'm curious to know how you crossed those awful barriers and took up your career again on Earth. I really cannot gratify you with the details, he replied. The first thing that I remember in regard to the matter is hearing a voice say with rasping distinctness, "An Englishman?" "Yes," was the reply. "He was brought here some weeks ago by 2 of his countrymen. It seemed that they had left the caravan, being deceived by a mirage, and had been overtaken by a simoom, barely escaping with their lives. This young man was found at some distance from the place where they had thrown themselves down. He was alive, though unconscious, so they brought him with them to this point, since he too was on his way hither. His condition is quite interesting, being a trance of unusual length. Step in and look at him." They stood a while beside me discussing in business-like tones trances and similar phenomena, and then I felt one of my lids lifted and saw a pair of gray eyes twinkling with curiosity. The owner gave an exclamation of surprise and lifted my other lid, and lo, there I was, looking back at him. I recovered, of course, and soon as I was able, explained matters to my firm, executed my commissions, and returned to England. But my peace of mind was gone. Things of this earth seem so narrow and pitiful. The struggle for gold that we can only jingle a day. The desire for fame that is but a passing breath. The selling of souls for power and place. Exchanging birthrights for messes of pottage. Here he broke off again, and after a few moments said, "You heard her call me tonight, and let others scoff as they will, you know that my story is not the baseless fabric of a dream, but a living truth." End of An Unreal Reality by Laura M. Dake. Unseen, Unfeared by Francis Stevens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Unseen, Unfeared by Francis Stevens. I had been dining with my ever-interesting friend Mark Jenkins at a little Italian restaurant near South Street. It was a chance meeting. Jenkins is too busy usually to make dinner engagements. Over our highly seasoned food and sour, thin red wine, he spoke of little odd incidents and adventures of his profession. Nothing very vital or important, of course. Jenkins is not the sort of detective who first detects and then pours the egotistical and revealing details of achievement in the ears of every acquaintance, however appreciative. But when I spoke of something I had seen in the morning papers, he laughed. "Poor old Doc Holt. Fascinating old codger to anyone who really knows him. I've had his friendship for years, since I was first on the city force and saved a young assistant of his from jail on a false charge. And they had to drag him into the poisoning of this young sport, Ralph Peeler." "Why are you so sure he couldn't have been implicated?" I asked. But Jenkins only shook his head with a quiet smile. "I have reasons for believing otherwise," was all I could get out of him on that score. "But," he added, "the only reason he was suspected at all is the superstitious dread of these ignorant people around him. Can't see why he lives in such a place. I know for a fact he doesn't have to. Doc's got money of his own. He's an amateur chemist and daubler in different sorts of research work, and I suspect he's been guilty of showing off. Result, they all swear he has the evil eye and holds forbidden communion with invisible powers. Smoke?" Jenkins offered me one of his invariably good cigars, which I accepted, saying thoughtfully, "A man has no right to trifle with the superstitions of ignorant people. Sooner or later it spells trouble. Did in his case. They swore up and down that he sold love charms openly and poisons secretly, and that together with his living so near to somebody else, got him temporarily suspected. But my tongue's running away with me as usual." "As usual," I retorted impatiently. "You open up with all the frankness of a Chinese diplomat." He beamed upon me engagingly and rose from the table with a glance at his watch. "Sorry to leave you, Blaisdell, but I have to meet Jimmy Brennan in 10 minutes. He so clearly did not invite my further company that I remained seated for a little while after his departure, then took my own way homeward. Those streets always held for me a certain fascination, particularly at night. They are so unlike the rest of the city, so foreign in appearance. With their little shabby stores, always open until late evening, their unbelievably cheap goods, displayed as much outside the shops as in them, hung on the fronts and laid out on tables by the curb and in the street itself. Tonight, however, neither people nor stores in any sense appealed to me. The mixture of Italians, Jews, and a few Negroes, mostly bareheaded, unkempt, and generally unhygienic in appearance, struck me as merely revolting. They're all humans, and I, too, was human. Some way I did not like the idea. Puzzled a trifle, for I am more inclined to sympathize with poverty than accuse it, I watched the faces that I passed. Never before had I observed how stupid, how bestial, how brutal were the countenances of the dwellers in this region. I actually shuddered when an old clothesman, a gray-bearded Hebrew, brushed me as he toiled past with his barrow. There was a sense of evil in the air, a warning of things which it is wise for a clean man to shun and keep clear of. The impression became so strong that before I had walked 2 squares I began to feel physically ill. Then it occurred to me that the 1 glass of cheap Chianti I had drunk might have something to do with the feeling. Who knew how that stuff had been manufactured, or whether the juice of the grape entered at all into its ill-flavored composition? Yet I doubted if that were the real cause of my discomfort. By nature, I am rather a sensitive, impressionable sort of chap. In some way, tonight, this neighborhood, with its sordid sights and smells, had struck me wrong. My sense of impending evil was merging into actual fear. This would never do. There was only one way to deal with an imaginative temperament like mine: conquer its vagaries. If I left South Street with the nameless dread upon me, I could never pass down it again without a recurrence of the feeling. I should simply have to stay here until I got the better of it, that was all. I paused on a corner before a shabby but brightly lighted little drugstore. Its gleaming windows and the luminous green of its conventional glass show jars made the brightest spot on the block. I realized that I was tired, but hardly wanted to go in there and rest. I knew what the company would be like at its shabby, sticky soda fountain. As I stood there, my eyes fell on a long white canvas sign across from me, and its black and red lettering caught my attention. "See the great unseen. Come in. This means you. Free to all." A museum of fakes, I thought, but also reflected that if it were a show of some kind, I could sit down for a while, rest, and fight off this increasing obsession of non-existent evil. That side of the street was almost deserted, and the place itself might well be nearly empty. 2. I walked over, but with every step my sense of dread increased. Dread of I knew not what. Bodiless, inexplicable horror had me as in a net whose strands, being intangible, without reason for existence, I could by no means throw off. It was not the people now. None of them were about me. There in the open, lighted street, with no sight nor sound of terror to assail me, I was the shivering victim of such fear as I had never known was possible. Yet still I would not yield. Setting my teeth and fighting with myself as with some pet animal gone mad, I forced my steps to slowness and walked along the sidewalk, seeking entrance. Just here there were no shops, but several doors reached in each case by means of a few iron-railed stone steps. I chose the one in the middle beneath the sign. In that neighborhood there are museums, shops, and other commercial enterprises conducted in many shabby old residences, such as were these. Behind the glazing of the door I had chosen I could see a dim pinkish light, but on either side the windows were quite dark. Trying the door, I found it unlocked. As I opened it, a party of Italians passed on the pavement below, and I looked back at them over my shoulder. They were gaily dressed, men, women, and children, laughing and chattering to one another, probably on their way to some wedding or other festivity. In passing, one of the men glanced up at me, and involuntarily I shuddered back against the door. He was a young man, handsome after the swarthy manner of his race, but never in my life had I seen a face so expressive of pure malicious cruelty, naked and unashamed. Our eyes met, and his seemed to light up with a vile gleaming, as if all the wickedness of his nature had come to a focus in the look of concentrated hate he gave me. They went by, but for some distance I could see him watching me, chin on shoulder, till he and his party were swallowed up in the crowd of marketers farther down the street. Sick and trembling from that encounter, merely of eyes though it had been, I threw aside my partly smoked cigar and entered. Within there was a small vestibule whose ancient tessellated floor was grimy with the passing of many feet. I could feel the grit of dirt under my shoes, and it rasped on my rawly, quivering nerves. The inner door stood partly open, and going on I found myself in a bare, dirty hallway, and was greeted by the sour, musty, poverty-stricken smell common to dwellings of the very ill-to-do. Beyond there was a stairway, carpeted with ragged grass matting. A gas jet, turned low inside a very dusty pink globe, was the light I had seen from without. Listening, the house seemed entirely silent. Surely this was no place of public amusement of any kind whatever. More likely it was a rooming house, and I had, after all, mistaken the entrance. To my intense relief, since coming inside, the worst agony of my unreasonable terror had passed away. If I could only get in some place where I could sit down and be quiet, probably I should be rid of it for good. Determined to try another entrance, I was about to leave the bare hallway when one of several doors along the side of it suddenly opened, and a man stepped out into the hall. "Well?" he said, looking at me keenly, but with not the least show of surprise at my presence. "I beg your pardon," I replied. "The door was unlocked, and I came in here thinking it was the entrance to the exhibit. What do they call it? The Great Unseen, the one that is mentioned on that long white sign. Can you tell me which door is the right one?" "I can." With that brief answer, he stopped and stared at me again. He was a tall, lean man, somewhat stooped, but possessing considerable dignity of bearing. For that neighborhood, he appeared uncommonly well dressed, and his long, smooth-shaven face was noticeable because, while his complexion was dark and his eyes coal-black, above them the heavy brows and his hair were almost silvery white. His age might well have been anything over the 60 mark. I grew tired of being stared at. "If you can and won't, then never mind," I observed a trifle irritably, and turned to go. But his sharp exclamation halted me. "No," he said. No, forgive me for pausing. It was not hesitation, I assure you. To think that one even has come. All day they pass by my sign up there. Pass and fear to enter. But you are different. You are not of these timorous, ignorant foreign peasants. You ask me to tell you the right door. Here it is. Here!" And he struck the panel of the door, which he had closed behind him, so that the sharp yet hollow sound of it echoed up through the silent house. Now it may be thought that after all my senseless terror in the open street, so strange a welcome from so odd a showman would have brought the feeling back full force. But there is an emotion stronger, to a certain point, than fear. This queer old fellow aroused my curiosity. What kind of museum could it be that he accused the passing public of fearing to enter? Nothing really terrible, surely, or it would have been closed by the police. And normally I am not an unduly timorous person. "So it's in there, is it?" I asked, coming toward him. "And I am to be the sole audience? Come, that will be an interesting experience." I was half laughing now. "The most interesting in the world," said the old man with a solemnity which rebuked my lightness. With that he opened the door, passed inward, and closed it again, in my very face. I stood staring at it blankly. The panels, I remember, had been originally painted white, but now the paint was flaked and blistered, gray with dirt and dirty finger marks. Suddenly it occurred to me that I had no wish to enter there. Whatever was behind it could scarcely be worth seeing, or he would not choose such a place for its exhibition. With the old man's vanishing, my curiosity had cooled, but just as I again turned to leave, the door opened and this singular showman stuck his white-eyebrowed face through the aperture. He was frowning impatiently. Come in, he snapped, and promptly withdrawing his head once more closed the door. "He has something in there he doesn't want to get out," was the very natural conclusion which I drew. Well, since it can hardly be anything dangerous, and he's so anxious I should see it, here goes. With that I turned the soiled white porcelain handle and entered. The room I came into was neither very large nor very brightly lighted. In no way did it resemble a museum or lecture room. On the contrary, it seemed to have been fitted up as a quite well-appointed laboratory. The floor was linoleum-covered, and there were glass cases along the walls, whose shelves were filled with bottles, specimen jars, graduates, and the like. A large table in one corner bore what looked like some odd sort of camera, and a larger one in the middle of the room was fitted with a long rack filled with bottles and test tubes, and was besides littered with papers, glass slides, and various paraphernalia which my ignorance failed to identify. There were several cases of books, a few plain wooden chairs, and in the corner a large iron sink with running water. My host of the white hair and black eyes was awaiting me, standing near the larger table. He indicated one of the wooden chairs with a thin forefinger that shook a little, either from age or eagerness. "Sit down, sit down. Have no fear but that you will be interested, my friend. Have no fear at all, of anything." As he said it, he fixed his dark eyes upon me and stared harder than ever. But the effect of his words was the opposite of their meaning. I did sit down because my knees gave under me, but if in the outer hall I had lost my terror, it now returned twofold upon me. Out there the light had been faint, dingily roseate, indefinite. By it I had not perceived how this old man's face was a mask of living malice, of cruelty, hate, and a certain masterful contempt. Now I knew the meaning of my fear, whose warning I would not heed. Now I knew that I had walked into the very trap from which my abnormal sensitiveness had striven in vain to save me. 3. Again I struggled within me, bit at my lip till I tasted blood, and presently the blind paroxysm passed. It must have been longer in going than I thought, and the old man must have all that time been speaking, for when I could once more control my attention, hear and see him, he had taken up a position near the sink, about 10 feet away, and was addressing me with a sort of platform manner, as if I had been the large audience whose absence he had deplored. "And so," he was saying, "I was forced to make these plates very carefully, to truly represent the characteristic hues of each separate organism. Now, in color work of every kind, the film is necessarily extremely sensitive. Doubtless you are familiar in a general way with the exquisite transparencies produced by color photography of the single-plate type." He paused, and trying to act like a normal human being, I observed, "I saw some nice landscapes done in that way last week at an illustrated lecture in Franklin Hall." He scowled and made an impatient gesture at me with his hand. "I can proceed better without interruptions," he said. "My pause was purely oratorical." I meekly subsided, and he went on in his original loud, clear voice. He would have made an excellent lecturer before a much larger audience, if only his voice could have lost that eerie ringing tone. Thinking of that, I must have missed some more, and when I caught it again, he was saying, "As I have indicated, the original plate is the final picture. Now, many of these organisms are extremely hard to photograph, and microphotography in color is particularly difficult. In consequence, to spoil a plate tries the patience of the photographer. They are so sensitive that the ordinary dark-room ruby lamp would instantly ruin them, and they must therefore be developed either in darkness or by a special light produced by interposing thin sheets of tissue of a particular shade of green and of yellow between lamp and plate, and even that will often cause ruinous fog. Now I, finding it hard to handle them so, made numerous experiments with a view to discovering some glass or fabric of a color which should add to the safety of the green without robbing it of all efficiency. All proved equally useless, but intermittently I persevered until last week." His voice dropped to an almost confidential tone, and he leaned slightly toward me. I was cold from my neck to my feet, though my head was burning, but I tried to force an appreciative smile. "Last week," he continued impressively, "I had a prescription filled at the corner drugstore. The bottle was sent home to me wrapped in a piece of what I at first took to be whitish, slightly opalescent paper. Later I decided it was some kind of membrane. When I questioned the druggist, seeking its source, he said it was a sheet of paper that was around a bundle of herbs from South America. That he had no more, and doubted if I could trace it. He had wrapped my bottle so because he was in haste and the sheet was handy. I can hardly tell you what first inspired me to try that membrane in my photographic work. It was merely dull white with a faint hint of opalescence, except when held against the light. Then it became quite translucent and quite brightly prismatic. For some reason it occurred to me that this refractive effect might help in breaking up the actinic rays, the rays which affect the sensitive emulsion. So that night I inserted it behind the sheets of green and yellow tissue next the lamp, prepared my trays and chemicals, laid my plate holders to hand, turned off the white light, and turned on the green. There was nothing in his words to inspire fear. It was a wearisomely detailed account of his struggles with photography. Yet, as he again paused impressively, I wished that he might never speak again. I was desperately, contemptibly in dread of the thing he might say next. Suddenly he drew himself erect. The stoop went out of his shoulders. He threw back his head and laughed. It was a hollow sound, as if he laughed into a trumpet. "I won't tell you what I saw. Why should I? Your own eyes shall bear witness. But this much I'll say so that you may better understand later. When our poor, faultily sensitive vision can perceive a thing, we say that it is visible. When the nerves of touch can feel it, we say that it is tangible. Yet I tell you there are beings, intangible to our physical sense, yet whose presence is felt by the spirit, and invisible to our eyes merely because those organs are not attuned to the light as reflected from their bodies. But light passed through the screen which we are about to use has a wavelength novel to the scientific world, and by it you shall see with the eyes of the flesh that which has been invisible since life began. Have no fear." He stopped to laugh again, and his mirth was yellow-toothed, menacing. "Have no fear," he reiterated, and with that stretched his hand toward the wall. There came a click, and we were in black, impenetrable darkness. I wanted to spring up, to seek the door by which I had entered, and rush out of it. But the paralysis of unreasoning terror held me fast. I could hear him moving about in the darkness, and a moment later a faint green glimmer sprang up in the room. Its source was over the large sink, where I suppose he developed his precious color plates. Every instant, as my eyes became accustomed to the dimness, I could see more clearly. Green light is peculiar. It may be far fainter than red, and at the same time far more illuminating. The old man was standing beneath it, and his face by that ghastly radiance had the exact look of a dead man's. Beside this, however, I could observe nothing appalling. "That," continued the man, "is the simple developing light of which I have spoken. Now watch, for what you are about to behold no mortal man but myself has ever seen before." For a moment he fussed with the green lamp over the sink. It was so constructed that all the direct rays struck downward. He opened a flap at the side. For a moment there was a streak of comforting white luminance from within. Then he inserted something, slid it slowly in, and closed the flap. The thing he put in, that South American membrane it must have been, instead of decreasing the light, increased it amazingly. The hue was changed from green to greenish-gray, and the whole room sprang into view, a livid, ghastly chamber filled with, overcrawled by... what? My eyes fixed themselves, fascinated on something that moved by the old man's feet. It writhed there on the floor like a huge, repulsive starfish, an immense, armed, legged thing that twisted convulsively. It was smooth as if made of rubber, was whitish-green in color, and presently raised its great round blob of a body on tottering tentacles, crept toward my host and writhed upward. Yes, climbed up his legs, his body. And he stood there, erect, arms folded, and stared sternly down at the thing which climbed. But the room, the whole room, was alive with other creatures than that. Everywhere I looked they were. Centipede-ish things, with yard-long bodies, detestable, furry spiders that lurked in shadows, and sausage-shaped translucent horrors that moved and floated through the air. They dived here and there between me and the light, and I could see its brighter greenness through their greenish bodies. Worse, though, far worse than these, were the things with human faces. Mask-like, monstrous, huge gaping mouths and slit-like eyes. I find I cannot write of them. There was that about them which makes their memory even now intolerable. The old man was speaking again, and every word echoed in my brain like the ringing of a gong. "Fear nothing. Among such as these do you move every hour of the day and night. Only you and I have seen, for God is merciful and has spared our race from sight. But I am not merciful. I loathe the race which gave these creatures birth, the race which might be surrounded by invisible, unguessed but blessed beings, and chooses these for its companions. All the world shall see and know. One by one shall they come here, learn the truth, and perish. For who can survive the ultimate of terror? Then I too shall find peace and leave the earth to its heritage of man-created horrors. Do you know what these are? Whence they come?" His voice boomed now like a cathedral bell. I could not answer him, but he waited for no reply. "Out of the ether, out of the omnipresent ether from whose intangible substance the mind of God made the planets, all living things, and man. Man has made these. By his evil thoughts, by his selfish panics, by his lusts, and his interminable, never-ending hate, he has made them. And they are everywhere. Fear nothing. They cannot harm your body, but let your spirit beware. Fear nothing, but see where there comes to you its creator, the shape and the body of your fear." And as he said it, I perceived a great thing coming toward me. A thing, but consciousness could endure no more. The ringing, threatening voice merged in a roar within my ears. There came a merciful dimming of the terrible lurid vision, and blank nothingness succeeded upon horror too great for bearing. 4. There was a dull, heavy pain above my eyes. I knew that they were closed, that I was dreaming, and that the rack full of colored bottles, which I seemed to see so clearly, was no more than a part of the dream. There was some vague but imperative reason why I should rouse myself. I wanted to awaken, and thought that by staring very hard indeed I could dissolve this foolish vision of blue and yellow-brown bottles. But instead of dissolving, they grew clearer, more solid and substantial of appearance, until suddenly the rest of my senses rushed to the support of sight. And I became aware that my eyes were open, the bottles were quite real, and that I was sitting in a chair, fallen sideways so that my cheek rested most uncomfortably on the table which held the rack. I straightened up slowly and with difficulty, groping in my dulled brain for some clue to my presence in this unfamiliar place, this laboratory that was lighted only by the rays of an arc light in the street outside its 3 large windows. Here I sat, alone, and if the aching of cramped limbs meant anything, here I sat for more than a little time. Then, with the painful shock which accompanies awakening to the knowledge of some great catastrophe, came memory. It was this very room, shown by the street lamp's rays to be empty of life, which I had seen thronged with creatures too loathsome for description. I staggered to my feet, staring fearfully about. There were the glass-doored cases, the bookshelves, the 2 tables with their burdens, and the long iron sink above which, now only a dark blotch of shadow, hung the lamp from which had emanated that livid, terrifically revealing illumination. Then the experience had been no dream, but a frightful reality. I was alone here now. With callous indifference, my strange host had allowed me to remain for hours unconscious, with not the least effort to aid or revive me. Perhaps hating me so, he had hoped that I would die there. At first, I made no effort to leave the place. Its appearance filled me with reminiscent loathing. I longed to go, but as yet felt too weak and ill for the effort. Both mentally and physically, my condition was deplorable, and for the first time I realized that a shock to the mind may react upon the body as vilely as any debauch of self-indulgence. Quivering in every nerve and muscle, dizzy with headache and nausea, I dropped back into the chair, hoping that before the old man returned I might recover sufficient self-control to escape him. I knew that he hated me, and why. As I waited, sick, miserable, I understood the man. Shuddering, I recalled the loathsome horrors he had shown me. If the mere desires and emotions of mankind were daily carnified in such forms as those, no wonder that he viewed his fellow beings with detestation and longed only to destroy them. I thought, too, of the cruel, sensuous faces I had seen in the streets outside, seen for the first time as if a veil had been withdrawn from my eyes hitherto blinded by self-delusion. Fatuously trustful as a month-old puppy, I'd lived in a grim, evil world where goodness is a word and crude selfishness the only actuality. Drearily my thoughts drifted back through my own life, its futile purposes, mistakes, and activities. All of evil that I knew returned to overwhelm me. Our gropings toward divinity were a sham, a writhing sunward of slime-covered beasts who claimed sunlight as their heritage, but in their hearts preferred the foul and easy depths. Even now, though I could neither see nor feel them, this room, the entire world, was a crawl with the beings created by our real natures. I recalled the cringing, contemptible fear to which my spirit had so readily yielded, and the faceless thing to which the emotion had given birth. Then, abruptly, shockingly, I remembered that every moment I was adding to the horde. Since my mind could conceive only repulsive incubi, and since while I lived I must think, feel, and so continue to shape them, was there no way to check so abominable a succession? My eyes fell on the long shelves with their many-colored bottles. In the chemistry of photography there are deadly poisons. I knew that. Now was the time to end it. Now! Let him return and find his desire accomplished. One good thing I could do, if one only. I could abolish my monster-creating self. 5. My friend Mark Jenkins is an intelligent and usually a very careful man. When he took from Smiler Callahan a cigar which had every appearance of being excellent, innocent Havana, the act denoted both intelligence and caution. By very clever work he had traced the poisoning of young Ralph Peeler to Mr. Callahan's door, and he believed this particular cigar to be the mate of one smoked by Peeler just previous to his demise. And if, upon arresting Callahan, he had not confiscated this bit of evidence, it would have doubtless been destroyed by its regrettably unconscientious owner. But when Jenkins shortly afterward gave me that cigar, as one of his own, he committed one of those almost inconceivable blunders which I think are occasionally forced upon clever men to keep them from overweening vanity. Discovering his slight mistake, my detective friend spent the night searching for his unintended victim, myself, and that his search was successful was due to Pietro Marini, a young Italian of Jenkins' acquaintance, whom he met about the hour of 2 a.m. returning from a dance. Now, Marini had seen me standing on the steps of the house where Dr. Frederick Holt had his laboratory and living rooms, and he had stared at me, not with any ill intent, but because he thought I was the sickest-looking, most ghastly specimen of humanity that he had ever beheld. And sharing the superstition of his South Street neighbors, he wondered if the worthy doctor had poisoned me as well as Peeler. This suspicion he imparted to Jenkins, who, however, had the best of reasons for believing otherwise. Moreover, as he informed Marini, Holt was dead, having drowned himself late the previous afternoon. An hour or so after our talk in the restaurant, news of his suicide reached Jenkins. It seemed wise to search any place where a very sick-looking young man had been seen to enter, so Jenkins came straight to the laboratory. Across the fronts of those houses was the long sign with its mysterious inscription, "See the Great Unseen," not at all mysterious to the detective. He knew that next door to Dr. Holt's the second floor had been thrown together into a lecture room, where, at certain hours, a young man employed by settlement workers displayed upon a screen stereopticon views of various deadly bacilli, the germs of diseases appropriate to dirt and indifference. He knew, too, that Dr. Holt himself had helped the educational effort along by providing some really wonderful lantern slides done by microcolor photography. On the pavement outside, Jenkins found the 2/3 remnant of a cigar, which he gathered in and came up the steps, a very miserable and self-reproachful detective. Neither outer nor inner door was locked, and in the laboratory he found me alive, but on the verge of death by another means than he had feared. In the extreme physical depression following my awakening from drugged sleep, and knowing nothing of its cause, I believed my adventure fact in its entirety. My mentality was at too low an ebb to resist its dreadful suggestion. I was searching among Holt's various bottles when Jenkins burst in. At first I was merely annoyed at the interruption of my purpose, but before the anticlimax of his explanation, the mists of obsession drifted away and left me still sick in body, but in spirit happy as any man may well be who has suffered a delusion that the world is wholly bad and learned that its badness springs from his own poisoned brain. The malice which I had observed in every face, including young Marini's, existed only in my drug-affected vision. Last week's popular science lecture had been recalled to my subconscious mind, the mind that rules dreams and delirium, by the photographic apparatus in Holt's workroom. See the great unseen, assisted materially, and even the corner drugstore before which I had paused with its green-lit show vases had doubtless played a part. But presently, following something Jenkins told me, I was driven to one protest. "If Holt was not here," I demanded, "if Holt is dead, as you say, how do you account for the fact that I, who have never seen the man, was able to give you an accurate description, which you admit to be that of Dr. Frederick Holt?" He pointed across the room. "See that?" It was a life-size bust portrait in crayons, the picture of a white-haired man with bushy eyebrows and the most piercing black eyes I had ever seen, until the previous evening. It hung facing the door and near the windows, and the features stood out with a strangely lifelike appearance in the white rays of the arc lamp just outside. "Upon entering," continued Jenkins, "the first thing you saw was that portrait, and from it your delirium built a living, speaking man. So there are your white-haired showman, your unnatural fear, your color photography, and your pretty green gollywogs, all nicely explained for you, Blaisdell, and thank God you're alive to hear the explanation. If you had smoked the whole of that cigar... well, never mind. You didn't, and now, my very dear friend, I think it's high time that you interviewed a real flesh-and-blood doctor. I'll phone for a taxi." "Don't," I said. "A walk in the fresh air will do me more good than 50 doctors." "Fresh air? There's no fresh air on South Street in July," complained Jenkins, but reluctantly yielded. I had a reason for my preference. I wished to see people, to meet face to face, even such stray prowlers as might be about at this hour, nearer sunrise than midnight, and rejoice in the goodness and kindliness of the human countenance, particularly as found in the lower classes. But even as we were leaving, there occurred to me a curious inconsistency. "Jenkins," I said, "you claim that the reason Holt, when I first met him in the hall, appeared to twice close the door in my face was because the door never opened until I myself unlatched it." "Yes," confirmed Jenkins, but he frowned, foreseeing my next question. "Then why, if it was from that picture that I built so solid, so convincing a vision of the man, did I see Holt in the hall before the door was open?" "You confuse your memories," retorted Jenkins rather shortly. "Do I? Holt was dead at that hour, but I tell you I saw Holt outside the door. And what was his reason for committing suicide?" Before my friend could reply, I was across the room, fumbling in the dusk there at the electric lamp above the sink. I got the tin flap open and pulled out the sliding screen, which consisted of 2 sheets of glass with fabric between, dark on one side, yellow on the other. With it came the very thing I dreaded, a sheet of whitish, parchment-like, slightly opalescent stuff. Jenkins was beside me as I held it at arm's length toward the windows. Through it the light of the arc lamp fell, divided into the most astonishingly brilliant rainbow hues. And instead of diminishing the light, it was perceptibly increased in the oddest way. Almost one thought that the sheet itself was luminous, and yet when held in shadow it gave off no light at all. "Shall we put it in the lamp again, and try it?" asked Jenkins slowly, and in his voice there was no hint of mockery. I looked him straight in the eyes. "No," I said, "we won't. I was drugged. Perhaps in that condition I received a merciless revelation of the discovery that caused Holt's suicide. But I don't believe it. Ghost or no ghost, I refuse to ever again believe in the depravity of the human race." If the air and the earth are teeming with invisible horrors, they are not of our making, and the study of demonology is better let alone. Shall we burn this thing or tear it up?" "We have no right to do either," returned Jenkins thoughtfully. "But, you know, Blaisdell, there's a little too darn much realism about some parts of your dream. I haven't been smoking any dope cigars, but when you held that up to the light, I'll swear I saw... Well, never mind. Burn it. Send it back to the place it came from." "South America?" said I. "A hotter place than that. Burn it." So he struck a match, and we did. It was gone in one great white flash. A large place was given by morning papers to the suicide of Dr. Frederick Holt, caused, it was surmised, by mental derangement brought about by his unjust implication in the Peeler murder. It seemed an inadequate reason, since he had never been arrested, but no other was ever discovered. Of course, our action in destroying that membrane was illegal and rather precipitate, but though he won't talk about it, I know that Jenkins agrees with me. Doubt is sometimes better than certainty, and there are marvels better left unproved. Those, for instance, which concern the powers of evil. End of Unseen, Unfeared by Francis Stevens.